Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan.
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 Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbra Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MPs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. It's Sunday fun day, and we condemn HasanAbi Piker. You already know. You fucked up your IG pose. Wait, which one? Which one? You keep spamming. No blast off link? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Rolling Stone cooked your basketball skills. I didn't even read the article yet, so I'm going to be reading it for the first time ever. Anyway, Typo Abi. Okay, you guys are annoying. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. You already know what's up. Yeah, we're live. We're alive. And yes, I do know about the illegal drilling in Greenland. I have talked about it. Get to the news, newsman, you say. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, though, first and foremost. So let's get started there. Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night, and I actually, did my meeting that we do with the team every night. And then I went and whoa, what the fuck? This tie looks crazy on this camera. I just realized. Anyway, I went and I hung out with some friends. I went to dinner. I went to this like membership club thing in Los Angeles with like a lot of music. It's like a musical space. There's a studio in it, apparently. I don't know. It was fucking cool. It was great. I had a great dinner with some friends. Not a chud ass loser for once. Did not get the chud ass loser allegations. You know what I mean? I was not a chud ass loser last night. I hung out with some friends. was still a chud, but yeah, had some fancy dinner, Mr. Fancy Pants. Finally socialized with some friends. I was out by 11, of course, because I could not stay out. Like there's like a dinner area. You do the dinner and then you go and you party downstairs, kind of like, you know, that kind of thing. You got a shout out from Spencer.
The Democratic Party has gone socialist. They've got.
Yeah, I was a chud ass socialite. Anyway, but yeah, I couldn't stay out for party time. Like, let's be real. There is no shot. There is no shot. Obama reached out to both Senate candidates in Michigan. Yeah, it's coming. Obama arrives. Whether you like it or not. Vindication video of you, of a Republican woman turned into a Democratic socialist.
I learned that the Republican Party was not what I thought it was. So I was raised in a place where we didn't even have Democratic candidates for most elections unless they were statewide or nationwide. And I was taught that if you loved Jesus, you had to vote Republican. And I loved Jesus, so I did what I was supposed to do. And to my great shame, I didn't even question it or look into it until the Republican Party first chose Donald Trump as a candidate. And that's when I started looking, because I knew, wait a minute, if they would nominate this man, they couldn't possibly stand for the things I thought they stood for. That was the beginning of my departure from the politics I was raised with, and ultimately the beginning of my deconstruction, although that took multiple years later before I started that process. But I never voted for Trump, and I knew that a party who supported that couldn't possibly support what I thought. So now I have a confession to make. I'm a Democratic socialist, and if you would have told me that, a decade ago,
W growth,
I would have told you those were bad words. Because just like I was told the Republican Party stood for something, I was also taught that socialism was a bad word and a terrible thing. But now, as I'm looking and learning and not just relying on something someone else told me, I'm realizing that my values have always aligned more with democratic socialism than with anything else. So I am so happy to see what is happening around our country in New York and Michigan last night and other places around the country, where we are starting to say, wait a minute, we were lied to about what this meant. And this is the best way to care for the people in our community. So yeah, go love your neighbor.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we'll get into all of that. Do we have a blast off meme, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a blast off meme? I'm gonna blast off real quick. I'm in Rolling Stone. Left Flank Fights Back on Sunday show, Sunday Fun Day. Denims is gonna be in the building for a hummus tier list and drama. Public Enemy number 1. Get in now. Yeah. Asman doubles down. Blast off. Yeah, fair use queen. Blast off. What is this? In the media trenches. Okay. Okay, we got a lot of blast off memes, I see. That's nice. I like it. Okay. But ever talked about framing wise how HasanAbi was introduced by the opposition, the most popular politician to America? Yeah. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive. We are alive. And President AOC 2028 woke one was crazy. Yeah, there's a Chris Hayes combo
Welcome
that
to
took
Pod Save
place with
America.
Wagner. Did progressives just find a way to beat MAGA with Chris Hayes? In which Chris Hayes had some choice words for me. No longer a HasanAbi head. Chris Hayes is now no longer a HasanAbi head. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'm messing around. I just saw one clip where he was like, if he wants to be an asset, he needs to be a lot more careful about the way he talks, which is 100% correct. He's right. Yeah, why am I being mal-mogged by Unk? Because unks Lao unks are always going to be mal-mogging everybody. You know what I mean? In front of the Lenin painting, that's Unk, man. That's Unk. There was a whole segment time-stamped.
I want to ask about the.
It's crazy. Fake friends in the media all around. You know, I've been on Alex's show. You know, we'll talk about all of that and more. I know AOC defended me, chat. You think I don't know? You think I don't know? You think I don't hear these things? Are y'all crazy? Playlist for later. I know. Sunday shows are huge. What the hell is this? Hasan Piker will be president of the United States? This is insanity. This is 12 minutes long? What?
In Reston, Virginia, not far from Dulles International Airport, which I'll be departing from tonight at 6 p.m.
Okay, this is a bit crazy. It's not, I don't think that's ever going to happen. And I have no ambitions of running for office. It's a random black liberal Unk, but he made good points. So I'll just say it like this: we should shy away from any kind of inclination that this community, anyone from this community, is running for a higher office like that. You know what I mean? It ain't like that. We're not doing it like that. I don't want to be assassinated. Okay. Watching the PBS as Nolan intended. They're going to send more than a drone that takes a photo next time. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't want the Republicans to catch a whiff of ambitions such as that, which I do not hold anyway. I do not hold such an ambition. I mean, you guys should. You guys should run for local office. You guys should run for statewide office. You guys should run for president eventually. Me, I'm good. I'm good where I'm at. Okay? I'm good where I'm at. I'm the Ministry of Propaganda. The lady who defended you on Will Kane and then apologized wants to talk to you. Oh, this was Madeline Somerville, who went on Will Kane to defend me and then like felt really bad about it and then apologized in this long speech. And someone said, Dylan Storm Day says, it would be worth your time just to do an interview with Hasan. He's one of the kindest people in political media. Even his 9/11 comment, which he apologized for almost 7 years ago, is understandable in the context of the point he was trying to make about blowback. He's a good dude. I saw his commentary yesterday and he seemed incredibly sincere and kind. I wish I could talk to him. I don't know how to make it happen, but I certainly could. Okay, we can make it happen. Yeah. Because people keep talking about your 9/11 comments, this might be a good vid to rewatch. You explained it all perfectly. Yeah, 7 years ago, as a matter of fact. Hasan Piker addresses online comments. This was when I went on the Young Turks to explain what I meant and how it was misconstrued. It was literally 7 full years ago. It's August 22nd. If you guys remember, 8/20 is the day that it happened. 8/21 is the day that will live in infamy because it became a mass manufactured outrage moment. And 8/22 is when I went on the Young Turks to apologize for the language that I used. 7 years later, people still bring it up. 7 years later, people still bring it up. What's funny is I was suited up and I'm wearing, I think, the exact same suit there, which is funny. I'm wearing the exact same suit that I'm wearing currently as well. Not much has changed. Okay. Giannis Varoufakis was right. You're wasting your talents. You should run for office. You'd easily win. People understand what they want and would be good at it. I know it's a dream. Okay, you guys are being crazy. You guys are being crazy. All right, everybody calm down. In all honesty, she defended you better than most and barely knows you. Who, AOC? I think you guys have a genuine misunderstanding of how little AOC knows me. AOC is... I think AOC might be the first prominent politician that's been on this broadcast. You guys remember that, right? It's been a long time now, but like AOC is the OG Abdul El Sayed. Oh, are you talking about Madeline? Oh, they're talking about Madeline. Oh, okay. Yeah, like people think this stuff started with like Zoran or Abdul El Sayed. It was AOC was the OG. Anyway, you were talking about Madeline though, not AOC. It's so funny. But in any case, we got, why is everyone scared of Hasan Piker? Hasan the Hun's incendiary clips about Israel have brought flack from both sides of the aisle, but what he wants, what he says, is to make people listen. A self-described Marxist with not safe for work MS now vocabulary, Hasan the Hun has become famous as a peddler of incendiary takes, not so much moving the Overton window is throwing a brick through it. I stream for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, Piker tells Rolling Stone. I'm going to say some dumb shit. As Hasan Piker's audience has grown, he's also become a target. The New York Post sent a drone to photograph his house. He says Fox News is someone whose sole job is to watch a stream and take notes. I'm like the new transgender or the war against Christmas, he says, the Rolling Stone. You know? And I have the link for the article right here, which we will get to in a second. But yeah. Boom. Blast you in the face with it. I mean, I think you mean AOC needed on stream with Northern Line? That's so funny. It's true. I'm the new transgender is a legit bar. Thank you. Not a good photo, sorry. I think it's a great photo. It's just what I look like, man. What do you mean? Piker is a matinee, handsome, progressive icon who's uniquely talented at translating radical left politics for Gen Z bros. Trim your mustache, bro? Well, I have trimmed it now. Why you look so chopped in that picture? They did you dirty like Kim Paxton? I don't think I look chopped in this picture. Am I chopped? I mean, I'll be honest. If you think I look chopped in this picture, it just looks like me. So I guess I'm chopped, you know? I don't think it's a bad photo. But even Blue Sky's getting negatively polarized to support you with all the shit on the Sunday shows today. Good. It's kind of funny though, because you guys are like, I mean, the photographer obviously is like going for a very specific look here, like a very specific style. And some of you saw the vibes. Oh, it's 35% off, 5+ gifted subs, Hype Train level 2 at level 10. We will carry the flame. You already know. 1 minute remaining at level 2 Hype Train. My dog when I yell dinner time. Yeah, this photo's so silly. This is such a silly photo that he wanted me to take, but you know, I obliged. People just don't like the lighting. Yeah, it's abrasive. It's abrasive. It's in your face. Throwing bagels at a wall. Thank you. Mark Levin almost died of a heart attack while talking about you, getting angrier by the minute.
Of an Al Said. It is celebrating. It is campaigning with the likes
of a Hasan Piker. It is backing as a candidate in New Jersey for the House of Representatives a man who was the interpreter for the blind sheik, for God's sakes. And we're supposed to play stupid? We're supposed to play dumb? How dare you raise these concerns and these issues? Do we have the will to survive as a society? Do we have the will to live as a people? Do we have the desire to protect our country and our culture and our lifestyle?
I gotta pee.
Defend what has been fought for by generation after generation, handed to us on a silver platter? Is this the generation that's going to surrender our country to this enemy? Yes or no? There was a time, not so long ago, when one generation ensured that the next generation and future generations would live in a country better than the country we live in. By using the Constitution, by using the private sector, by using our brains and our hard work. Now we have people, affordability. You can't afford a taco. Are you kidding me? They want a free ticket on education. They want a free ticket on everything. And if you don't give it to them, they're talking up socialism. They're talking up communism. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. We don't have a draft. We're fighting a war in the Middle East. The vast majority of the American people are utterly unaffected with our volunteer military, our heroes over there. And so we find excuses. Oh, $1 of gasoline went up. I don't remember so much noise about the price of gasoline when the issue was climate change, when the Democrats were in charge, when they drove up the price of a gallon of gasoline higher than it's ever been at any time during this war with Iran. It's unbelievable to me.
Mark Levin.
That there's no way that's his like outro. Now this is him actually yelling at the voters, being concerned about the cost of living, and then the Iran war. Oh my God, he's so mad. Oh my God, he's so mad. This is amazing. This is amazing. I've never seen him this mad. We have to do something with this. This is too good. This is too good to just like. This is too good to just like leave unnoticed, unused. You know what I mean? He is genuinely, legitimately fucking crashing out, dude. It's awesome. Why the fuck would anybody care about the price of gasoline as long as we're following the goals of Israel? Bark Levin. That is awesome. Imagine you calling him Fart Levin every time you said his name, where he calls you Puker. Yeah. God, my goat. My goat. The best of Mark Levin is right. He is the best of the best. Anyway, you got the ASIN retweet. Yeah, I said Republicans are the cancel culture party, always have been. He's intro baiting. Okay. There's so much to talk about today, folks. There's so much to talk about today. There's so much going on. What is this? Your ops are grasping at straws to be a hater on Abdul. Abdul says a Rhodes Scholar, receives MD from Columbia University, professor of epidemiology, and gave commencement address. He was the executive director of the Detroit Health Department. His publications in public health include 3 books and several hundred academic journal articles. So I have respect for expertise, but I don't understand why any of this means I should defer to his views on economics, politics, or foreign policy, or pretty much anything else. Dude, the guy who you have voted for as president and the party that you defend is run by a guy with 0 qualifications. Okay? 0. As a matter of fact, Abdul al-Sayed's background gives us a unique opportunity for him to defend. He bragged about having 14 million viewers and saying your reach is a joke. Wait, what?
He has a 3 million person platform. And
hey, I have a 14.5 million person platform, Mr. Producer, don't I?
That's so funny. Mark Levin getting fucking butt mogged and view mogged by me. And he has to go, I have more viewers. Dog, you have 1.5K views on this fucking clip. Okay, you have 1,500 views on this clip.
This is what these podcaster clowns don't understand, and they're misled by entities like Talk Magazine and others. Totally misled, but we have a massive audience here. People come and go, every hour, every day. But 3 million is a joke. I'm just saying, 3 million is a joke.
Level 1 slop tuber laps him. Yeah. He's so ass that his anti-Hasan, his fuck Hasan ripcord is not even working for him in the YouTube algorithm when usually the YouTube algorithm favors that kind of thing. He is so bad. My Fox News watching parents have officially learned about Hasan Piker and sat me, a late 20s woman, down for a serious chat about how I have to wake up and fight against the rising tide of communism in this country yesterday. Make it stop, Haas. I can't take it anymore. This is a great opportunity for you to have a conversation with your parents about how it's not scary. This worldview is not scary and is shared by many others. And that's it. Anyway, if you are small, why is he covering you? Yeah, it's just funny. I'm both weak and small. I'm both radical and I'm both anti-woke and too woke. I'm all of the above all the time. Okay? It is what it is. That's where we're at. Across the board, I will just say it like this. Republicans chirping about a Twitch streamer, Republicans chirping about the DSA, Republicans fucking constantly complaining about shit like this, saying that these guys are too radical, these guys are, these guys in their worldview is too scary at a time when people are desperate for this exact same kind of change. When what we are offering is an antidote to business as usual politics, is good for us. I mean, this is the reverse Trump equation in many respects, where instead of the heightened media attention turning us into a force for evil in the same way that Donald Trump did, this is an opportunity for us to turn this heightened media attention into a force for good. Mass adoption of certain policies. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But in any case, we'll get started today on who's afraid of Hasan Piker. There's a real honor for your boy here. I'm on the title of the Rolling Stone article is on the cover. So I guess technically we made it onto the cover of the upcoming month's Rolling Stone magazine. Grace Abrams is on the cover of the magazine. Zohran Mamdani's on the cover as well, alongside myself. The title of this article is, Why is Everyone Scared of Hasan Piker? His incendiary clips about Israel have brought flack from both sides of the aisle. But what he wants, he says, is to make people listen. This is by Josh Eels, and photographs are by Daniel Dorsa. And it starts off as such. The first time I met Hasan Piker, he's meant to be 5,000 miles away. Dude, I'm supposed to be in London right now, says Piker, the leftist political commentator and controversy magnate, sitting on the back patio of his Los Angeles townhouse. He's dressed in a standard work uniform of blazer and tie, having just clocked out after another shift in the content mines, gabbing about news and politics for his 3 million followers on Twitch. I genuinely did not expect this to happen, he says. It's very shitty. Months earlier, Piker had planned a trip to Britain that included a panel at South by Southwest London and a speech at the Oxford Union. But 48 hours before his flight, he got a text from his uncle, Cenk Uygur, a fellow commentator who was also going on the trip. I'm at the airport, Piker remembers Uygur telling him. They said my visa's been revoked. Piker checked his email. Sure enough, his had been canceled too. He read the message live on stream to his 30,000 viewers. Dear Hasan Dawn Piker, your UK electronic travel authorization has been canceled. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. Just like that, he'd been travel banned. Piker 35 is no stranger to brouhahas, a self-described Marxist with a not safe for work, not safe with an NSF, MS Now. Wait. Oh, it's not safe for work. They're saying not safe for MS Now. I misunderstood that initially. Not safe for MS Now vocabulary. He's become famous as a peddler of incendiary takes, not so much moving the Overton window as throwing a brick through it. Among his greatest hits, America Deserved 9/11. There's a lot we can learn from the Chinese Communist Party. Let the streets soak in red capital's blood. Most he'd later walk back, if not apologize for. But he's still been suspended from Twitch more times than he can count. I stream for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, Piker says, shrugging. I'm going to say some dumb shit, but at the end of the day, we're talking about more than 10,000 hours of content, and they've got like 4 quotes they keep hammering on to be like, this guy's a dangerous radical. It's very silly. Since October 7, however, Piker's #1 issue by far has been Gaza. He's a relentless critic of Israel, and he's garnered hundreds of headlines with quotes like Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel. Naturally, this has also led to accusations of anti-Semitism, which Piker calls ridiculous. I've spent my whole life fighting anti-Semitism, he says, referring to his history of battling neo-Nazis online. Instead, he calls himself a proud anti-Zionist, and unfortunately, the way many Zionist institutions defend Israel is by calling their opposition anti-Semitic. Still, the UK ban surprised him. Piker has visited Britain several times, including just last year, but in the weeks leading up to his trip, several Jewish groups spoke out against him, calling him a terrorist sympathizer. For Piker, there's no doubt what happened. If you criticize Israel, your travel will be restricted, he says. It's straight up fascism. Bald Matt Iglesias. No, it's so funny. They can't get a straightforward disavowal, so they're just literally making it seem like there's a straightforward disavowal here. And they're just going to go along with that anyway. And if it makes people happy, it's fine. But I do think it's a trick. We'll get to this in a second. So what's going on here is Abdul saying exactly what he said from the start, which is like, I'm not going to disavow the platform. I'm not going to disavow the man. I'm just disavowing that statement, which he himself has disavowed, right? That's what he said. But I think this is a trap because they can't get that quote out of people. So what they're basically trying to do is to claim that it happened so that if I actually appear alongside them or if I continue showing support for them, then they can be like, oh, he flip-flopped. It's a way to clip chimp and try to set it up as though like, oh yes, everyone is now officially outcast Hasan. It is what it is. It is what it is. I think, yeah, they're basically manufacturing a distancing operation when no such thing is existing. So they're trying to set it up as that kind of narrative, so that eventually they'll turn around and say, yeah. Pod safe full of shit talking about you doing the same thing too. Yeah, I know. It's mostly just to satiate the appetite of the political polls, the political folks on election Twitter, and I guess like potentially create like a larger controversy to make it seem like there's like a real distancing taking place. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. What matters is the truth, and even the article that these dumbasses are linking literally shows the full scope of the statement. It's the same thing with Zoran. When Zoran was like, I disagree with his statement on 9/11. I think it's I completely disavow that statement, but I'm not going to stop going on these sorts of platforms. And then they were like, oh, he distances himself. The irony, of course, is, and this should have been the Zoran moment should have been like the clearest indication of a couple things. Number one, the media will never give up on that, right? You're distancing yourself will still lead to the media, partnering us together no matter what. It's not going to stop the harassment. But the goal here is to make it seem like, what is this? Or are you too toxic now? No, I'm not. The goal here is to basically make it seem like there's friction. The goal here is to make it seem like there's friction. And if there is no friction, to generate friction, right? Because there's going to be people in the edges that see the article title and go, oh, finally, Abdul has distanced himself from Hasan. There will be a lot of like stupid social democrats too. Like a lot of people who find themselves as like election understanders who have been begging. They're like, dude, you got to do this. You got to do this. Not realizing that it's not, this is the same take that Zoran had. It's the same take that Abdul has, same take that AOC has, same take that Bernard had, which is like these guys understand the necessity for independent media that anchors this movement to a certain degree. And so do our enemies. Let's be real. So does corporate media. That's precisely the reason why there's this like attempt, right? But they've done the right thing. They've done it so perfectly. Especially what Abdul said was so perfect because he was like, yeah, I disavow his comments about 9/11, and so does he. Like, which is the truth. But I think a lot of these people will try to read whatever they read. Will try to read into it and read whatever they read, and then I guess they'll be shocked in the future. Anyway, let's get back to the Rolling Stone article. The whole episode is pure Piker. To his fans and allies, including left populist politicians like Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and the mostly young, mostly straight men who get their news from him every day, Piker is a matinee, handsome, progressive icon who's uniquely talented at translating radical left politics for the kind of Gen Z bros who think hegemony has something to do with Equinox, a Eugene Debs who deadlifts, Abby Hoffman with abs. Recently, he's also been putting his materials framework into praxis, moving from promoting causes to promoting candidates and winning. But to his legion of enemies, from MAGA reactionaries to the Anti-Defamation League to mere centrist Democrats, Piker is a loudmouth extremist who's actively harming the country. A post-woke, class-first progressive. I've prayed for times like these. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on. Anyway. Piker says he isn't too worried about the UK ban. I'm not like dying to go to the UK, he says, laughing. I don't really care. But my question is, who else is going to get barred? Is Ilhan Omar allowed in the country? Is AOC? What are the standards now? I think liberal democracy, he says, is cooked. That said, if he's being honest, it's not great for him either. I mean, the UK ban is not the only government-related issue I have. He says he's alluding to the fact that in May, the U.S. Office of Foreign Assets Control reportedly began investigating his trip he took to Cuba, ostensibly a humanitarian mission, but potentially a violation of U.S. sanctions punishable by 20 years in prison. And for Donald Trump's Justice Department, a millionaire California socialist offers a pretty tempting target. Piker's job title is live streamer, but if you were born before, say, the year 2000, that might not fully explain what he does. I yap for a living, he says. A typical show features a deep dive on the day's headlines with his commentary interspersed, an interview or two with a newsmaker or expert, long-form cable news reports that he paused for reactions, fun segments on sports or memes or pop culture or whatever random jokes or TikToks people send to the chat. It's AM talk radio for the ADHD generation. Or as Piker jokes, Rush Limbaugh for Zoomers. His day starts around 6 a.m. when he rolls out of bed and starts scrolling Twitter, Democracy Now!, Fox News. He drinks an espresso and takes his supplements, zinc, fish oil, ashwagandha, in a kitchen full of Build bars and bumper sticker on the oven that says, I heart being mad online. He drafts a rough outline for the show, then spends a couple hours walking his dog, working out. Got to maintain that muscle mass, he says. 35 is when your testosterone levels start declining. Then he showers and puts on a suit, downs an iced coffee or two, snaps a fit pic for Instagram, and sits down for another stream. The suits are a new development. It's partly because he's getting older, he says, and partly because he thinks it looks cool. Now that I'm getting blasted in an audience that has never heard of me, there's some value in respectability politics. In other words, the Debras and the Karens who encounter him as Fox News boogeyman might be more receptive if he's dressed like a grown-up. One morning, I watch him from just off camera. His office walls are full of samurai swords and revolutionary art, and his desk is littered with Zing cans and sugar-free Dr. Peppers. He pulls up a New York Times article on one of his 3 monitors and screen shares it to the stream. As he sits the hand and sits working on a laptop one room over, while his 110-pound St. Bernard mix. Kaya lies next to him drooling. Piker, 6'4" and jacked with moss-cut glasses and thick brown beard that's graying at the corner, starts riffing on the Iran ceasefire and housing bill while simultaneously juggling clips and keeping one eye on the infinitely scrolling chat. Are we reading fanfic? Dog, this is literally what a fucking profile piece is. You guys are so goddamn illiterate that you don't even understand what like a comprehensive Rolling Stone profile is supposed to look like. This is not fan fiction. This is a profile. Chatters are like, what? He's describing your day-to-day activities? What the fuck? Is this smut? No. You have to remember, this is mostly not for you. This is mostly for people who are completely uninitiated and don't know anything about me that read Rolling Stone. Yeah, some of y'all need to read Hunter S. Thompson immediately. Anyway. While simultaneously juggling kids, it's a brain-melting sensory overload. Piker thrives on it. When I go live, everything else goes quiet, he says. I'm just locked in. Piker says he's had lots of offers from legacy media networks, but he has no interest in giving up his independence. He got an assistant only a year ago, and he's just starting to let her help produce the stream. Recently, they got a second camera so they can change angles, and it was a big thing to let me be in charge of it, Hannah says. Afterwards, he sat me down and showed me a Charlie Rose interview. Like, I have notes for you. For a Marxist, Piker's job is about as pure capitals as it gets. He controls the means of production. His profits are based entirely on the market. A subscription to his channel runs $6 a month with nearly 50,000 subscribers minus Twitch's 30% cut. That's somewhere north of $2 million per year. His only business expenses are travel and Hannah. He doesn't run ads or do brand partnerships, though many have tried. I tell him to fuck off. On the other hand, a lot of advertisers might not want to partner with a guy who said his favorite flag is Hezbollah's. The beauty of his streaming is that Piker can set his own hours. The irony is, he works all the fucking time. It's been months since he took a day off, and even that was to do a photo shoot and record his weekly podcast for your ad. He says he feels an obligation to show up for his fans who rely on him for their news the way other people do CNN or NPR. I view that as a very important responsibility. As Piker's audience has grown, he's also become a target. The New York Post sent a drone to photograph his house. He says Fox News is someone whose sole job is to watch his stream and take notes. I'm like the new transgender or the war against Christmas, he jokes. He claims to get hundreds of death threats a day, and he's been spotted multiple times. I hate that they put that in there, including one raid that ended up with Hannah in handcuffs. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, whatever. It doesn't happen anymore. He worries about his safety, especially after the murder of Charlie Kirk, an acquaintance whom he was scheduled to debate just days after he was killed. I try not to think about it, Piker says. I do take measures, though. I will not elaborate on them. At the end of a stream, Piker is pretty wiped. He calls this time the dead zone. Usually he just eats dinner and crashes, but one night I tag along on a rare evening out to a party for the premiere of a film from his buddies at the Dirtbag Left podcast Chapo Trap House. Piker could dominate a scene like this, but unlike his alpha bro online persona, in real life he's gentle, reserved, and a little bit awkward. He has a tendency to fiddle nervously with his fingernails and lapels. He spends a minute by the bar chatting with hack star and fan of the podcast Hannah Einbinder, then grabs a Sapporo and hits the back patio to talk to a friend about Graham Plattner's implosion. After the screening, he congratulates the guys and takes a few selfies with fans. But when everyone else heads for the after party, he bows out. I gotta head home, he says, checking his watch. It's almost my bedtime. I have to stream in the morning. The next day, Piker's family is over. His mom lives in a nearby apartment he got for her, and his little brother Moran and sister-in-law live close as well. His dad, meanwhile, just flew in from Turkey, and they're all going on vacation to an undisclosed island. They make it seem like I'm going to Jeffrey Epstein Island. Jesus Christ. When Piker walks in, they're having breakfast on the patio, talking to one another in Turkish. It could be a sitcom, Hannah says. They annoy him, but he loves them so much. Piker disappears upstairs to shower, and his dad, a retired corporate executive with a PhD in economics who's written 4 books about European Union antitrust law, quickly makes himself scarce. But his mom sticks around. An architectural historian who specializes in 19th century Turkish interiors, Sedef Piker is a supporting character on the stream, occasionally popping up in the background with some meze or motherly wisdom. The chat calls her Anne, Turkish for mom. Sedef says she shares Piker's politics with a few exceptions. I'm not in love with China like he is, he tells me. Dude, I swear to God, my family, everyone is a op. They really need to learn what to say and what not to say, jokingly or unjokingly, to reporters. And I've literally had to sit them down and have long conversations with them. But my mom, anytime there is a reporter, she yaps for 700 hours with the reporter. While I'm here live streaming, I have no control over what she's saying, but she loves, they're not PR trained at all. They don't know how to talk to journalists. They don't know what to say to journalists. And they will literally just be like, here, let me show you photos of him in diapers. It's crazy. Sometimes she wishes he would tone it down and not joke so much. I worry about him, she says. The internet is a very savage place, but mostly she's happy he stopped posting so many shirtless pics in the bathtub. I'm glad we moved on from the naked pictures to suits, she says. Piker's Twitch username is HasanAbi from Turkish for Big Brother because he's like a big brother to his young fans. But he was Murat's Abi first. At one point, Piker overhears his brother telling me about his old job as an aerospace engineer at Boeing. I actually worked on the VC-25B a little bit, Murat says. Technical name for the new Air Force One. Yeah, Piker butts in. On the toilet. Don't let him act like he did anything cool. Piker was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey in 1991, but the family immediately moved back to Turkey, and he grew up in Ankara and Istanbul. His accent, though, is 100% American. A shy, chunky kid who loved World of Warcraft and anime. He got bullied often. I was very timid, a lot of social anxiety, hyper aware. Well, not World of Warcraft. That's wrong. I don't know why they didn't fact check that. I said Warcraft 3 and Dota, but they got it as World of Warcraft, I guess. I was not allowed to play World of Warcraft. Anyway, I just kept to myself and drew a lot. Piker's mom wanted to keep him connected to America, so she brought him to stay with his grandparents in central New Jersey every summer. You can learn a language, she explains, but you can't learn a culture. He went to basketball camp at the YMCA, watched Adult Swim, and played PlayStation 2 and spent hours reading comics at Borders and Barnes & Noble. When you're growing up in a different country, American consumerism is incredible, Piker says. Free refills, 30 different flavors of Oreos. Silly, simple things like that I still really love about America. He started getting into politics as a preteen. It was early 2000s and repression was on the rise worldwide. George W. Bush in the U.S. and Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey. Piker fell in love with Jon Stewart's The Daily Show and Turkish satirical newspapers and cartoons. He remembers being 12 and racing to the bakkal, the Turkish bodega, every week to get the latest issues when they came out. I was a huge fucking nerd for sure. Piker's dual upbringing gave him a complex view of America. He had a front row seat to the consequences of American foreign policy, the refugee crises, the senseless bloodshed. Still, he dreamed of coming back. When people would ask, what do you want to be? I'd say, I want to go to college in America, he says. It's actually the most common attitude around the planet. People love the culture and the promise of America, but they fucking hate the government. In 2009, Piker enrolled in the University of Miami. He lost weight, got a job as a nightclub promoter, started partying with football players, and had sex for the first time. At the end of his freshman year, at a 2.9 GPA, and his parents made him transfer to Rutgers. I think he still blames me for it, his mom says, but I was like, this cannot go anywhere good. It's true. After graduation, Piker moved to LA and took a job with his uncle's media startup, The Young Turks. He worked in ad sales, but talked his way on camera whenever he could. At first, I was terrible, he says. People would pull me aside like, bro, you're embarrassing yourself. But I knew if I kept doing it, I'm eventually going to be good. One of his big influences was, surprisingly, Joe Rogan. Piker used to be a huge Rogan fan back before the Islamophobia and ivermectin. This is like 2014, before he started interviewing every white supremacist in the world, Piker says. I always admired that he had this unbelievable autonomy. This guy says whatever the fuck he wants, interview who he wants, and there's no editorial control. I want that. Piker started his Twitch channel in 2018. His first broadcast had a whopping 35 viewers, but gradually he built an audience, and by 2020 he was successful enough to stream full-time. Then the pandemic hit, and Piker was stuck in his one-bedroom apartment, depressed and alone. He'd stream for 14 hours a day just to have some connection. He spent 42% of the entire year on camera. In the beginning, Piker wanted to show young men that leftists could be fun, not just woke social justice warriors and PC scolds. He played Fortnite, posed with swords and guns, posted thirst traps, and, as he readily admits, trafficked in his share of gross and fratty sexism, like when he called Hannah Montana a little slut. He later dubbed it a desperate attempt to try to be funny and apologize. That wasn't on Twitch. That was in like 2013. By 2023, he had, this is the bro tips era. That was literally 2013. His dad finally stopped asking. By 2023, he had 2 million followers. His dad finally stopped asking when he was going back to grad school. Then came October 7. Immediately, Piker declared Hamas's attacks Israel's fault, costing him a third of his viewers. People were just not ready for it, he says. Critics called him a terrorist, or worse. he felt discouraged and thought seriously about quitting the stream. A recent poll found significantly more Democrats had a favorable view of the Palestinian people than the Israeli people, and the Israeli government clocked in only 3 points better than Hamas. Whether or not you think Piker is anti-Semitic, his fundamental stance on Israel isn't far from the mainstream left. Piker calls it this 3-year shit show I've had to withstand for having the correct position too early. Still, even his allies admit he can go too far while making a point. Piker cops to having emotional outbursts and occasional hyperbole, but he swears he isn't trying to rage bait and that nothing he says is fake or phony. In some ways, it is a performance, but existence is a performance, he says. I could speak in sanitized academic language all day, but that wouldn't be as entertaining or reach as many people. So I speak in a way that people understand, and sometimes I push buttons. Consider his infamous line about Hamas being 1,000 times better than Israel, which Piker has acknowledged is intentionally provocative. I say that on purpose, he says. I want to force people to really think about what I'm saying. I want to challenge them to think about it a little bit. He could alienate a lot fewer people by simply inverting the formulation. Hamas is bad, but Israel's worse. But that's not his style. First of all, everyone says that, he says. I'm not interested in the many bad things Hamas has done. I'm trying to get people to understand why someone becomes Hamas. Do I agree with everything they do? Of course not. I've called out their war crimes myself. But the point is to make people identify from their perspective. Palestinians have lived under this brutal occupation for 75 years. Put yourself in their shoes. There's an entire ecosystem designed to filter everything I say in the most negative way possible, he continues. I definitely don't think it's good that the first interaction the average person has with me is that I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist. But an outraged machine player can't hate the attention economy game. It is what it is, he says. I can't really do anything but keep pushing and hope some people will at least scratch the surface and try to find out what my actual position is. I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but hopefully more people will pay attention, and hopefully they'll be charitable. Hopefully they'll think, I've heard a lot about this guy. I kind of understand what he's saying. One morning in June, Piker flies to Denver to appear at a rally for Melot Quiros, a 29-year-old lawyer turned barista running for Congress. Quiros is challenging Representative Diana DeGette, a 69-year-old Democrat who first got elected to the House the year before Quiros was born. The local Democratic Socialists of America chapter helps organize the event. It's already been moved twice to larger venues. The theme of the rally is young, bold, and unbought. Piker lands around 10 a.m. He heads to his hotel to stream for a bit, wearing a new green mouse suit and a DSA pin. Got a banger of a speech for the commie rally later, he tells chat. This is the new frontier for Piker. Grassroots electoral politics, rubber meeting the road. He says he started thinking about it sometime last year. He went to LA ICE protests and No King's March and observed that unlike at the student encampments he was used to, there were a lot of old people. Even when the boomer class is frustrated, I thought it was a good opportunity for me to get involved. Piker sees himself as a populist megaphone, using his platform to amplify candidates and mobilizing his fans. The phone bank or door knock for them. I try to convert my audience from disillusioned, angry teenagers into diligent organizers for these campaigns, he says. His record so far is pretty good. Those chosen candidates have lost races in California. He was one of the earliest backers of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. And in the recent New York primaries, his slate went 3 for 3, including Daria Liza of Le Chevalier, a 32-year-old pro-Palestine activist who ousted a 5-term congressman. As California Representative Ro Khanna, a 2028 hopeful and another Piker favorite, tells him on the stream one day, basically the pattern is you go and support them, the establishment attacks you, and the candidate ends up winning. Piker doesn't love having candidates on the stream. He finds it boring, but he's more than happy to stump for someone he believes in. He says he's fielded requests from hundreds of campaigns, not just in deep blue races, but in swingy places too. So far, he's mostly lent his support to Democrats who are DSA or DSA adjacent, basically anyone who supports Medicare for all and is willing to call Gaza a genocide. I have my vision for the future, he says, and I'm just pushing towards that with a little pickaxe, mining away in my cave. Piker says the ire from Democrats started ramping up during Mamdani's race and has only intensified since. But despite the complaints, he's not interested in building coalitions or pivoting to the center. His mission is to drag the party to the left. He also disputes the notion that electing socialists will hurt the party and the rest of the country. I don't think it's a sincere fear, he says. It's hard to gauge Piker's impact in terms of vote margin or turnout, but there are data points. Quiros says that in the 48 hours after she appeared on a stream, her campaign raked $40,000 in donations, significantly more than a normal 2-day period, as well as a huge influx of new volunteers. But Piker can also complicate things, as Quiros would soon find out. On the day of the Denver rally, the venue's owners tell the campaign they're canceling the contract. 2 previous venues canceled as well. They make a reference to pushback from the community, but organizers get the clear impression that it's about Piker. Piker learns about the cancellation live on stream. The venue owners blacklisted us, he says. It's the UK ban all over again. It's discouraging, I'll be honest. Piker says, I had a whole speech. Ugh, this sucks, man. The Kuros campaign quickly pivots to a protest at the state capitol. Instead, by 4 p.m., a few hundred people have amassed on the Capitol steps. Kuros gets on the mic and gives a fiery stump speech about billionaires and corporations trying to silence their movement. Piker tells the chat he's heading over there soon, but as the rally wraps up, he's still in his hotel streaming alone in the room. Later, Piker tells me he skipped the event because of security concerns. We decided it wasn't safe for me, he says, and therein lies the rub of Piker. On the one hand, he can fire up the base like no one else, but on the other, is the drama that follows him more trouble than worth? For Kuros, the calculus is easy. Do I agree with everything Hasan says? Of course not, she says, but I don't believe he's hateful, and I think a lot of this pearl clutching and cherry picking of his statements is not helping our cause. If we're fighting the oligarchy, we have to have a big tent. Hasan is on the side of the working people getting power back. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, Piker flies back to Denver unannounced to give a pep talk to some Kuros canvassers and tag along for last-minute door knocking. That night, when she spots him at her victory party, having trounced the incumbent by 13 points, Kuros gives him a big hug. Hold on. Doors open. On a sunny Sunday morning in July, Piker parks his Mercedes at a park in West Hollywood and hops out wearing short shorts and high tops. It's time to touch grass. He drops Kaya at the dog park and joins the pickup basketball game he plays in semi-regularly. It's a good group, he says. Some guys are ass, some are decent, everyone's a ball hog. They shoot around for a while, then someone puts Drake on the boombox and the game starts. It's far from intense. I think knee braces and air balls. No one seems to give a shit who Piker is, which is probably the point. Piker is an unselfish teammate. He shoots a brick from the top of the key, then another from the paint. After he misses an open layup, he sticks to passing from each according to his ability. That is crazy. That's crazy. That is, okay, it wasn't a good day for me. It wasn't a good day for me. Wow. That's fucked up. It's just absolutely fucking destroyed. After the game, Piker goes home to stream. Usually Sundays are a little more chill, he says, but today he's in a lively mood. He fires up a YouTube video featuring a bunch of computer animated crabs dancing on a beach to a techno song. This is Crab Rave. The clip he breaks out to commemorate a joyous event. The chat knows what's coming and starts going nuts. Oh shit, crab emoji. Bring out the crabs. Ladies and gentlemen, Piker begins. Lindsey Olin Graham is dead. The chat flips out. Lindsey Graham is pro-life, continues Piker, and yet Lindsey Graham has died. 1,000 crab emojis bloom. At least for a day, Piker takes another swing of his pickaxe. All right. I mean, it's a pretty good article. You know? I like it. I enjoyed it. Good read. Stuff like this, whenever I allow people into my life, worry me. And the reason why is because everyone is unbelievably fucking parasocial, and anything that I don't reveal about my life or my family or whatever, you guys have deep excitement and deep interest in. It's very parasocial. And the same thing goes for my haters. So for me, it's like I am not, the biggest fan. I don't like doing it that much, because you never know which way things will go. But, it's good overall. The fact that you haven't had Hannah Einbeiner on anything from Streamer or Pod is a crime? Yes. I know. We'll have her on eventually. She's working. But yeah, that was a good article. We're going to get to the Sunday shows now. I liked it. He's targeting journalists now for writing about you. Is this another insane paid for sweet piece? Who's the author on this one? If you're curious how many insane Hasan the Hun clips are hitting the timelines, because not a single left-leaning person who's had him on the show has ever seriously taken him to task for unconscionable stuff. He says on a near basis. What is happening? Is he okay? He's not okay. Time to sue. Okay. He's just CNN attacked you here. Yeah, I saw this fucking insane panel. It was so nutty. CNN had an insane panel. Van actually defended my honor on the panel, but that didn't make it into the clip for some strange reason. But you know, apparently this CNN panelist was suggesting that El Sayed campaigning with me is potentially worse and more depraved than the president having dinner with Nick Fuentes. Okay. We'll start here.
I'd say that
I don't know if we have the full. I don't know if we have the full clip somewhere, but
the populist MAGA message has resonated with plenty of people, and for much the same reason. I think some of the DSA style, communist style, not communist, that's unfair, but DSA style rhetoric has resonated with plenty of people as well. But I do think, just going back for briefly, not all the way in, I'm sorry, Abby, but briefly, I mean, Van, you weren't so much defending the candidate. You were doing this thing that we've become accustomed to calling whataboutism. I thought the president had these bad affiliations. It does seem totally appropriate to address El Sayed's politics and proposals, but also to address his affiliations. And the affiliation with Hasan Piker is one that strikes me as particularly odd. Nick Fuentes is someone who is a vile, awful character in our politics, but he's also not someone who I've seen any prominent Republican aspirant or elected official like palling around with regularly. There was that conversation about Donald Trump having lunch with him.
Yeah, that was
Kanye,
what are you talking about?
Kanye brought him to the dinner.
I'll be with Van on that.
And for the most part, but honestly, for the most part, you've only heard prominent Republicans repudiating him. I do think the permission structure on the left gives me some concern. What I want to put on the table is that we are engaging in this pretty foul calculus of trying to figure out who is actually worse, because our politics and
like it's unbelievable what liberalism does to the mind. Because Nick Fuentes is like anti-miscegenation. Nick Fuentes is quite literally compared a white person hooking up with a black person to a white person hooking up with an animal. Like he said that it's akin, miscegenation is akin to bestiality. So like that comparison is so far-fetched. And I don't know why people try to make that comparison. I mean, I guess I understand it because like it's literally probably shit that they've seen, like clips that they've seen. And if that's like their first interaction with my commentary, maybe they think I'm like incendiary in a similar manner. But it is such an unbelievably bad faith statement to make.
I'm delighted to see a moral center has where the president is and who the president.
Why is the clip not working? We got to find it. No sane person would say something like that. CNN debate goes off the rails after Israel and Hamas comparison. Camilla Foster was a former Fox News. Oh, they're a former Fox News business commentator. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, it's just like totally unfair. It's totally inaccurate. And it's not even like Nick Fuentes. I think the more apt comparison would probably be myself and Charlie Kirk, which is one that like at least this industry had presented us as opposing figures and peers. And even then, I think Charlie Kirk's view is far more odious than anything they could present, unless they're like Republican, unless someone is a reactionary, Republican, a fascist. You're probably not going to look at the totality of my worldview and then compare it to Charlie Kirk's and say Hasan is just as bad or worse. And what's crazy is for some liberals, they're literally now making the comparison that I'm worse than Charlie Kirk, which I find very strange. Like Charlie Kirk has literally said, like, if he sees a black woman piloting an aircraft, like he's unsafe. He knows he's unsafe. Like that is an unbelievably racist position to have. Charlie Kirk is anti-civil rights movement. Charlie Kirk is anti-Voting Rights Act. Like this is not a fair comparison at all. The only difference is like what Charlie is saying is considered radical by, emotionally sound and kind-hearted individuals who have been able to maintain their sanity in spite of the barrage of reactionary media. But for the most part, it is more broadly representative of how insane the conservative movement is, how insane the conservative movement has become. Like, that kind of commentary is normalized on the conservative side, but there's no moral equivalence between my worldview and that. Do you understand? Like, I even used to oppose the Charlie Kirk comparison because he's a party stooge and he's like genuinely a racist, was a genuinely racist person, right? There's no moral equivalence on the left. There's no moral equivalence on the left. You can't just sit there and say like, oh, well, socialism and fascism are two sides of the same coin. Like, you're a fucking insane person. There's higher degrees of socialization in many other countries. In the interim period, many of the DSA candidates are basically pushing for social democracy, social democratic provisions. And these provisions are unbelievably popular. The Democratic Socialists of America's goals of changing American society and American politics is through the electoral route for the most part. Obviously, there's hurdles in front of it. But like, regardless, nothing that we are advocating for overall, by and large, is dangerous or scary or even remotely unpopular, right? Longer archived raw clip.
Condemnation of an attempted terrorist attack on a Michigan synagogue that would have killed 140 Jewish children without condemning Israel in the very same sentence. And like the fact that he pals around with Hasan Piker, who he can't condemn, but who has said the United States deserved 9/11 and maybe people should murder Senator Rick Scott.
Yeah, bullshit. Anyway.
Now, he said he apologized for that, but only because he was kicked off social media for saying you should kill a sitting Republican office holder. All of that is fair game. This guy's a very damaged candidate.
And the father-in-law, one of the biggest donors to the campaign and the biggest boosters, is a founding member of an organization that has been investigated for funneling money to the Muslim Brotherhood on the way to Hamas. I mean, these are really crazy, crazy things. And I think it's fair to ask questions about all of them, just like you would someone Trump's campaigning with, just like anyone is campaigning with. We would all say scrutinize them, and that's what this is. I think it's fair.
Is it... Wow. I'm delighted to see a moral center has been found, man. Because, like...
Wait, how do we find where those clips are? Like, how do we find where the continuation of those clips are? I don't know how to, like, move
and
to
pass
the...
Medicare for all. I think a lot of Michiganders want that right now.
I thought you guys were the party of Laura Loomer. I thought it was Steve.
Not me. I would say the same thing about those people.
What I would say, though, to me is that, like, you know, when I look around not at who the president has surrounded himself with, who the president is and who the president has empowered, and some of the things that these people have said and done, I think it's best if we kind of get the pearl clutching out of the way.
Did I say Van Jones defended me earlier? I'm sorry, it was Van Lathan. Van Jones would never defend me. Van Jones despises me.
And concentrate on the policy because
pearl clutching Hamas and Israel on their same moral footing. That's pearl clutching.
Well,
no
I mean,
sane.
I think you're wrong, but not for the ways that you think you're, delivering a point here. No, you said Van. People added Jones. Oh, okay. I don't think I said Van
would
Jones.
Say something like that and not.
Well, then I'm very insane because this is what I'll say. I'll say that a lot of people are looking at Israel and its actions since October 7th and don't see a moral footing for them to stand on and criticize anyone. A lot of people are looking at dead children.
That's Hasan Piker's view. That there's no moral distinction between Israel and Hamas.
No, there is one. There is one. One is worse. The country that is committing a genocide, that has occupied Palestinian territories for 80 plus years, the country that began at its inception with an act of ethnic cleansing, is worse. Hamas is the last iteration of Palestinian resistance. Okay? And regardless of the war crimes, if you look at the totality of Israel's violence and the totality of the Palestinian resistance violence in retaliation to Zionist violence early on and then Israeli violence afterwards, it's not even a comparison. And it's not just my assessment. This is the assessment of Gabor Mate, for example. Like, there are plenty of people who, there are the overwhelming majority of academics, understand, and even international law technically understands this reality. People make it seem as though this is just my expression that is so far-fetched. It is you that is far-fetched in this circumstance. It is you that is out of touch. You're out of touch with the reality. You're out of touch with an understanding of the humanity of the Palestinians, with the expectation that Palestinians are always going to sit there and eat it. You know, it's just totally ridiculous.
But Republicans are thrilled to litigate that issue.
That's fine. I'm glad.
Are they? I don't think they are. Because if they were thrilled to litigate that issue, that would be the issue that they're putting up at the forefront of their conversation. And that conversation would not go well for them at all.
You guys are thrilled. I'm glad that you find joy. We should all have joy in life. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of...
I wish they would have me on to talk about my takes rather than have people try to defend them. And Van does a pretty decent job here. All I'm saying is, like, you know, I am capable of communicating my worldview fairly well, and I could do it in this setting. I don't know why they're so worried about it. Like, do they think that I'm just going to start, like, slurring or whatever? I don't know.
Right now, that over the last couple of years have looked at pictures of emaciated children. They know that children have been dismembered, incinerated, bombed, journalists being killed, and they're not just, they don't agree with you. And so you're going to have to make a case to those people, not how bad they are for not being able to see a moral distinction.
And you'll have to make a case to the Jewish voters who care about the same things happening to kids in Israel.
I hate to break up.
Same things happening to kids in Israel. Kids in Israel are starving due to famine, born out of the Hamas blockade or the Palestinian occupation of Israel. What kind of fucking idiotic comparison is this? It doesn't, there is no similarity to the totality of violence in the hands of one party against the other party. It's just not
this foreign
bullshit.
policy
It's
discussion.
delusional. And if the counter for all of this stuff is like, oh, well, we just don't want to give you a platform. Well, I have a literal competitive platform to CNN. Okay. And for the demographic that all of these guys are desperately fighting for, I have a far larger platform for the 18 to 35 demographic than they do. So that platforming argument is actually super silly. It's silly when people yell at me over it as well, when they're like, oh, you're platforming this person, that person. It's like, I don't traffic in those kinds of narratives, with some exceptions. They have to be an unbelievably exceptionally bad person for me to think about like that.
What about the economy? Because I'm not saying that flippantly. I'm just saying, you know, there is a hierarchy of needs here for the American people. And I don't think there's really any question that at the top of that list is the economy. And there are all these things you could say about El Sayed and a lot of these other candidates. But one of the big reasons that these messages, whether you call them socialist or not, are working is because people feel like the system is broken. It ain't working for them.
Yeah.
They are not bringing home enough money.
I'd say
hold on. Then this guy starts chirping about
I'd say
me.
that the populist MAGA message has resonated with plenty of people, and for much the same reason, I think some of the DSA style, communist style, not communist, that's unfair, but DSA style rhetoric has resonated with plenty of people as well. But I do think, just going back for briefly, not all the way in, I'm sorry, Abby, but briefly, I mean, Van, you weren't so much defending the candidate. You were doing this thing that we'd become accustomed to calling whataboutism. I thought the president had these bad affiliations. It does seem totally appropriate to address El Sayed's politics and proposals, but also to address his affiliations. And the affiliation with Hasan Piker is one that strikes me as particularly odd. Nick Fuentes is someone who is a vile, awful character in our politics, but he's also not someone who I've seen any prominent Republican aspirant or elected official like palling around with regularly.
Yes, because Nick Fuentes is an open neo-Nazi. I feel like there are a lot of people in mainstream media, people who self-identify as liberals, or people who are conservative, or people who just like are terrified of, you know, socialism, whatever, that try to do this like blanket both sides are bad statement. Nick Fuentes not only had dinner with Donald Trump, but like the other side of the story is this almost makes it seem like Donald Trump is a less repulsive figure in American politics than me. Okay? And if you have that take, you're a fucking psychopath. Like, it's not even Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is obviously an edge case. Okay? But we're talking about like the broader Republican Party. Like, you really think I'm a worse figure than the Republican Party? You have to get, like, I can't think of anything that they would see to be as odious as like anything that Donald Trump has done beyond, like, I guess, Israel related takes. And if that's the case, if that is the case, if like Israel is that powerful of a motivator for you to say, oh, this guy is saying, like, you know, Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, that I think is like worse than Nick Fuentes even. Like, that's not only not worse than Nick Fuentes, that doesn't even come close to anything that Donald Trump has done or anything that the average Republican has done. You have to literally fucking snap out of it. You have to completely snap out of it, dude. What the fuck? These people are delusional. They are completely fucking delusional. Charlie Kirk was infinitely more incendiary than what I have, than anything that I have said or done. It's crazy. I think these guys are all so servile to not only corporate interests, but the interests of Israel, it seems, that they just like say these unbearable things that are totally ridiculous to the average person, right? And I tweeted about this as well. I said, I don't believe the average American thinks taxing the rich, Medicare for all, no longer sending money or weapons to Israel, banning corporate PACs, conditional amnesty for migrants, and ICE abolition is worse than a neo-Nazi platform of Holocaust denial, anti-miscegenation, and concentration camps. It makes no sense. Democrats and independents are far more likely to agree with my policy, with my platforms, with our policy and our platforms than anything that Nick Fuentes represents. It's totally ridiculous. And the same even goes for MAGA. It's not even just like the edge cases of Nick Fuentes where you could say that is a fucking neo-Nazi and move on. I'm talking about like MAGA in general. There are so many liberals that are trying to motivate the base, even though they have none, into believing in this false notion that there is any kind of equivocation between socialists, democratic socialists, and neo-Nazis, or even democratic socialists and MAGA. There is none. And some of these quote-unquote liberals actually openly state their purpose is with MAGA. If there was push come to shove, if there was a situation where someone was voting for me, instead of voting for like Marco Rubio, they would vote for Marco Rubio. That means you are not a part of the coalition. You're not. That means that you're only comfortable moving the tent rightward, which is precisely at the heart of the problem with the modern Democratic Party. That establishment Democrats are far too comfortable leaning to the right, but never want to open up the tent to their left. We are the base. We are closer to the broad majority's point of view. Our policies are objectively popular and good. Theirs are odious. Theirs are disgusting. They're repulsive. That's it. There's no moral equivalence between democratic socialism or even communism, really, with what fascism represents. Okay? None whatsoever. And the modern Republican Party is a fascist party.
That conversation about Donald Trump having lunch with him.
That was
Kanye brought him to the dinner. I'd say that the populist MAGA message, communist, to address El Said's politics and proposals, but also to address his affiliations. And the affiliation with Hasan Piker is one that strikes me as particularly. But honestly, for the most part, you've only heard prominent Republicans repudiating him. I do think the permission structure on the left gives me some concern.
Now, listen to what my friend, I'll just go ahead and say this guy's my friend. But listen to what this guy just did. The President of the United States had dinner with the most prominent white supremacists right now in the entire world.
I'm not dismissing.
You did dismiss it.
No, I
brought Wait a second. No.
Yeah.
You did dismiss it.
that bad?
What you did was you attempted very artfully to skirt over it in order to talk about Hasan Piker with a prospective Senate candidate when the president in some way found himself at a dinner table with an avowed white supremacist.
Can I go a little further?
And actually didn't kick him out.
Let me just go a little further.
This is the type of dissonance that we're dealing with.
What I want to put on the table.
Just constantly name dropping. I live for it. Yeah, it's so. It's so disingenuous. It's so insincere.
Is that we are engaging in this pretty foul calculus of trying to figure out who is actually worse because our politics and the culture surrounding it are so depraved. But there is a real question about whether or not that depravity is being tolerated in ways that should concern us.
Thank you for the 20 gifteds.
I asked Bernie Sanders about this week, and he basically said that the whole anti-Hasan Piker thing is cancel culture. And that Democrats need to have a big tent, that it's not about him endorsing everything that Hasan Piker believes.
That's incredible.
I'm just to put that out there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the view. Abdul El Sayed was asked about it on Wednesday. Let me just play briefly what he said.
I'm less focused on folks who are campaigning with me, more focused on the folks I'm campaigning to. And I think it's important to stay in touch with the folks who you want to elect you.
A little unclear who he's talking about staying in touch. With, but I mean, he knows there's a constituency among younger people in particular for what Hasan Piker talks about, and I will also say that's not unique to the left, right? This is something going on the right too. So yeah, I mean, this is what we're seeing.
Yeah, but I think that's really stupid.
Look, here's the reality, okay? There is an established permission structure in mainstream news. I've talked about it for years, and it's really interesting that we are finally in a situation where I can point to it. There's a permission structure for what you are allowed to say in mainstream outlets, okay? If you go outside of that permission structure, you are immediately in the danger zone. And you can go outside of that permission structure to the left, and you can certainly go outside of that permission structure to the right. Now, there's a lot less of the no-no zone on the right because the Overton window has shifted so dramatically to the right because Donald Trump is the president, right? And for years and years, there's also been like a more structural allowance for right-wing sentiment because right-wing sentiment doesn't disrupt the corporate hierarchy that exists under capitalism. It's oftentimes beneficial, right? Like, one example I can give you is the permission for Islamophobia, the way that Islamophobia was used as a tool to justify the global war on terror, right? For 2 decades, 3 decades almost. That creates a permission for being as Islamophobic as you want to in very open and very flagrant ways and still be able to go on television and say whatever the fuck you want, okay? So on the far right, there are very few people that are outside of that permission structure. Nick Fuentes is one of them, right? Nick Fuentes is one of those guys. It's like there are very few. Alex Jones is another one. Nick Fuentes is another one. But on the left, there is an entire mountain of thought that doesn't get any that doesn't get any airtime and is not considered like serious and is only covered cynically. Okay? Is only covered cynically. And that's the problem. Just because someone is outside of the neat confines of the liberal permission structure doesn't mean that there is moral equivalence between leftist thought and rightist thought. Okay? This is something that these people cannot comprehend. Yes, my job, the way I see my position in American media and international media, is to move the permission structure further to the left so there's a little bit more normalcy in the way that we cover these issues, especially because especially because my worldview is not only not as repulsive, toxic, or odious as those on the far right, but it's also very popular overall. Just because it gets no discussion, no serious discussion in mainstream outlets, doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity or an outlet for this kind of discussion. And my popularity, our popularity on the independent media side proves that reality. One example you can use is Israel. If you were to look at the totality of mainstream discourse on Israel, even now, they are totally out of step with where the base is. Okay? They're totally out of step. Who do you think is closer to the mass expression when it comes to this issue on Israel? Myself or Jake Tapper? Right? Someone like, someone over at Dropsite News or someone over at CNN, someone over at MSNBC. Now, that's by design. The real reason why there's tension now and this whole conversation revolves around the radical nature of the leftist thought, radical nature of the DSA, radical nature of Hasan Piker. The only reason why this discourse is happening is because there's this friction where we in the media side, we on left media have become an undeniable force. And not only have we become an undeniable force in discourse, because obviously a lot of people have left mainstream media due to the crisis in credibility in mainstream news, largely because of their coverage on Israel, for example. We've also started, throwing our weight around a little bit more meaningfully. And we've seen a bunch of big victories. A bunch of big victories against moneyed interests, against corporate interests, against the system as it was designed, against establishment Democrats. And that is the reason why there's so much panic. And instead of trying to identify where the people are, these people are trying to engage in a disciplining operation. They're trying to say, look, we can't yell about the voters feeling this way, but we can try to separate media figures from the voters to make it seem like these media figures don't have their own base. They don't have their own audiences, that they're not actually captivating people, right? And even blue sky liberals are seemingly getting on board with the program. The more the centrists hand-wring and whine about Piker and progressive values, the more they look like nice fascists. People want human rights and freedom already. How is this hard? Yeah. And then immediately because there's so much content of me out there. There's so much hatred and animosity that is boiled over on the independent media side as well, for my position as the arch leftist in independent discourse. There's a laundry list of attack hits, now the ones that the Republicans are deploying, that many others can deploy to be like, well, I'm a progressive and I fucking hate Hasan. And if you scratch the surface of that commentary, you'll realize that person is not very progressive at all, right? Either they completely misunderstand my position on China, for example, or completely misrepresent my position on Russia and Ukraine, where they'll say I'm pro-Russia when I'm not, or they're just not progressive at all, and they're just straight up lying to other people to make themselves seem like they're actually progressive, make themselves seem like they're actually leftist.
There is a very online constituency for a lot of this stuff. The notion that it manifests in political objectives, political goals, electoral goals, is really the jury's out on that one. To your point about the economy earlier.
For the record, if the jury was out on that, you would never talk about this. That's the difference. If the jury was out on that, you would never bring me up. Why would you ever bring me up? This would only benefit me, right? Like from your perspective, if I was like an irrelevant guy who's just yelling to a tiny minuscule audience that has that doesn't represent a real political force, then you would never have to talk about it. This is the problem. There is no faction that is more in a bubble right now than the Abdul El-Sayed needs to distance himself from Hasan Piker crowd. Piker has probably been more effective in this election season than any other singular person, and candidates attacking him have fallen on their face every time. Candidates that he has campaigned with this cycle: Chris Rabb, Adam Hamawi, Claire Valdez, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, Albert Kawas, Samantha Catan, Christian Celeste Tate, David Orkin, Ian Huntley, Iapa Saria Tupac, Melak Heroes, Abdullah Sayed, Donovan McKinney. In every group chat of media members and DC consultants and establishment Dem electeds, it is settled science that Hasan is a toxic anti-Semite. He must be denounced. In the real world, few know who he is, but he brings a small army of enthusiastic volunteers, donators, and voters. I'm not even a Piker partisan. I don't watch his content and honestly don't even know that much about him. What I do know is that he now gets attacked a couple dozen times a week in mainstream press and appears in attack ads, yet he continues to show remarkable success in boosting candidates. These people have lost their minds in reference to the CNN panelists suggesting El Sayed is doing a worse job by campaigning with me than the president eating dinner with Nick Fuentes. The morning shows have their eye on the most important issue today, Hasan Piker. Yeah, like... The people of the United States of America are currently in a defensive posture, basically waging war against the fascist administration that is occupying blue cities and blue states with ICE, an unaccountable, unelected, secret police force that has murdered Americans, that has kidnapped our neighbors. And mainstream media over here is consistently fucking talking about Hasan Piker. They are dropping the ball again. I am explaining this one more time to you, okay? Just as they dropped the ball on Israel, just as they've dropped the ball on Trump's madness, Trump's violence, Trump's corruption, they're dropping the ball one more time. For the average person, eventually they're going to get sick and tired of this obsessive Hasan Piker this, Hasan Piker that critique. They're going to demand more from mainstream outlets. They're going to want to hear about how the economy is in fucking tatters, how the Iran war is a spectacular quagmire that is destroying the energy markets around the globe. This kind of disciplining operation is going to run its course. Okay? I said this a couple months ago when they tried to do this as Trump was deciding to go to war with Iran. Anytime the Trump administration is fucking up in spectacular fashion, the media almost in unison collectively decides to get their notes from Fox News. And Fox News should not be the domineering news editor for the rest of liberal media. And yet, liberal media, these outlets that are supposed to be impartial, unbiased, supposed to be covering the news adequately, get their fucking notes from Fox News. This is a huge problem. Fox News knows that CNN is going to lead with whatever the fuck Fox News is deciding is going to be the main story of the day. That is the problem. Of course, Fox News is going to try to make a mountain out of a molehill with my affiliations with campaigns because they can't talk about the fucking economy. They can't talk about the spectacular failure of Donald Trump's immigration agenda. They can't talk about the fact that Donald Trump is destroying the country. Of course, they're not going to talk about it. They're not going to talk about the Epstein files, right? You cannot let Rupert Murdoch set the agenda for American news this hard. That's the problem, right? That's where this comes from. Fox News knows that they can't talk about how devastating the Donald Trump has been for America this time around, especially. So they really tune up the culture war frequency, right? And then MS Now, CNN, all these fucking liberals in the commentariat, all the fucking Beltway pundits, they also go, oh my God, they're freaking out about this thing. Now we have to take a defensive posture and capitulate to their whims. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. People don't want to fucking hear this shit. Drive discourse in the direction that you want it to be in. And perhaps for many, CNN and MS Now and ABC and CBS, they want discourse to be captured in the right-wing centric toxic media landscape instead of one where we're talking about the shit that Donald Trump is actually doing to America and Americans. And I'm pretty sure boomers are eventually going to start getting tired of this too. They're going to be like, why the fuck do we care about this guy? He just has like young voters who are getting excited to go out and fucking vote. Like, why are we constantly talking about this? I'm having a hard time making ends meet. My children, my grandchildren are never going to be able to own a home. That's a huge problem. That's what Americans care about, not this fucking bullshit. It's deeply unserious. It's deeply unserious. It doesn't fucking work. It's very silly, and I think that inevitably more and more people are gonna get sick and tired of fucking hearing my name. So don't fucking capitulate to this shit at all. Because I see sometimes there are people who are like on the social democratic side who are, you know, hearing all of these attack ads and going, you know what, actually, I guess they have some credibility, these attack ads. I guess the easiest thing to do is just like cut our losses here and move on. There are some weak-willed people, and what they fail to comprehend is that they are falling victim to the trap that the Republicans are setting. Okay? I am not a pivotal figure in American elections. I'm not saying that at all. I play my role, and it's a tiny role. Okay? It's a tiny, but albeit significant role. It's a calculation that all of these campaigns have made, and they've leaned into this bet, and they've won as a consequence of it, right? But the reason why the Republican media is actively using me as this like figurehead, actively saying like, these are the worst clips that we could find, this guy's a real piece of shit, you need to disavow him, is so that they can defang left media, independent left media. Do you understand? That's their goal. So if you're even a little bit smart about this, even if you don't like me, even if you don't agree with me, if you're a liberal, understand that the right-wing opposition to this stuff, the right-wing opposition to the place I hold in the left flank as an independent media figure, that is a real threat to corporate interests in this country, okay? If you're a liberal and you think I'm your enemy and it's not MAGA and you're getting your notes from MAGA, you need to wake the fuck up to the reality. Okay? The reality is they understand what the threat is. They understand what the threat of this movement is. They understand what the threat this left media, independent media presents to corporate interests. And that's precisely the reason why they're trying to engage in this disciplining operation to defang at least one of the tools that the left flank has. The threat I represent is not to the American population. The threat I represent is to profit seekers that want to paywall healthcare, that want to side with the bosses and stiff workers. That's the real threat. The threat is to their profit margins. That's it. It's not a threat to you.
The economy. It strains credulity to suggest that it's the Republicans here are deflecting from the economy to talk about Israel. The DSA candidates talk about Israel excessively,
I didn't say that. I mean, look, I didn't say that. I guess what I'm asking is,
well, here's how El Sayed
what's
makes
the
the point.
Republican message on the economy to counter the El Sayed message on the economy, which is that we're trying to put more money in your pockets. We're going to do so by taxing the rich, by doing all these different things. What's the other argument?
Step B, money in your pocket. Yeah, so the Republicans do have an economic message. That's a problem. The El Sayed economic message.
It's funny, by the way, they can't get the cancellation quote. Ironically enough, the right wing and Politico can't get the cancellation quote that they want after they've like battered every single fucking candidate in the head and bludgeoned every single candidate in the fucking head with like condemn us on. They're just gonna fake it. They're going to turn around and they're going to realize they're not getting the quote that they want. So then they're going to fake it. They're going to be like, oh, these candidates are distancing themselves from Hasan. They actually do oppose. Hasan Piker. They fucking hate the things that he represents. Okay? So that's what they're going to do next. And Politico has done a piece of this already. Abdul said disavows Hasan Piker's 9/11 comments. And people are immediately tuning into that frequency and going, that said better late than never is in fact correct. Do you see? Like that's the ultimate goal here. The ultimate goal here is to basically say, oh, there is real disarray amongst the base. There is no disarray amongst the base, especially when it comes to the issues that these politicians represent, these candidates, these insurgent candidates represent. People are united behind these issues. Republicans are trying to drive a wedge between candidates and the platform to the best of their ability. And the wedge that they're using is me. That's it. There is no chaos or confusion. There is no chaos or confusion inside of the base. They are all united behind these policies. And you will see by the time we get out of the midterms. Okay? Like, look, and it works. It even works for people who have been long-term subscribers. What about Bernie talking about how he's not comfortable about the relationship between you two? That's not what Bernie Sanders said. But you saw one aspect of the quote that was clipped, and you thought Bernie was saying, yeah, I don't actually like that Hasan and Abdul are stumping together. He didn't say that. He said he doesn't like the comment. And then he followed up with, I think you have to look at the totality of what Hasan says, and it's very clear that people resonate with the message. Do you understand? No, I was bringing that up as an example. No, that's what they're doing. Dude, that was the point. Everyone says the same thing, okay? I do not like the 9/11 comment. I do not agree with the 9/11 comment, right? That is what everyone says. And then there's a but. But no one wants to follow the but. This is exactly what happened with Zoran as well. Oh, Zoran Mamdani disavowed Hasan Piker. He didn't. He disavowed the statement on 9/11. But it's not an unexpected sentiment. I have disavowed the 9/11 comment. You know? Yeah, I think that Chatter was using that as an example of a disavowal being clipped out of context. Exactly. Yeah, the follow through on that is, look, we don't agree with the 9/11 comment. Having said that, it's clear that there is something that is resonating with the base, right? I'm confused, so it's your fault because you didn't stump for Kamala, but now it's your fault that you are stumping with progressives? Yeah, at a certain point, you got to realize that these guys only want to fucking take out left media. If it wasn't me, it'd be someone else, okay? If I wasn't seen as this like magnet for hatred, as a representative of like, as representative being the most prominent critic of Israel and the most prominent leftist platform, it would be someone else. They'd be going after someone else. And sure, I take ownership over the way that I use language, the instances where I say things that are, definitely hyperbolic. I get that. I understand that. I'm an entertainer at the end of the day, which is what I was trying to explain in the Rolling Stone piece as well. And I try to make it as like dynamic as possible. And I think there's a reason for why it has resonated with a lot of people, right? But ultimately, yeah, I'm tanking all the fucking aggro right now. But if it wasn't me, it'd be Kyle Kalinske, for example. And if it wasn't Kyle Kalinske and they took him out, it would be Majority Report. They would say the Majority Report is also engaging in like Hamas defense or anything like that. That's it. AOC responded to this perfectly. Okay.
Yeah,
What's
yada,
the other,
yada,
what's
yada.
the other
Step
argument?
A, step B,
What's
money
the
in your
other
pocket.
argument?
Yeah, so the Republicans do have an economic message. That's the problem. The El Said economic message, I think, is really easy for Republicans to swat away because he himself brings it back to Israel. He himself says that foreign aid, the minuscule, economically illiterate argument that foreign aid is taking money out of your pocket,
Donald Trump has
is his
done
case.
For the last 10 years, which is to say, we need to end these foreign wars. Let's stop funding war in Ukraine because it's taking money out of your pocket.
That's a stupid argument.
I'm just saying,
because it's still stupid in their mouths, too.
It is the beacon by which the America First movement, got its footing. It is legitimately the bedrock of it. And by the way, you know as well as I do that there is a huge far-right insurgency that believes all of the same things in that kind of horseshoe. If it's Tucker, if it's Alex Jones, all these people that you guys loved a little while ago, but when they started becoming...
They're not getting elected. They're not getting elected.
Israel, when they start to become critical, what I'm telling you is this, though. Number one, when I see him talk, what he does is he takes questions that he has asked Like on this network, every time he's on this network, it's not the economy, it's Israel. And so he goes, let me kind of connect these two ideas about why I think that we should take money and not give it to Israel, not give it to any foreign power, and reinvest it into our cities and our states. So a lot of times he is making an economic message out of questions he's being asked because we're obsessed with litigating Israel every single time he comes up.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Next for us now.
All right. So yeah, let's get to the Sunday shows. There's a massive amount of commentary on here. AOC did a 20-minute hit. It was really good. We're gonna get to it right now. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez joins ABC. Asked about her political future, she says anything is possible.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's been a huge week. What does Abdel El-Sayed's victory in Michigan say about the future of the Democratic Party?
I think that we are in a time of renewal for the Democratic Party, and it's tremendously exciting for all of us, for the big tent of the Democratic Party. We have really an ascendance of a young, inspiring, exciting electorate, energizing wave of candidates that I think really inject a new energy to the Democratic Party and add to the toolbox of candidates that we have to win the midterm elections, hopefully in November.
And as you'd seen progressives winning in a lot of these other primaries, it was often dismissed, people saying, oh, this is in very blue parts of the country, in big cities. But this is Michigan. I mean, this is battleground Michigan, and he won. Now he has the biggest test. Can he win in November? What does he have to do to win over those Democrats who opposed him?
Well, you know, I think that this really is a moment, not just in Michigan, but across the country, where the party is unifying. The party is unifying, and it is focused on the November elections. We understand that our priority is the working class of this country, and we have to make the case that we're here to make people's lives better. And the Republican Party right now is jacking up prices, making housing impossible to afford. And we are focused on everything from healthcare to your grocery bill and making it more affordable for working people.
You know, this week there was also a prominent Republican, I mean, a very prominent Republican, who said something.
It's kind of interesting that what has taken place is that we have become the serious ones, right? The left flank was often presented as like being childish, okay? Having pie-in-the-sky ideals and representing a totally unrealistic scenario that doesn't appeal to the broader working class movement, right? And that left media is also deeply unserious. Left media is deeply unserious. We don't actually talk about the real issues, all this stuff. And what's really interesting is it's actually the media that hyper-focuses on silly shit. It's the media that hyper-focuses on hyperbolic clips or negatively framed clips and demands that candidates fucking disavow Twitch streamers and shit. Meanwhile, when I have a candidate on, we're talking for 2 hours about policy. And the candidates that we have on our side are the ones who are actually saying, look, here is how we're going to solve these crises. Like, there's a real crisis taking place in America. Here are our policy solutions to said crisis. And the establishment Democrats, on the other hand, perhaps one of the greatest examples of this, are deeply invested in online beefs. They're very petty. You know? Like, Haley Stevens is quick to support Abdul El-Sayed, and I really respect her for doing that, and I acknowledge it. Having said that, however, it bears repeating. It bears examination to look back at her final days in the primaries. Abdul El-Sayed was talking about money in your pocket, money out of politics, Medicare for all. Abdul El-Sayed was talking about universal child care. Abdul El-Sayed was talking about Medicare for all. Haley Stevens was talking about how people were making fun of her voice and the cool kids online were making fun of her, and how, Abdul El-Sayed was going to a Maoist pool party. Which side is the more serious side? I mean, seriously, pull yourself out of the situation, Forget that like one side is backed by corporate entities and whatnot, and just listen to the message coming from both of these parties. If you were just an outsider trying to comprehend American politics, you'd look at that and go, okay, the serious side, the adult side is the one that's talking about policies, right? That's what's so interesting about this dynamic. Yes, we have sometimes on this broadcast, certainly moments where it's like childish. We're playing video games and stuff like that. But ultimately, if you look at the totality of like the advocacy, you look at the coverage here, I spend 8 hours a day talking about American foreign policy, American domestic policy. Whereas mainstream media, for the most part, is trying to find these like instances of drama. It's interesting that they have started doing slop when the expectation from the average American is that we cover slop and they cover the serious stuff. It's a very, very interesting predicament. It's a very interesting dynamic that we found ourselves in.
Things about wealthy corporations profiting, effectively fleecing Americans. It sounded a lot like what I've heard you said. I want to play this and see your reaction.
Sure. They're making too much money, okay? Based on a shortage, they're making too much money. I don't like it. When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they're going to give some of that back to the public, and they better cut the retail price, the consumer price.
Well, that was Donald Trump, obviously, talking about oil and gas companies and high gas prices. What did you make of that?
I think that everyday people, everyday Americans, we can see the very large gap between what Donald Trump says and what Donald Trump does. And so Donald Trump may be saying that oil companies are making too much money, but what Donald Trump is doing is starting a reckless war in Iran, having closed-door meetings with oil companies before his election saying, you know, you give me money, you give me campaign contributions, and I will do whatever you want. And so what we have seen, everything from Supreme Court rulings to Donald Trump's own policy, is what he is doing is jacking up the price, not just at the pump, but at everything that you buy that requires the transportation of goods. And so he can say whatever he'd like from the Oval Office, but I think people are more looking at what he chooses to do.
But that's a reflection of what he is seeing the people care about, what the people are thinking.
And, you know, to the president's credit, he comes from television and he's very responsive to public sentiment. And so he knows what he needs to say. But again, none of that is going to lower the cost of your rent or your mortgage. None of that is going to lower the interest rates that you're paying. None of that is going to make your grocery bill more affordable. And what we want to know and what we want to see is action.
All right, I want to go back in time just briefly to 2018 when you won. And you absolutely shocked the political world. We saw the pictures of you that night. You were obviously shocked that you had won. You probably don't recall this, but I interviewed you.
That's crazy. Northern Lion is right there. He's always there, man. Northern Lion, the OG woke.
Shocked that you would.
The Canadian agent. Like, what's he doing over here? You know what I mean? I wasn't even in the room, but he was. Is Northern Lion behind the growing socialist movement in America? What the hell?
Won. You probably don't recall this, but I interviewed you hours later, the next morning, and let's just play just a little bit of that.
Sure.
Judging from the reaction that we all saw of you on television, it seemed to surprise you as well.
It did. You know, I wasn't even checking the election results at all. I wasn't even following the precincts coming in. We had driven straight to our little party at a little billiard spot in the Bronx, and we hopped in, and I just kind of walked into a TV set, and I looked at the screen, and I saw not only the numbers, but what those numbers were, and it was a complete shock.
So, I mean, you sound there a lot like you sound today, but you've changed as well, right? How have you changed since you came in as this insurgent rebel at odds with the Democratic leadership? How have you changed?
You know, I think life has a way of really weathering you and adding to your context and your experience. It it humbles you, but it also emboldens you in a lot of ways. And I think it has been the greatest privilege of my life to be able to represent the working people of my congressional district. And I think some of the ways that it's changed me has been to be able to come in with so many aspirations for our country, and then to have the remarkable opportunity to be in the arena and try to make the country a better place, challenges and all. And I love that it's hard. I love that I have to, and I get to, engage with people from all across the country, elected officials from all across the country, to try to actually fulfill our dreams to guarantee health care to every American.
And you continue to push for change in the Democratic Party, but you're also one of the most prominent figures in that party right now. Your endorsement is incredibly valuable. I've noticed that this time around, this election cycle, you have not endorsed candidates that were challenging Democratic incumbents in the House. And somebody took note of this. A fellow progressive wrote recently, the headline in The Hill was, "Today's cautious AOC would not have endorsed the AOC of 2018." Because you were obviously running against an incumbent. I mean, that's probably correct, right? What's your thinking there?
You know, I wasn't endorsed by anybody when I was running.
Your friends.
Yeah, just some friends. So yeah. I wasn't endorsed by I don't think I was endorsed by a single elected official when I was running for office. And, you know, I think when I see so many of these incredible insurgent candidates that are running today, that's part of what makes me so proud of them, is that they do not answer to any master. They are not beholden to any corporate interest or any party boss. And they are completely independent, which allows them to be responsive to their communities and the people that elected them. And I think that in many ways that makes our movement stronger, when you have to rely on your own organizing skills. And I think that it has proven to be quite successful. And I mean, I see so many of these candidates and they remind me of that moment.
I mean, but like in New York, you had the candidates that were endorsed by Mayor Mamdani, two of whom were challenging sitting members of Congress, powerful members of Congress, Democrats. And you decided to sit that one out. Is that part of wanting to work with your colleagues that are in the House? I mean, what's the...
Yeah, you know, I think we're all in different, you know, politics is also a workplace, and we're all in different positions to that. I endorsed, for example, in New York, on the state level, I endorsed a slate of challengers to incumbents in the Assembly and in the Senate.
Yeah, they did it was a cross endorsement. Zoran couldn't openly go out and stick his neck out and risk like political capital in the New York State legislature. And AOC, much like many others, could not go out and endorse against incumbent Democrats. So they did a cross-promotional slate. It was smart. I think that in the next cycle, we won't have to be as careful, right? We won't have to be as timid. We will be able to make more bold moves. Okay? AOC is not making a bootstraps pull the ladder up behind her argument. All I'm going to say is this, okay? There's an attitude of how popular this movement is and how much social and political capital exists for this movement outside here in this community versus the internal calculation that elected representatives are making. You're coping? I'm not. I'm just explaining to you exactly what it is. I'm telling you exactly what it is. I'm telling you exactly what's going on. One other example I will give you is, for example, actually, I don't know how much I want to reveal about this. Never mind. I'm not. Yeah, sure. That's fine. there is a strategy to what's going on that is a little bit different from DSA. But all I'm saying is there are varying degrees of bandwidth and allowance for different figures in different places. Elected representatives in the House of Representatives have a different allowance, at least from their own personal calculation. Then the mayor of New York has a different allowance from his own personal calculation to someone who is outside of the political arena and their calculation. Okay? The calculus is always different. I get to do whatever I want to do. I get to be as bold as I want to be. I get to push the boundaries to the best of my ability in ways that an elected representative cannot. And what's frustrating is that a lot of people don't understand that this is a broad coalition. Same with DSA, right? DSA is an organization, is a political organization outside of the Democratic Party, and they get to be as bold as they want to in ways that Democratic electeds would shudder to get on board with. And the more DSA grows in its power and its influence, okay, and a big part of that is coming from elected representatives that are DSA aligned or DSA affiliated or DSA endorsed or even DSA cadre candidates that win these elections, the more DSA's power grows. And the more DSA's power grows, the more influence capabilities DSA has in terms of adding pressure to establishment Democrats and having a say in the National Democratic Party's platform. This is simply put the broadest and this is simply put the most like reductive but broadest theory of change. Okay? And I think because change, especially through the political arena, takes an unbelievably long amount of time, most people don't even see those changes and those shifts happening and basically take it for granted when they do happen. One example I will give you is where DSA was and where the American political calculation was in 2016 as far as like socialism goes versus where it is now in only a decade. People like myself didn't exist in 2016, although I was still doing shit, you know. I didn't have a platform. There were no robust left media outlets out there that had competitive sizes in audiences to mainstream outlets. DSA itself was numbering in the 10,000s, not the 120,000. AOC was a barista in 2016. Do you understand? AOC was a barista in 2016, not a multiple-term incumbent Democratic representative and one of the most popular figures in American politics. So these changes happen over a long period of time. And a lot of people come into it at some point in the movement and just take those changes for granted. They think, of course, this was always the case. Right? That's the issue. Why are you forgetting that the Young Turks in 2016? Because the Young Turks is a prominent force, but I'm saying like it wasn't, left media wasn't where it is now. How is that hard to comprehend? It's like saying, what about Air America in 2010? Yeah, sure, it existed, but it was nowhere near the powerful force it has become. Democracy Now! Existed back then, too. Chris Hedges was around. Abby Martin was around. This is not a diss on the previous formations of left media. We're talking about the amount of eyeballs and attention and the amount of persuasive capability that left media fucking had in comparison to what it has now.
And I don't work in state government, which gives me a greater freedom to be able to do that and to assess it. And I'm very grateful, you know, that we now have a progressive movement that is in large enough numbers that, you know, it used to be that you could fit 5 people in a closet, and that was the caucus, and now we've grown into quite a successful movement.
She's right, and she's speaking to that change as well. She's speaking to that seismic shift and how it wasn't designed overnight. It took a decade of work. And there will always be newcomers, which we welcome, by the way, with open arms, but there will always be newcomers who say, well, this changed. Look at where we're at. And it's like, listen, this didn't happen overnight. There were a sequence of victories and a sequence of defeats. Okay? We didn't arrive here like that.
Wisconsin coming up next, Francesca Hong, who is the Democratic Socialists of America supported candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the House, and positioning ourselves to have the best chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of those controversial statements? I'm sure you've seen. I mean, she's, you know, the Thanksgiving dust up. She says she doesn't, you know, still believe that, but, you know, the abolished prisons, abolished police, which is also positions that have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won. How do you get around that? I mean, those are not positions that are supported by.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of these races.
This Twitter account is so funny. Look. You've become K-Hive. Don't worry. One day you will also take it for granted, as you are currently. Okay? 48-month subscriber. I've seen your Twitter chirping as well. I know. You are who I'm speaking to when I say this kind of change doesn't happen overnight. Okay? This kind of change doesn't happen overnight. You say you are K-High for slightly left of center Democrats. Okay? AOC and Abdullah say coalition probably with genociders. The problem here is you don't understand. Sometimes you got to eat shit. Okay? I do it all the time. Many of you don't recognize that in order to build a broader coalition, in order to beef up our ranks, we sometimes have to eat shit. Like, the question I have is this, right? The question I have is this. I am trying to move the needle to the best of my ability to help people reckon with the realities of genocide, to help people understand that, like, why Palestinians resist, for example, right? And as a part of that, where we're at as far as our numbers, where we're at as you know, like mass approval, mass adoption, where we're at requires us to make these sorts of calculations. That's why I don't fault Zoran for, you know, sitting next. It's not even electorally advantageous, Lamount. No, you don't understand it. I'm sorry, Chatter. You're anti-electoralist anyway, and I don't fault you for it. You say you have a rational perspective on this. It's a bourgeois electoral system. It's a bourgeois democracy. It's going to churn out the same exact outcomes that are helpful for the bottom line of corporations, the super wealthy, the capital owners. So, of course, you're not as dialed in on the electoral aspect of this situation at all. The notion that a Barack Obama endorsement is not electorally advantageous is perhaps one of the dumbest arguments you can make. I say this as someone who's been endlessly critical of Barack Obama. You're totally ridiculous with that statement. My point is this. If you cannot recall a time when the mayor of New York or any prominent political figure would come out with a fucking video saying Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal and must be arrested, there's a reason for how we got here. And yes, it did take a lot of work. And yes, it did take a lot of victories and far more failures along the way. And if today you have Zoran Mamdani saying Benjamin Netanyahu must be arrested as a war criminal, tomorrow you will have the presidential candidate saying the same. And when that happens, you'll say this is not enough either.
And that's fine. We need people that are even more radical that will understands that the work continues, the struggle continues. I am one of those people as well. The only difference between yourself and myself is that I can play both sides of that aisle. I can be a lot more pragmatic than someone such as yourself. We have to be radical, but we have to be sensible. We have to be radical, but we have to be pragmatic. We have to be radical, but we also have to understand where the mass environment is, where the collective consciousness is. Because you look at the situation and you say, dude, everybody understands Israel committed a genocide. Was that the case 2 years ago? Was that the case 3 years ago? Was that the case 1 year ago? Everybody wants an embargo. It's electorally beneficial. Was that the case 2 years ago, you think? And even if that was the case, did we get anybody elected into positions of power that would actually keep pushing the needle? Many of you have criticized, many of you, radicals have criticized my participation in electoral democracy. We now have more than 8 figures that have openly signed on to sending an arms embargo to the legislature, sending an arms embargo to Israel, a commitment that is literally impossible to even broach. Some of you, unfortunately, sometimes forget object permanence, almost, where you just take for granted where we're at now. You understand where we must go, and I agree with you on that, right? But you don't understand how we got here. You forget how we got here. We're talking about a pro-Palestine organizer that was literally kicked off of campus, who now represents the district that campus is in Columbia, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. She unseated a 5-term incumbent, the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. These things are pretty fucking important. And if they weren't important, there wouldn't be this level of unbelievable pushback from corporations. So one thing that I always get sad about is that our enemies understand the significance of this moment, and our allies should too. Even our allies who are further to the left than we are. Okay? That's the saddest aspect of this, is that corporations recognize the danger of this movement. Corporations and the bosses, the party elites, the establishment Democrats, the consultants, they understand how terrifying this prospect is. The prospect of democracy, the prospect of moving the needle to the leftward perspective. They recognize it, and that's why they fucking open up an unlimited barrage of attacks. And I sometimes see people who are like, I'm a communist. And is this a psyop? Is the reason why they're trying to like shit on Hasan to psyop us into thinking that he's a radical, not realizing that from their perspective, yes, my assessment and my statements are radical. Of course they see us as radical. That's what's so funny about the predicament that we're in, where, there's a small marginal group of people that are not fairly significant in the grand scheme of things. But it was this statement. But I don't want you guys to yell about this person, by the way. But he said that the reactionary mainstream media is doing its level best to trick ultras into thinking Hasan Piker is not a liberal entryist soy boy. I said, yeah, they're doing this to bait you into defending me, and not because they want someone to fucking kill me. Ironic, because all of these self-identifying ultras were, big Bernard brothers in 2016. My point always is change does not come overnight. We'll keep fighting for it. You can disagree. It's all good. But remember that our ultimate goals are aligned. You're PR friendly radical. We need more anarchism radical. I'm not even PR friendly is what I'm saying. I'm PR friendly to you. It's the same argument that I present to people who are like, you're bastardizing Lenin. Brother, any Lenin mention in mainstream media is met by, he is the Soviet Hitler. Like, you guys are so lost in where you guys are so lost in your own echo chambers to a certain degree that you fail to comprehend for the average American. They're like, what? This guy's reading Lenin. It's like reading Mein Kampf. That's what they think. They're wrong. They're wrong about that assessment, but it doesn't matter. Do you understand? Like, there is no bastardizing Lenin in the eyes of the masses in the United States of America. They literally think Lenin is Adolf Hitler. Most Americans have been propagandized into having a negative opinion on Karl Marx, a negative opinion on Lenin for sure. And most of them don't even know who these figures are or what they've done. So the idea that I'm like PR friendly actually shows where you're at and how out of touch you are with not only the masses, but certainly where these corporate bosses are, right? Corporations do not see me as PR friendly at all. There's a reason for why they talk about me all the fucking time and refuse to have me on and talk to me on these outlets. Why do you think that is the case? Because they fear that if we were to have a normal back and forth conversation, that I would be cordial and they would have to be charitable to a certain degree. Or even worse, they would receive dunks and have clippable moments. Do you understand? Yeah. Donnie O'Sullivan says, a lot of questions on the Sunday shows about Hasan Piker. Here's some extended bits in a recent interview I did with him. There's a lot of concern in media about platforming fringe figures, but given the amount of time major media invokes Piker, it does seem to me it's about time he has a proper one-on-one tough interview on a Sunday show. That is spent. Suspicious M dash. I don't think Donnie O'Sullivan used the fucking M dash there. Yeah, I changed it from the Y to an I soundbite. I'm not convinced them pushing back proves this is getting gains. The Bernie-crats represent a threat to their position of control of the party. This does not necessarily mean a change of policy. At the end of the day, they push back on Obama, and even when he took control of the party, nothing happened, right? Yes, that is the case. And we cannot allow that to happen this time around. Okay? And who knows? Look, we look at Obama now and not who Obama was before he ran for office. You know what I mean? Maybe he was always slated to be this person. Okay? And Obama did actually throw out his base. Obama for America, Organizing for America, shuttered that operation. That operation was entirely dedicated to pushing the needle on at least a public option, if not something even more radical like socialized medicine, right? Here's the thing. We live in a very different time now. We live in a very different media environment now. We live in a very different environment where material conditions have worsened since the Obama era as well. That's precisely the reason why we have a lot more opportunity to advocate for our policies. We have a lot more people in our ranks that are invested in these causes, right? When Obama, let's say the charitable interpretation of Obama is he was a radical, and the way he presented himself was real, and it wasn't simply, this political calculation that he was making, right? Let's say that was the case, and then neoliberalism, very quickly he realized like the capacity to coalition build was far more important to get anything done, and he was like, these are the marginal changes that we can do. Let's say that in the most charitable interpretation, that was the reason. That was the only outlet that he had to even deliver the ACA, right? I'm not saying this is the correct interpretation. I'm saying even in the most charitable interpretation of events, Obama falling short of the radical change that he promised that people were clearly demanding, people gave him the popular mandate to push for. He didn't have the same mechanisms. He didn't have the same media environment, and he did not have the same material conditions. Okay? So if there are candidates now that are running on that same hope and change agenda, they're running as open radicals. They're running as democratic socialists, for example, right? And even if it's uncharitable, even in the the most cold analysis that Obama was actually simply running on hope and change, and it was all bullshit. It was pandering to the base, and he recognized that popularity. He built that popularity only to squander that opportunity and didn't push for the changes that he ran on, whether it be closing Guantanamo Bay, punishing previous war criminals, or changing the trajectory of American militarism. Okay. If he was being if he was behaving as a pure politician, cold, calculated, no interest in like making radical changes whatsoever, the environment shift is also going to demand those changes. Okay? The environment shift is going to hold to account, hopefully, these politicians to ensure that the failed promises, the failed promises strategy never takes place once again, because there are far more numbers. That's why I think DSA is very important as well, in order to hold people to account. Okay? You understand? And the more we grow in numbers, the more we become a political force to be reckoned with, the more possible those changes will be. Now, there's also the other side of this. Let's say we lean into a hope and a dream. We lend our support for a presidential run, and then we are betrayed. That also presents a unique opportunity where we change our tactics. I'm not saying we're going to get there, and my job and my belief system requires me to only plan for that possibility while simultaneously still maintaining revolutionary optimism. Do you understand? But from that betrayal will come a even more radical movement that will have to change its tactics. All the while, what you have to remember is we just continue the work. We continue to organize. We continue to be disciplined. We continue to grow our numbers. Because revolution is not spontaneous, and it certainly doesn't happen overnight. A real political revolution requires diligent organizing and creating the solid, disciplined, labor force-backed mass movement that can be at the right place at the right time to take advantage of the shifts that are taking shape in American politics and in politics broadly. That's precisely the reason why this movement has grown over and over again, and now it's beginning to have some kind of leverage. Okay? So we have to do our very best. People always forget the failures that took place before the inevitable victory. They fail. They don't see the countless amounts of failed revolutions. They don't recognize that, you know, this movement doesn't grow overnight. It takes a long ass fucking time. You just got to keep having the vision.
Even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
right,
of that.
she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
did the movement go too far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, you know, I think that during this time and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. Yeah. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that we all share in the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that, you know, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
Because you know, and obviously the Democratic Socialists of America are having quite a moment. Mm-hmm. But you know how Republicans are responding. Let me just give you a brief sampling.
Sure.
I think that her response to this was also like not initially not as dismissive as one would expect from AOC. Now, of course, AOC, so people are going to say like, oh, she fucking botched this or whatever. But I think she did a pretty good job of saying like, look, it was an environment of heightened tension. And there were some people who were looking for different ideals and looking for different solutions, sometimes solutions that could be considered radical. Of course, people who are invested in police abolition are going to literally say, that's not a radical solution. Fuck you for dismissing it. But I think that was a pretty solid response overall, because she doesn't even close the door entirely on dismissing people in our ranks. Dismissing people in our ranks. It's not dissimilar to my position overall as well, where I say like, look, I'm not a police abolitionist. I'm not a prison abolitionist, but I feel closer to that side of the political spectrum than I do, especially given where we're at currently with our understanding, the average American's understanding with crime and punishment, the draconian measures that we advocate for all the goddamn time, and the allowance that we give the police force to be as violent and as ruthless as they want to, with no accountability whatsoever. I think like when I think about it, it's like, that's why my argument always is like, look, I think this is a broad tent regardless. It's a broad movement regardless. There's going to be some disagreements overall, but like the reality of the matter is the average position, like the normative position on policing and prisons in this country have to dramatically shift to the left position so that we can reduce recidivism in this country, so that we can actually focus on rehabilitation rather than incarceration, to ensure that people that have done crimes can actually reintegrate into society in more successful ways. Other countries have actually paved the path forward in much more meaningful, much more consequential ways, and we just choose to avoid that reality. We're so stunted in our vision, right? And the same with like defund the police, abolish the police. Like, for many, there are very different attitudes on what must be done, right? Damn, Tectone went off on you, little homie. You should apologize to him. Tectone? Why would I apologize to a generational rapist, brother? Are you okay? Rape tone went off on me. I think you should have a little bit more shame to openly be like, yeah, my favorite content creator is a rapist who openly admitted in a court case that he's duping his audience into right-wing beliefs because he knows it's the bottom of the barrel, easiest way to make money. Like, you're talking about a guy who admitted in a courtroom that he was making videos about me specifically to farm viewers and money. That is in the court documents. Okay? That is literally in the court documents. The same court case that found him to be, at least in a civil proceeding, guilty of committing domestic violence and even sexual assault. It's kind of a sad state of affairs that you're admitting that you are that malleable and you are that easily duped. But I believe in you, chatter. I believe you have the capacity to think critically, liable, not guilty. I apologize for the term I use, liable of sexual assault and domestic violence. I think you can overcome this mental hurdle. Yeah, I saw this. Neera Tanden is now boosting far-right streamer Rape Tone, who has been credibly accused of sexual assault and who just had an ex-girlfriend placed under protection of a 10-year protective order. A Texas judge also banned him from owning or possessing firearms. And Neera Tanden, of course, is reposting that clip because her attitude is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And what she fails to comprehend, or maybe she comprehends but doesn't care about, is that a lot of my enemies, the overwhelming majority of my enemies, are fucking neo-Nazis and pedophiles and sex criminals and just horrible monsters overall. She just doesn't care. I guess it makes sense for her to find herself comfortable with working with sex criminals, considering that she worked with the Clintons, right? Her orbit is the original Epstein folk, and therefore the Epstein orbit is not a bridge too far for her, but more so comfortable territory. It's the environment that she's comfortable working in.
Let's call it what it is. It's communism.
The Commie Caucus is coming to Congress. Communism is on the ballot this November.
We're not going to turn this country into a communist experiment.
Well, you can kind of get a sense of the theme, and obviously the president has said the same thing. But by the way, just a quick definitional thing. What, in your mind, is the difference between socialism and communism?
I think, to me, the fundamental differences, there's many.
Yeah.
One prevailing one is democracy. And I believe that democratic socialists are fundamentally pro-democracy. And we believe in the ballot box. We believe in respecting the outcomes of elections and governing democratically and ensuring that.
I mean, look, there's no defending communism in the mainstream, and this is the democratic socialist opinion broadly. So she's channeling the DSA line here, not just the old DSA line, but just even the current DSA line overall, regardless of the fact that there are many communists within the Democratic Socialists of America.
That the ideas and policies that are implemented are won through popular vote and popular opinion. And so I think that's why so much of what we focus on.
Yeah, she's the DSA. She's a DSA rightist through and through. She is not DSA left.
Is also making sure that we are providing for the majority of Americans, guaranteeing health care, raising wages, strengthening the right to a union. And
how would you answer this position? Well, I'm not an elected representative with ambitions of higher office. I have answered this question many times over. What do you say to people who call you a communist? I say, I don't call myself a communist, but I would never oppose that framing because I don't think the understanding of communism in America is correct. Communism is an end goal of a classless, moneyless, stateless society. It's an evolution from our current understanding of the world. Do you feel like that's a bad way to live? Do you feel like that's a bad mode of existence? I certainly don't think so. You know, how we'll get there or how we'll achieve it, I do not know. But I don't think that's a bad end state. I don't think that's a bad evolution. It's Star Trek. It's the Star Trek timeline. Americans think communism is USSR, Eastern Bloc, repression, gulags, the Gulag Archipelago. Look at the American understanding of, and the Western understanding broadly, due to the Cold War, due to the propaganda, due to Red Scare propaganda, is unbelievably terrifying. It's like very right-wing, very reactionary. But the reality of the matter is, of course, an elected representative in the United States of America currently is probably going to shy away from this moniker overall and not waste any bandwidth trying to explain away what it means, especially because they might organically feel the same way about it.
And I think that that's at its core what we're about.
Are you still a member of Democratic Socialists of America?
Of the New York City chapter.
The New York City chapter, not the national?
No.
And what's the difference?
So every DSA chapter is formed locally.
Yeah.
And so the New York City DSA chapter, those are...
I'm not sure what you meant by that. Yeah. I mean, look. Technically, every DSA member is a part of DSA. There's definitely a little bit of friction with national versus locals and with New York City DSA in general, but you know, we hold the line, we hold it together, and I think she's what she's trying to say. Anne? Is everything okay? Okay, my mom just like dropped a bunch of glasses in the background, so I was just like, the national too far left to be generally palatable? No, I don't think the national DSA is too far left to be generally palatable, but I do think that the national platform comes from the national convention where everybody goes and votes on what the DSA's program, what the DSA's platform is going to be. And I do not oppose it. I do not oppose it at all. I'm in favor of it, even if I have disagreements. At the end of the day, look, I'm not even a DSA member, right? I'm an outsider. So I'm being very careful with what my opinions are on the matter. DSA is not the Democratic Party. The DSA's goals are not to revitalize the Democratic Party. The DSA's goals are not to propagandize at the behest of the Democratic Party. There's many different caucuses, many different factions, many different ideological tendencies within the DSA. The national program is voted on democratically. However, the ultimate goal of the Democratic Socialists of America is to broadly move America through a process of reforms and maybe even a real political revolution in the long term to a socialist setting, to a socialist organization of the economy. So, of course, the national platform is always going to be a little bit more to the left, a little bit more radical than what the electoral, the electoralist wing of the party is pushing for.
Folks that you know, it's kind of like your local union chapter.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So, because I know there was that strange moment in 2024 when the national chapter like took away your endorsement.
Yes.
But I was looking through the DSA program, and this is the national program. I'm sure you've seen the document. It was adopted just a few months ago. But some of the positions here: defund the Department of Defense, close overseas military bases, abolish the police and prison system, grant amnesty to all immigrants in the U.S., replace the Supreme Court and executive judiciary with a chosen by lower to Congress, abolish the Senate, public ownership of corporations.
By the way, there's some incredible bangers here. Abolish the Senate, banger. Public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries. Oh, I'm nutting. Like, as much as I have critiques of, like, you know, abolish the police or abolish the prisons, and it's not the biggest issue of all time, especially considering that I think that is a far better moral goal to move in the direction of than the current situation that exists. I mean, dude, this stuff is so fucking good. I mean, this stuff is incredible. I'm glad that it's being talked about. I wish that DSA electeds would be a little bit more, like, would lean into it a little bit more. I know Oliver would if he is elected for sure. But, like, this should be our North Star for sure. Like, this is, in some ways, this is a people-backed Project 2025, right? And instead of, like, corporations and their stooges getting together in a cigar smoke-filled back room where they design American society and where the Republican Party should be headed in the direction of, this is a national program, a national platform that is dreaming of a better future. And it's important for, I think, the largest advocates of this program, this platform, like myself and even some electeds, to at least start getting people to be more open-minded about it, right? Because there's elements in here that are unbelievably beneficial in the long run, and I don't think we should shy away from, like, I just don't, what I'll say is this, I find it sad that we always have to stunt our imagination. We always have to kneecap ourselves, that we can't dream of a better future. You know what I mean? Like, what is that dream? Because depending on the perspective or depending on the timeline, it was an impossible dream to hope for a free Palestine, for example. And now that dream is achievable, right? It's closer than ever before. So it's good. It's good to have moral convictions. It's good to dream of a better future. You know? You ask for as much as you can, and then you get back to the drawing board when your opposition tries to kneecap your movement. It is what it is.
And essential industries. I mean, those are some positions that you're going to be hearing a lot about this fall from Republicans.
And I think we're also going to be hearing a lot about Donald Trump's commitment to getting us into a reckless war in Iran, his collaboration with big companies to make sure that everything from groceries to rent stay sky high. And I think that people are
like, this is the left position, which in my opinion is, like, super serious, right? This is the left position right now, is like, we want to move the economy in this direction. What is the right-wing position? Enes Kanter joining the WNBA to be like, is that transgender? Like, that's what they're doing. They're fucking charlatans, man. They're charlatans. Do you understand how ridiculous it is that you actually do not have a real clear-cut agenda on the establishment Democratic side? So we're taking advantage of that, and we're trying to say, like, this is our goal. This is the vision for a better future for America. This is what we want to do. And the Republican Party's answer to that is, transgender athletes. Remember trans? Remember transgender athletes? Remember that. Remember, get angry at the transgender athletes. And it's fucking ridiculous. It's so deeply fucking unserious.
Less interested in these academic debates, and they're more interested in how we're going to bring their bills down and make sure that they can afford to see a doctor.
But do you see, I mean, are those positions you support?
Who's stunting their imagination when you can't come up with an alternative police? Stop ignoring this, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Police abolitionists, please. Please, I beg of you, dude. How many times do we have to have this conversation and then it gets clipped by fucking right-wing think tanks and then they just like endlessly posture about this shit? Please, 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 I beg of you, okay? Here, dude, peep the badge. Peep the badge. It says the People's Police, okay? Peep the badge, little bro. It says the People's Police. All right? You see the peoples in front of the police? Peep the badge. A-okay. Okay?
No, but I think that this is a free country. Everyone can have all sorts of beliefs and they can organize around.
Yeah, peep the badge. It says the People's Police. Peep the badge. It means it's democratically organized. It's a democratically organized people's police force, okay? People's Peace Force, if you want to call it that. The peacekeepers.
Them, and you're free to do what you like and, you know, have conversations with your neighbors. But my job as an elected official is to guarantee healthcare in America. And that's what I'm focused on, and that's what I seek to do.
And what do you say to the moderate Democrats who say, first of all, that you know, they are capitalists and that those positions are going to doom the Democratic Party? Because again, they're not positions that are supported.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they're free to have their economic identity as they like. And, you know, in terms of dooming the party, the idea that there's a diversity of thought in America among everyday voting people.
Did you already talk about the Kamala Harris endorsement for Abdul El-Sayed? A lot of big names were very disappointed that he chose to post about it on his Instagram. I don't know if you've already said anything on the topic. Yeah, I said it's good. It's great. Yeah, it's great. We need those voters, man. We need those voters. We need the unks and the aunties to come out in fucking droves. What do you guys want Abdul El-Sayed to do? Okay? What do you guys want Abdul El-Sayed to do? You want him to come out and be like, I refuse to take the endorsement of the former presidential candidate Kamala Harris? Like, what? Are you insane? You just say thank you and you move on, okay? Like, wow, I can't believe Abdul El-Sayed refused. First of all, I don't think a lot of people know this, it seems, but Abdul El-Sayed literally fucking already endorsed Kamala Harris. He was the first prominent Muslim figure in the state of Michigan to endorse Kamala Harris after the uncommitted movement, after the primaries. Okay? Abdul El-Sayed endorsed Kamala Harris before Haley Stevens did, 2 days before. Like, there's this tendency on the left sometimes to treat this as like not a serious movement, but instead to treat this movement as a gate-kept like hipster thing. You know, we got to keep the moral purity in our ranks. It's like, yeah, okay, that's how you arrive at like a 10-person reading group. Bring people to our side and try to explain our positions to them. It's that simple. You don't win anything with grandstanding. That doesn't mean that you should shy away. Like, if Abdul El-Sayed, in exchange for the Kamala endorsement, comes out and is like, actually, I love Israel and AIPAC is not that big of a deal to me at all, then yeah, then you can be fucking angry. You can be upset. But if Abdul El-Sayed isn't doing that, if Abdul El-Sayed is like even with the Liz Cheney shit, right? Liberals always said like, oh, Kamala Harris hugged and kissed Liz Cheney on stage. I said it. I got mad about this allegiance as well. But if Kamala Harris was like, I'm shedding the dead weight. Joe Biden is in the past. In the rearview mirror, we're actually the hope and change candidacy. We are going to address the crimes of the administration that I was a part of as far as the genocide in Gaza. I made it very clear. I wouldn't give a fuck about the Liz Cheney endorsement. And on top of that, I would have door knocked for her.
I said it even back then. It's so ironic that people don't realize this. You know who doesn't realize this? The fucking liberal commentariat doesn't realize this. And it's the ultras that don't realize it either. I wonder if it would make sense for DSA to have two platforms, set of party principles with long-term goals similar to the current one, an electoral program that includes immediate policy provisions. It's difficult because none of their electeds, even the most radical like DSA and Larkin, will endorse the platform. It's not just an electoral project. It has an electoral project. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say it like this. People would still probably say, well, why is there a national party platform regardless? Yeah, Alex Kane says, to criticize Abdul al-Sayed over the Kamala Harris endorsement is to criticize him for trying to win against a MAGA right-wing figure who would vote to give Israel billions. Yes, Harris helped perpetrate a genocide, and yes, he needs to win black voters. That's the calculus. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yes, we know you are a reformist. We get it. I know he's doing real politics, but the Harris al-Sayed endorsements feel unnecessary. She lost Michigan. It's not like she's a huge boost to him, and her Gaza position alienates people he needs. At this point, his task is winning over the voters who are otherwise voting for Democrats. He doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. He just needs to do fractionally as well as Jocelyn Benson is. Unifying the party around him is a big part of that. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Hasan Piker, where has this form of electoralism brought us? This form of electoralism has brought us 120,000 dues-paying members in the Democratic Socialists of America. This form of electoralism has brought us now multiple candidates who are saying unbelievably radical things, including things that are more radical than I would say. I mean, Chris Rabb is like straight up somewhat of a police abolitionist. Like he defended that to a certain degree on the Scott Hannity program. I mean, these are things that were unheard of. These are things that if you were to tell me we would achieve 2 years ago, I've been looking at you like, nah, there's no fucking shot. And the alternative doesn't exist anyway. It's not like there's this robust vanguardist Marxist-Leninist party out there that's like really captivating the masses and have been able to organize outside of the electoral playing field. And I'm just like standing in opposition to that. You know what I mean? You keep saying we. Are you a DSA member or not? We is a broad statement of a broader movement of which even, ironically enough, places the ultras in it as well. Like if there was this broad environmental shift and it was clear that like electoralism was not even bringing in newcomers into this mass movement, and that there was already this like broad appetite for revolutionary change, and that the masses were class conscious and they were organized and they were militant in their organizing and militant in capturing power. Obviously, there would be a very different calculation in front of us. I think it just goes back to, it always goes back to like where the masses are in America. Like they're still unbelievably reactionary. They're still negatively polarized. They're still fairly antagonistic to even the term socialism broadly. So it takes a long time. We don't even have a statewide elected yet that openly says they're socialists. Abdul's not even in the DSA, right? Abdul al-Sayed says he's a capitalist. So that's for many, I think, comes from their lack of ability to understand where the masses are in their interpretation of socialism. But I do think every day, more and more, as we mark more and more victories through the electoralist route, and as we bring more people into the fray, as we grow our numbers, I think more and more people will come to understand the goals here. That's also part of the reason why I say I'm not DSA left, DSA right. I don't identify with like one particular caucus, and all caucuses are great. and I agree with all of them. And even if I have, some disagreements overall, it still doesn't matter to me, because I look at the broader environment. I look at where the masses are, how they self-identify, and I recognize that there's still much more work to be done in terms of fomenting class consciousness, right?
People is a fundamental fact of our country. I don't think that we should be worried about what somebody somewhere believes. I think we should be focused on what our plan to improve people's lives are.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hasan Piker, who obviously endorsed Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his live stream, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
I think
what's really funny about this, by the way, because AOC has a really good answer for this, but before we even get here, what's really funny about this is ABC asking this question to AOC when it's like the reality of the matter is, although AOC will defend me here, even if she didn't, it's not like I go away. You know what I mean? Of course I have, whether people say yes or no to this question is utterly irrelevant to whether I currently have a place, whether this community currently has a place in this broad movement, right? They'll say oh, well, AOC will defend me on this. And I think she delivers a really great answer to this question, right? But ultimately, ABC or CBS or the Beltway pundits and their attitude about this mass movement is utterly immaterial to where we are. Now, of course, the other side of the story is they can ask me personally, which they choose not to. But yeah, Paul Bless says, don't know who put out the memo to flip this into dismissal of cancel culture, but they cooked. I don't know who did that. But they did cook. I agree. Whoever it was, they must have cooked real hard on this.
When we look at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so, willing to engage in cancel culture. And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having. I think the fact of the matter is that Democrats can go on Joe Rogan, Democrats can go on Fox News, Democrats have a responsibility to build a winning coalition, and young people are engaging in mediums and conversations that we have a responsibility to attend to and be responsive to. And even right now, when we look at this insurgent wave of what is happening, oftentimes when people are doing that Monday morning quarterbacking and what demographics voted where, the big one that's being ignored is the generational tidal wave.
Tsunami. You see it in the polling. It is significant.
Millennials are not, punk kids anymore.
Yeah.
We're grown adults with mortgages and kids, and that generation is starting to be decisive at the polls, and there is anger at being ignored, sidelined, having our economic futures mortgaged by the generations that came before us on everything from the economy to climate. And we're taking the reins.
So we're almost out of time to get to your future. I'm sure you saw the poll in New Hampshire that had you as the leading candidate, leading choice for Democrats. First, are you going to run for president?
I mean, I'm focused on winning the midterms. I'm running for Congress right now.
But
she didn't say no. Oop. She didn't say no. I don't know how it bows for her electoral prospects, but I love how much she just hates boomers as a political class. I mean, it's impossible not to feel that way. I mean, I'm sorry. I love my boomers in here too, but there is this, like, Gen X especially, there is this like attitude. I mean, it's still class politics at the end of the day, because like it is the only generation that has benefited from a higher degree of socialization and like the beginnings of a social democratic system that was eroded, especially destroyed post Reagan, right? But like they have all of the wealth still. There are trillions of dollars of wealth currently captured in the hands of these 65-plus-year-olds, and they're fucking holding on to that shit. They got the death grip on it, okay? They got the goddamn death grip on it. Trillions of dollars of assets, of wealth, just basically waiting to go to a bunch of horrible industries that are being designed specifically to cater to these boomers, to these Gen Xers, in palliative care, in old folks' homes. These are some of the most like corrupt institutions out there too, and they're just fucking going to milk. They're going to milk the trillions of dollars of wealth that's captured in the hands of, you know, some very, very old folks.
I mean, do you see this as something? I mean, I know you said you're open to it. Is it a realistic possibility for you?
I haven't ruled out the possibility, and I'm very humbled to the tremendous amount of support out there. I think that we have a responsibility to remain focused on the midterms and not on our individual aspirations or plans.
And running for Senate against Chuck Schumer, is that also something that's possible?
I mean, I think that anything is possible at this juncture.
All right, and then before you go, you did have a personal announcement that you made.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting to see you kind of open up in, on an Instagram Live, I believe it was. So tell me what it was and why you decided to do it.
I think it's important for us to normalize these conversations, especially in this political environment. The Trump administration has...
Remind us what the announcement was.
Yeah, sure. So I have decided to start the process of freezing my eggs. Yeah. And in this political environment where this administration is denying reproductive care to women across the country, from abortion rights to the ability to carry out a healthy pregnancy, I think it's important for us as leaders to have these conversations and share these processes, especially for working women across the country, and normalize them.
Okay, all right. Congresswoman.
That was cool too. And I know people are going to be freaks about this, but yeah, that was very cool of her to talk about. The fuck is this?
Larkin joins us now. Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh, this was goated. I already listened to this interview, pre-watch Piker, but this was, masterclass, by the way. Larkin is, God, we really got to get him in the office, man. He will be one of the best warriors. DSA National has not had a lot of victories, let's be real, with the exception of Maylott, I think, and Chris Rabb. DSA National has made very limited amounts of endorsements. He's one of them. And he is so goated. We have to phone bank for him. We have to do everything in our fucking power. Oh, was Donovan? No, Donovan wasn't national. Donovan was local, I'm pretty sure. But I might be wrong. I might be mistaken.
Thank you for being with us on Fox News Sunday. Good to have you.
Could
Thank
be
you so much for
national as
having me on,
well.
Shannon.
Donovan was national. My mistake. My mistake. My apologies.
Your reaction to the James Carvilles, the Van Jones of the world, who say DSA does not belong in the Democrat Party. It doesn't align.
He's my only white boy this round. Okay, on the federal side, on the districts, on the representative side, on the Senate side, this is my only white boy, I think. And let me tell you, okay, he's worth it. Oh, Nate Bluin too. Nate Bluin as well. Nate Bluin as well. Sorry, you're right. Nate Bluin as well. My mistake. Nate is unfortunately lost his race, but he's Troyotathon. Okay, fair. Two white boys, three white boys. But to be fair, he's the only like DSA cadre. He's the only DSA cadre out there, okay?
And with their interests is the idea to within the party,
Also, Troyotathon is not a white boy necessarily, but a white man, okay? Troyotathon is something different.
force the party to mold to your ideas, or do you think you can just exist within the tent?
I think it's very funny to hear James Carville talking about an AI stupid idea generator when there's $300,000 in super PAC spending from OpenAI's super PAC going for Jared Moskowitz in our district right now. I do think that James Carville and Van Jones are missing something, that electoralism is about addition, not subtraction, and I think it is.
That's a fucking great line. Electoralism is about addition, not subtraction. Boom!
Very foolhardy to be excluding people from the Democratic Party, that they're going to be begging for our votes in 2028, and we need to be building a majoritarian coalition that's capable of winning back power in states like Florida and taking back the House of Representatives.
So let's talk about your district specifically, where you are challenging an incumbent. You mentioned Congressman Jared Moskowitz. The Miami Herald says you're not the man for the job. They say in a district that's 25% Jewish, they've endorsed your competitor. They say this, the editorial board writing, Larkin said he does not consider anti-Zionism to be anti-Semitic, but that's disingenuous. He must know full well that many or even most Jews see anti-Zionism as a less obvious but still potent form of anti-Semitism. He may try to add his own spin to the term, but it remains offensive and is a dog whistle that no doubt appeals to anti-Semites. So what's your message to Jewish voters there in that district?
That they're a part of our coalition, and I will note that the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, which declined to endorse Jared Moskowitz in this race, made his assertion that I'm running against him solely for his religion patently false. They listed the Medicare for All, $25 an hour, universal child care, paid family and medical leave. So there's some contentious issues that we're dealing with down here in South Florida, and the media is not a monolith, and the South Florida Sun-Sentinel rightfully called out Jared Moskowitz's claim as false, and we reject the claim that anti-Zionism is equatable to anti-Semitism. I'm proud to have the support of Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace, and we're building a coalition for our collective liberation to stand up against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-black racism, anti-queer discrimination, and for the well-being and equality of all people who call our nation home.
You also have support from someone named Hasan Piker. He has made a lot of headlines. He's helped fundraise for you. The Anti-Defamation League says he's got a history of rhetoric that sanitizes and justifies violence and terrorism against the state of Israel and using derogatory rhetoric towards Jews. That
He does the Shia smirk.
claims that they say Orthodox Jews are inbred, which he did subsequently apologize for in response to backlash. He calls for the eradication of Zionism and demonizes Zionism as a, quote, mental illness.
Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. Who said that?
I could go on. He said a lot of things that are offensive to Jewish people and to those who support Israel. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
I think that Israel should be a secular and democratic state with equal rights for all people, and the current configuration of the state of Israel is a religious supremacist one that privileges Jewish citizens above Palestinians, and we see a two-tiered system of justice in the West Bank that's been under illegal occupation since 1967 with illegal West Bank Israeli settlers under Israeli civil law, and Palestinians who have called this their ancestral home being subject to Israeli military law with upwards of a 95% conviction rate. So the two-tiered system of justice, the two-tiered political system in Israel is not one that I think the United States should be supportive of if we believe in upholding democracy, not just here, but around the world.
Do you think that...
Notice how he sidestepped the silly, like, do you endorse Hasan's statements, and just delivered what his perspective on the matter is, which is, of course, not dissimilar to the international human rights organizations, the United Nations, you know, pretty much everyone, ICC, ICJ. Yeah, he ignored the bullshit and he delivered his talking points. He delivered the truth. Okay? What is this? Old Man Labor, Zoran, full interview. Zoran got people so upset. I don't care, man. I don't care. We've moved on, okay? Zoran upset people with this interview. Who did he upset? The people that got mad because he said we're fucking New Deal Democrats or something? Yeah, I know. I know. He's a Democratic sheepdog, okay? I got it. Put the policies in the bag. The things that people should be upset about with Zoran is not disbanding the SRG. Okay? That's it. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be as charitable as I physically possibly can to Zoran, because every time I've opposed him on something, he's proven me wrong. Okay? I still believe in him, is my point. The SRG is the Strategic Response Group of the NYPD. It's their counterterrorism initiative, okay? Yeah, not firing Tish, not ending and disbanding SRG. That was a campaign promise he made. He's not delivering on it. Like, I don't give a shit that he's saying, like, what we're delivering is no different than an agenda of the New Deal. New Deal Democrats used to deliver this agenda. Yeah, whatever. He's just... The interview's from June. Oh, okay. Classic. Yeah. What do I always say? Put the policies in the bag, little bro. Okay? That's my take on Zoran. That's my take on everybody else. Now, of course, Cinemarxism is correct, which is not a statement that I deliver on this broadcast often. Yes, SRG is counterterrorism, as I said in air quotes. And for, brutalizing protesters, I mean, they were prominent in the Columbia encampments protest where they literally did a counterterrorism initiative. Right?
We should cut off defensive weapons, either by purchase or by us supplying them to Israel defensive weapons.
I do not make a distinction between offensive and defensive weaponry. Israel has been rightfully attributed as committing a genocide and apartheid. Virtually every international body that has studied this issue, from the United Nations multiple inquiries, the Amnesty International group, even Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. And when the United States is in violation of not just international law, but our own law, the Leahy laws that prohibit the Department of State and Department of Defense from providing military assistance to foreign security forces accused of gross human rights violations,
Boom.
we're in violation of our own law right now. And so at minimum, we need to condition this aid. But if it were up to me, I do not think that we should be aiding and abetting a genocide by either providing taxpayer-funded weaponry or selling it.
Okay, Hasan Piker also famously said that America deserved 9/11. Do you think we deserve 9/11?
No, of course not. No, I think Hasan has walked back that statement, and no, I do not agree with that whatsoever.
Okay, Act Blue advertised a gathering for you in Brooklyn on Friday night. The host committee listed, including Linda Sarsour. She has said things like, you can't humanize Israelis, they are the enemy, you can never work with them. She's advocated for a one-state solution, meaning...
Oh, now we're moving to Linda Sarsour, my queen. That's a new one. Or, well, that's an old one, but now a new one.
No Israel. Do you understand how having people like that supporting you in a fundraiser or any other way is very troublesome?
I will always have endless amounts of respect for Linda because she was so alone. Okay? She was so alone for the longest time, dude. She was the original sin eater. And she's a hijabi Muslim woman. It's like so much worse. at least I can like kind of dupe people into thinking that I'm a white boy. You know what I mean? Which I say I'm white all the time, and yet people don't fucking treat me as such, especially as of late. But like, regardless, I am a white boy, you know? I'm a man at the end of the day. So like, yeah, Linda Sarsour as a hijabi Muslim woman, as a prominent pro-Palestine advocate for the longest time, was so fucking alone, you know?
To Jewish people.
Again, Linda's not a candidate for office, and I think when she talks about one secular and democratic state with equal rights, that's a principle that most Americans support. I don't think we want to be supporting a country where there's a two-tiered system of justice, where people do not enjoy the same political or even rights of movement with the fragmentation of the West Bank and the construction of illegal Israeli settlements. So no, I do not believe that Linda is speaking towards anything but our common humanity and upholding peace and justice and equality for people in Israel and Palestine. So I understand that this is an issue that has not gotten its due diligence in media for a very long time, but I think that now what we are seeing with the contribution of our taxpayer dollars and what they're going towards, with not just the actions in Gaza, the genocide or the apartheid in the West Bank, but now with 1 million people in Lebanon forced to be refugees by Israeli occupation. And now we're being dragged into this very unpopular war with Iran that, at Marco Rubio's own admission, has been at the behest of Israel's government.
Do you think that there's an existential threat to Israel's existence based on some of the folks in its neighborhood?
I think that the people, the countries in the Middle East want to see the Palestinians' right of return. They want to see the ability for people in Israel, in Palestine, to have equal rights. And I don't think that that means the destruction or some attribution of violence towards what the ultimate objective is, which is just having people's rights respected equally and not having Palestinians suffer as second-class citizens in their ancestral homeland.
All right, Oliver Larkin, we know this is one of the top issues within the party, within the DSA, how you get to any common positions you can on these issues regarding Israel. We'll keep talking about them, and we appreciate your time today.
This was 1010 No Notes. I love that the Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream is just the Israel broadcast. David Marcus, Fox News digital columnist, says, Piker knows and understands that his value is almost entirely in the primaries. General elections are a time for the communist bear to hibernate, not to hunt. He will slink away, but his videos with Abdul are forever. I don't think these guys understand. David Marcus, don't blame the conservatives. This is the left that canceled Hasan Piker. Conservatives, including Turning Point USA, defend Piker's right to speak, while liberal outlets and politicians avoid the issue. The American left got a taste of its own politically correct cancellation medicine. As controversial podcaster and recent Democratic Party kingmaker, Hasan Piker has had his speaking engagement at the University of Washington taken off the calendar for reasons that can only be related to his, shall we say, unorthodox rhetoric. While not explicitly attacking Hasan the Hun, as he calls himself, the school said in a statement, going forward, procedures will be updated. In plain English, what they're saying is, we have no idea if this lunatic who dresses up like Chairman Mao is going to repeat his claims that America deserved 9/11 or that Israelis are parasites or that Stalin is misunderstood. And we don't want to be responsible for it. I love that he's just like adding his own seasoning to statements. Never said that Israelis are parasites. Fair enough, even though the vast majority of conservatives and right-leaning organizations, including Turning Point USA, which knows a thing or two about having college. You know what's really funny? There's only one prominent state legislator that went on the record on JNS and supported this ban. He was a Republican, of course. Yeah. Travis Couture, Republican state representative, told JNS, I'm happy that the University of Washington, for literally the first time ever, has made the correct decision to not have an America-hating communist spread his hatred and terrible ideology to young people at our taxpayer-funded universities. So, no, it's not the fucking left that canceled me, dumbass. It's not the left that canceled me. Of course it was the Republicans. Maybe some prominent Democrats were quiet about it. Who knows? However, the same cannot be said about the Democratic politicians and liberal media who have been whitewashing Piker as an important young voice who deserves to be heard and are now silent themselves when he's the victim of silencing and cancellation. He's right. He's just doing this in a disingenuous manner. He's not wrong about the fact that Democrats loved me when I was fucking bringing people out as a people that normally don't participate in the primaries and whatnot. But Rick Scott's been demanding that I get fucking canceled in all of my fucking all of my prominent speaking engagements. Rick Scott's been there being like, you have to fucking cancel this guy, whatever. No, Hasan, they will not, because they're glad it's happening. They're tired of having to twist themselves in the knots to defend your offensive blathering just because DSA candidates can use you up to gin up votes in low turnout primaries. Even his closest pals are realizing that Piker is a general election poison. Look at this. It all makes you wonder why Piker is too toxic for the University of Washington yet evaluated. This is trying to drive a wedge. Remember what I said? Republicans are utilizing the establishment Democratic media machine, constantly trying to discipline myself and discipline electeds for aligning with myself and the DSA to get to silence them into submission, because from their electoral calculation, it's not great to constantly have to answer questions about me, right? And they're using that as an opportunity to make it seem like there's this real division here, okay? There's this real division. The reality is, I do not expect Abdul El-Sayed to come out and speak out against this. I expect the Democratic Party and the more prominent establishment Democrats to be like, look, I don't agree with everything Hasan says, but he has a right to fucking say it. Especially on an issue such as this one. If they want to fucking, yes, my dad. It's my dad. He's cooking. It happens. Or it's not even my dad right now. Anyway. Left-wing politicians and pundits spent weeks insisting Piker's a vital voice, especially for the young, but they won't defend him when he's silenced here because they're actually happy to have academia push him to the side so they don't have to. Meanwhile, today, it is conservatives calling out the censorship. The fact that they're trying to take ownership over this as like conservatives are still defending free speech, whereas liberals are not, is a major misstep by liberals. It's a major misstep by liberals. It goes along with the same attitude here. Abdul El-Sayed did not disavow me or the platform that he also participated in. He disavowed the 9/11 comments, which is fine because I too disavowed the 9/11 comments, which Abdul also represented. So what Politico is doing is actually this not so subtle sleight of hand. They're making it seem like because they couldn't get the soundbite or the quote that they wanted out of people like Bernie, out of people like Abdul, out of people like AOC, they're turning around and making it seem like they did the disavowal anyway. So for liberals who have also participated in this smear operation, okay, what they do not realize is this is an attempt to drive a fucking wedge between certain elements of the base. This is a non-story given Hasan Piker long ago disavowed Hasan Piker's 9/11 comments. Also, will Mike Rogers be asked to disavow Trump's repeated racist remarks, including his racist attack on El-Sayed and his wife today? Or will the media asymmetry continue when it comes to Dems? Yeah, 100%. Democrats need to be strong. Okay? Democrats need to be strong across the board. Even Democrats that I don't like. They need to actually recognize the moment that we're in currently. Okay? Because what's going on is very deliberate. What's going on right now is an opportunity to try to get anything they can to be like, oh, he disavowed his comments. That means he disavowed them entirely. Okay? And then they turn around and go, see, you disavowed him. Why did you go and fucking campaign with him anyway? That's what's going to come afterwards. Okay? Because what will come next is centrist Democrats, establishment Democrats leaning into Republican attacks. Republican attacks that revolve around how Republican attacks about how like, oh, well, Abdul, you're hypocritical. So the first part about this, from my estimation, the first thing that, you know, the electeds that are doing, and they're doing it well, is to just be like, yeah, he doesn't agree with the comments. I don't agree with the comments. Who cares? This is, you know, Republicans weaponizing cancel culture. The second line is to flip it. Okay? So they've done the first push. The second line is to now say, look, he disavows the comments. I disavow the comments. It's ridiculous that this is a primary fixture when the president is currently Donald Trump saying that he's going to genocide the Iranians, refusing to solve the crisis in inflation that he ran on and won on, claiming that he was going to be the peace president, and instead has only created more wars and more instability. Okay? It's that simple. If Democrats behaved like Republicans a little bit more, not like aligned with them politically, but behaved like Republicans, they would make a big deal out of the University of Washington thing because it's a direct First Amendment violation. They would demand an investigation. And it's not to like defend me. I'm just saying in general, if this happened to anybody else, I would say the same thing. Because for years and years, that's precisely what the Republicans did. While they championed cancel culture, they were able to successfully make it seem like it was the liberals that were pro-cancel culture, anti-free speech. And they were able to do that because they would send some far more the vile commentators, the campuses, specifically to create instability and chaos on said campuses, like Milo Yiannopoulos, like a self-avowed neo-Nazi, right? To college campuses, and they would defend it. For years and years, they would defend it on the principle of the First Amendment. They defended the Turning Point USA stuff. They defended Richard Spencer. Milo Yiannopoulos and Richard Spencer are straight up neo-Nazis. Okay? And while they were still continuing the cancel culture and the anti-free speech initiatives far more successfully than liberals ever could, right? They were able to create an environment. They were able to create a media environment where on the one hand, they were fucking bludgeoning the left with anti-speech initiatives and simultaneously making the public feel like the Republicans were the free speech party. This played a major role in elections. This still plays a major role in our elections. I think a lot of people don't realize it. They don't recognize it at all. So yeah, I wish the Democrats broadly, like the establishment Democrats, would be a little bit more clever. Even if they disagree with me, I wish they would be a little bit more clever and take advantage of not only the reality here, but take advantage of this current media environment and say, look, it's very clear that only one party has genuinely tried to undermine the First Amendment. It's the Republicans. That's precisely what they did with Mahmoud Khalil. That's precisely what they did with Öztürk. They weaponized ICE to kidnap people for speech in direct violation of the First Amendment. And we're over here still maintaining this idiotic notion that it's actually the liberals. Yeah. Arturo Dominguez had a good take too. The amount of time legacy media wasted on this weekend's Sunday political talk shows asking lawmakers and candidates about Hasan Piker and not the issues that are affecting everyday people speaks to the elitist and wholly biased attitude we see across U.S. corporate news media. They don't give a fuck about you, as noted by how they associate with the bigots in the White House. All corporate news cares about is sensationalizing your demands of lawmakers who are supposed to represent you so they can control the narratives of the stories they report. It benefits them, and in the process, they fail at holding power to account. They're putting on nothing short of scripted reality. They're putting on nothing short of a scripted reality TV show. Precisely what it is. So I beg people not to fucking cave. I beg people not to capitulate to this right-wing framing. I know it's going to be tough. And this is one of the this is one of the aspects that I'm referencing. Like
everyone being like, Abdullah has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges.
So what's really funny about this statement, as you guys know, is it comes from fucking, obviously, a clip chimp that Republicans ran with, but it started off with establishment Democrats who I was calling out. And what's really interesting about this is the attitude on Twitter is somewhat different than the attitude on Instagram. I saw the comments on the Instagram post and everyone was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? He has every right to be paranoid. It's not paranoia, it's the truth.
Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 fucking degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really gotta come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you wanna fucking win or not? Lock the fuck in, okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, you know, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers.
Okay, it is.
So I don't even understand how they can take that clip and go, oh, he's talking about the voters here. What power do the voters have in framing these sorts of narratives? What voter was the one who was going, Abdul al-Sayed is a terrorist? It wasn't the voters who were saying that. It was obviously the pundits. The voters didn't call him a terrorist. The voters voted for Haley Stevens because they thought she was more electable. The voters don't have the capacity to give endorsements. So it's very clear what I'm talking about. The voters vote. They don't give endorsements. So what's funny about this comment is that even if you hear it out of context, because in the longer one, I like talk about consultants and the role that they play and all this stuff. Chris Hayes and Alex Wagner discussed the obsession over Hasan's 9/11 comments, but no one mentions that Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson is a 9/11 truther. Hayes, both the mainstream media and the right-wing media are like, this is an election about what Hasan Piker said about 9/11 7 years ago. Van Jones had to leave his job in the White House.
Some deep paranoia that Democrats so threatened by the rise of democratic socialists and hardcore progressives on the left wing would support Mike Rogers over.
Yeah, it's not deep paranoia. Michael LaRosa literally did that already. Michael LaRosa did that already. So I can't even, like, the idea that this is deep paranoia is ridiculous. There are literal people going on Fox News, the same people who were doing exactly what I was talking about in the primaries, straight up are now endorsing Mike Rogers.
Abdul al-Sayed. What the fuck should happen here with Hasan Piker? Like, what should Democrats do? I mean, is this a case where it's like, don't talk about it? Should Abdul al-Sayed continue to campaign with him?
I don't really know. I mean, at one level, like, I think there's a little irony in like the whole discourse being like the left needs a Joe Rogan, and then like getting the closest thing to it and being like, not like that, not like that, not like that. No. And it's like, do you ever watch Joe Rogan's show and he says crazy stuff all the time? Like, I think there's a difference between going on someone's show and campaigning with them hugely, right? So like, I think you can go on lots of people's shows. I've been on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher says all sorts of things that that not only do I disagree with, he says some things I really like find pretty wrong. The big question is,
like, that's the difference between me and like a lot of the established Democrats. Kamala Harris's endorsement, I welcome with open arms. But these guys, on the other hand, are like, no, just campaign with Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is a towering force that's going to bring in voters. Hasan, on the other hand, is electoral poison. What are you talking about? So far, I at least played somewhat of a role in someone winning a fucking primary in Michigan. Kamala Harris didn't. I know that Kamala Harris has much, much better approval ratings with the audiences, with the voters that Abdul needs to capture. So I understand it. That's the part of a fucking broad tent. That's part of being in a broad tent, you know? That's why I'm not, you know, regardless of my disagreements with Kamala Harris, I'm like, oh, it's amazing. There are people in here that find it to be unfathomable that Abdul is like receiving the Kamala Harris endorsement, and I tell them to shut the fuck up and grow up. Meanwhile, the very same people will then still turn around and go, no, actually, no, you should fucking go away. You should go away, please. If you guys thought I was general election poison, why the fuck were you so mad about my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris because she was not distancing herself from the genocide in Gaza that the administration she was a part of participated in? It don't make no damn sense.
Campaigning with. I don't think it makes a ton of sense in a general election, frankly, to campaign with Hasan Piker. I think you also can't control what a 35-year-old streamer is going to say. I also think that he is learning the lesson that, like, with great power comes great responsibility. This is a dude who streams like 7 days a week for years. Do you know the amount of words he said? Like, you're going to say some stuff. Part of the genre of what he's doing is saying stuff. I don't know how much the guilt by association works in the era of Donald Trump. Like, the man had dinner with Nick Fuentes. So I do think there's a little bit of like the associational politics have lost a little bit of their sting. But the other—
By the way, people are making it seem like Chris Hayes was like daggering me. It's not. He's not. This is perfectly reasonable commentary.
The thing is, like, if Hasan Piker wants to contribute to the success of the movement, like, he's probably going to have to watch what he says a lot more. And I get
he's
that,
not
like,
wrong.
He's been in a different lane, but one of the things that all of us, I think, with public platforms start to learn is that, like, your words have consequences. And it doesn't mean that you, like, say things you don't believe. It doesn't mean you don't say things you do believe, but it does mean that, like, how you select your words and the way that you communicate really does matter.
Like, everyone.
Yeah, I don't even disagree with that. To be fair, since 2024 election, you said America deserves 9/11. Oh wait, that's almost a decade ago. Weird. Yeah, no, it's not. He wasn't even like. Yeah, I agree with everything that he said. To be fair, well, a one-on-one tough interview on a Sunday show with Piker would be quite funny. Since here's the one-on-one tough interview with the most prominent Sunday show just had with a war criminal who has ICC warrants for his arrest. Here are all 5 questions. Please tell me which one of these is tough. Keep in mind, this is an indicted war criminal chiefly responsible for killing over 20,000 children. You would think that this was old college buddies meeting for a beer. Sunday shows don't do tough questions to anyone but those they view as hostile to the U.S. empire and Zionism. Here's the kicker. Look how adversarial they are to power. Yeah, Kristen Welker said, well, as you have said, one of your staunchest allies was Senator Lindsey Graham, and we cannot thank you enough for coming on this program to remember his life and his legacy in this moment of national mourning. Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Perhaps before Piker, Sunday shows like NBC's Meet the Press, ABC's This Week, and Donnie's Employer CNN, which has the Sunday show State of the Union, could book a Palestinian guest since they have yet to do so in 34 months of genocide. To be fair, he's cooking Donnie here, but Donnie wasn't suggesting that as in the same way where he's like, oh, they should be negative to Hasan. He's just channeling the spirit of what that process would look like in an effort to make it happen. You already talked with Alex Wagner about Republicans trying to cancel you too.
The same reactionary forces that sit around and say we love free speech will then very quickly turn around and demand your deplatforming. I, on the left, get there's so much advocacy around trying to deplatform me all the time. And it's oftentimes by the right. It's most commonly by the right. Like the whole, even the America Deserved 9/11 moment, right? From 2019, where I'm talking about the concept of blowback. But of course, I'm, not using the best language to describe this situation, was an initiative that was, that made its way to Fox News. And Fox News was doing a 48-hour news coverage on it. They're still doing it 6 years later because, the Cuomo campaign decided this was a viable line of attack.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zoran's buddy, Hasan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost.
It was not. It was a major failure, which I could have told them. They should have given me the $3.5 million instead.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda, Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, shouts out to Michael Bloomberg for that one, and also the other major donors. But like that, what is that if not the exact same thing that conservatives rail against? There is this
snowflake
hypocrisy.
thing really is applicable way more to the right.
Dude, you know what's fucking crazy? Like, I'm the most consistent motherfucker out here. Like, straight up. It's crazy because, like, Alex Wagner's over there being like, yeah, no, it's, there's actually, we're going to lend some credibility to the right-wing framing on this stuff and, like, what he's saying. When we had a conversation about this and she was agreeing with me.
at this point than the left.
But that's always been the case. Cancel culture.
Anyway, I'm not saying like I'm not criticizing her. I'm just at the end of the day, Hasan derangement syndrome is the foundational core pillar of all centrist politics in modern America, and I think that's beautiful. I know. It's crazy how much people fucking lose their shit. I just don't understand why they can't be normal, and they just kind of like yeah. That was before you, singular, tried to doom America to communism. Yeah. Human psychology is wild. Yeah, I just what I'm seeing right now, and nobody ever fucking listens to me, so it doesn't matter even a little bit. But what I'm seeing right now is that the midterm strategy of the Republicans, to identify myself and socialist candidates and even Tallarico as like far-right radicals is actually designed to take advantage not of their own base's enmity towards these sorts of values, but it's actually designed to knife as many different angles in the Democratic Party's broad coalition as possible. And I do worry that a lot of establishment Democrats are going to lean into these attacks with the hopes that they can basically get the left flank candidates to try to cut themselves away from the Democratic Socialists of America. Right? They're trying to segment out different aspects of the Democratic Party's base to generate voter apathy at a time when they're facing a blue wave, +7 National Democratic Party favoring election year. They're smarter than us. I'm sorry. They're smarter than most of the establishment Democrats are. They know that their platform is toxic. They know that they have nothing that they can lean into as far as delivering things to Americans. So they're trying to divide and conquer all the same. We have to oppose this. There will be people to my left that say, Hasan, you're hugging and kissing the establishment Democrats. You're a fucking failure. You're a phony. They don't understand what I'm trying to do. And there will be plenty of establishment Democrats that will also lean into the Republican base. They will also turn around and mirror the same exact attacks. They have done so already. They are part of the reason why. They're part of the reason why so much of this line of attack is salient. As we covered already, preview of the GOP midterm convention. Yeah, the CW is that you've got to be for something, not just against something, but scroll your feed and GOP midterm argument is that you must vote Republican to stop the socialists and Hasan Piker. The status quo is mountain we've been taught to stare at in awe. Don't even think about climbing up there, boy. Yeah. So yeah, it's time to have some courage. Okay? It's time to have some courage. It's time to have some backbone. It's time to have some courage. Like, when I see stuff like Will Lawrence leaving the Democratic Socialists of America, I get a little bit discouraged. He started that fucking chapter in his living room, from what I understand. And then he's like, oh, I'm running away from the DSA platform. They're going to still hit you on it, big dog. Be bold. Be brave. You will win. Excite people. Don't be afraid to lead. Here's Abdul al-Sayed also cooking on the same issue.
So again, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to rather than who I might campaign with.
When asked about Hasan Piker's comments on 9/11, Senator Bernie Sanders called it a dumb statement. Do you agree? Do you disavow those comments that America deserved 9/11?
Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hasan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11. But, you know, to sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say, oh, well, what does that mean about what you think? I want to be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're so stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back.
We are out of time, but I have to ask you before I let you.
Great take. Great take. What would you have said to your younger self if you told them that one flippant comment would become national news for a week 7 years later? I mean, look, there's no putting the fucking toothpaste back in the tube. There's no woulda, coulda, shoulda on this stuff. I said what I said. You know what I mean? Ironically enough, 2 days after, I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have used those words, right? I was talking about the concept of blowback, but I should not have used those words. All of this is super, super cynical. Super cynical. Your best quote? My new best quote is this one. I'm like the new transgender. Or the war against Christmas, he says, the Rolling Stone. I did say that to the Rolling Stone. This was the only photo that I didn't like that much. It's such a weird stance that I took, but the rest of the photos were goated. The official White House account is running anti-Abdul ads on their YouTube, a blatant Hatch Act violation, but nobody cares about that. Only Dems abide by the rules. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's totally ridiculous. Like the fucking guilt by association shit. Like, can you imagine asking a prominent Republican to disavow comments from Donald Trump? Like comments that he's going to make tomorrow or comments that he made yesterday, let alone comments from, 10 years ago or 7 years ago. There's no shot. Republicans would laugh in your fucking face. They'd be like, he won the election twice. Sucks to suck, libtard. That's what they would fucking say. We are the only ones who play by these rules, and these are not real rules anyway. These are not rules. They're just hurdles that are weaponized against the fucking left only, and only the left. It's crazy. Michigan Senate candidate, yeah, again, the headline makes it seem like the initial headline was Abdul al-Sayed disavows Hasan. They changed it to disavows his comments, but the narrative is set already, right? Now people will make it seem like Abdul disavowed my statements. Also, Obama reached out to both Michigan Senate candidates. That's good. That Obama endorsement will be very good. But yeah, this was, I guess there was more. Is there more to it?
Flip side of all this, which is, let's talk about it, Hasan Piker. Deep socialists and hardcore progressives on the left wing would support Mike Rogers over Abdul El-Sayed. We can unpack that in a second, but just more broadly, like, what the fuck should happen here with Hasan Piker? Like, what should Democrats do? I mean, is this the case where it's like, don't talk about it? Should Abdul El-Sayed?
It's so funny because the Pod Save America people ride so hard for me. Like, their audiences ride so hard. Usually, like, the Instagram comments are crazy. The Instagram comments are like, Piker isn't far off. I don't know the centrists are going to align with Rogers, but they actively vocally demonizing El-Sayed and hoping he loses. Centrist Democrats should get off the barbed wire fence between fascist crime lords out for themselves and the progressives who want to make America and the world a better place. I'm 52. I've been waiting a lifetime for these types of authentic, progressive, smart candidates. I really didn't think I would ever see it. If corporate Democrats and corporate media mess this up for us, I will be so pissed. El-Sayed has talked about Piker. He said Piker is entitled to his opinion, and Abdul El-Sayed is focused on the campaign, which is 100% the correct answer. Like, I'm telling you right now, even on the independent media side, the ones that come from that still like establishment background, they are failing to meet the moment. They're failing to understand where the public is. Okay? Fav's copped to all his staffers being HasanAbi heads yesterday. Oh, John Favreau? Yeah, they are. The Pod Save audience gets it. The staffers get it. They recognize it. We are everywhere, okay? We are literally everywhere. HasanAbi heads are fucking all up and down. We are the Faillennial army, ironically enough. And not only are we everywhere, there are a lot of people who literally feel the same way that we do, but have never heard someone voice their concerns.
Like, everyone being like Abdullah.
That's the other side of the story. They just simply have not heard anybody voice their concerns. Why are you talking about Hasan and not the points that he made? Hasan Piker has already contributed to the success of the movement more than anyone at Pod Save America or Crooked Media. That's not even true. That's not even true. The Pod Johns played a big role in Abdul's victory as well. They don't get a lot of credit for it, but I will always give them the credit for it because the truth is what matters to me. Hasan is not wrong. It's comical how much liberals talk about Hasan. Y'all really boosting his credibility and reach. He's not the politician. He doesn't need to be tone policed. Hasan is right and the Pod Johns are wrong. Hasan Piker is the reason he won the primary. We need Democrats to move farther left than now. Everything Hasan said was true. We all witnessed it for the past few months. We see similar rhetoric about Mamdani. The dissonance just blows me away. It's like this country really, really, really doesn't want anything to get better. Mind-boggling. I never thought that I would say this, but Chris Hayes and Alex Wagner know better than this. They know what he's saying and don't want to piss off the establishment. Comparing politicians associated with Hasan Piker to politicians associated with Nick Fuentes is insane and so disingenuous. I don't pay a lot of attention to what Hasan Piker says, so maybe this is wrong. Wait, what is this? Hasan is absolutely correct. Even without a political undertone, Islamophobia is so openly accepted. Yeah, if Abdul El-Sayed was some white dude, the Hasan 9/11 shit wouldn't be spammed so much. Like, who are we kidding? Of course it's fair to call out the establishment political commentators like that. Same with the comments here. Democrats complain that they can't get the young vote out to the polls. When Hasan literally helps bring out the younger voters, they complain. As long as Todd Blanche says it's not a crime to party with Epstein, I'm going to need everyone to shut up about Hasan. Both sides are obsessed with him, but continue to not give coverage to the survivors. Why does one Twitch streamer matter? He's done nothing wrong, but be honest and speak his mind. So until he's been charged with something, y'all need to quit spreading this narrative. You say it's paranoia, but that's literally what the Neera Tandons and the other DC Democratic consultants to whom he was addressing this to are doing. They're actively pushing people to vote Republican. What's also ironic is that every single media outlet is talking about how much we shouldn't be talking about him, yet that's literally all they're doing. You all crowned him the kingmaker by manufacturing outrage, and then when he steps up to help, you freak out. Either he has impact or he's irrelevant, but not both. Hasan has done more for the Abdul campaign than any other Democratic institution throughout the primaries. He's 100% correct in his take. The criticism is so cynical and disingenuous. Roll your eyes all you want, but the masses know he has done more for the people who want change than any Democratic establishment politician. Keep up the attitude or backpedal when it benefits you. You do you, Queen. They're cooking. They're cooking. That's also part of the reason why I get, like, these are not fucking, like, ride or die HasanAbi heads. These are people in the Pod John's audience, right? So okay, we need to get your ego back down after reading all that. No, this is not, dude, don't worry. I will never have fucking ego about this shit. Doors open.
No, because I get yelled at so fucking much. I get yelled at so much to an unbelievable degree, right? So no, the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to fluff myself up. The reason why I'm showing you this is because the Podjons' audience are at odds with the Podjons themselves. Okay? And it's not like these guys a year ago knew who the fuck I was. It's that all of this like negative polarization, all of the negative media attention is backfiring, and most people are capable of recognizing what's actually going on, where they're like, I agree with this guy. Why are you guys fucking bludgeoning him over the head with these takes? This is exactly what I said was going to happen when people came after me and Abdul, when Abdul and I stumped together, right? When I was like, look, they're positioning themselves as being pro-Israel on a 90-10 issue. They're positioning themselves to be on the 10% side of a 90-10 issue. That's good. It's going to be good for me. That's going to be good for the candidates that I endorse. And it was. That's exactly what happened. Right? Because a lot of these people have the same frustrations that we do. Even people who have not heard from us. Okay? And just like the anti-Semitism line was so cynically weaponized against those who were pro-Palestine over and over again, to a degree where now when people immediately associate, when someone is getting called an anti-Semite, they associate that with being pro-Palestine, which has some negative consequences as well, because it, I think, shelters a lot of real anti-Semites. But that's the fucking environment that the media designed, unfortunately. I think by the end of this cycle, this association is going to also be one that they're deploying against anyone who's anti-corporation, pro-workers, like centering the working class in their movement, at the heart of their movement and their policy and their agenda.
Defund the police. I actually believe in court reform, right?
Yeah, sorry.
In Supreme Court reform. Every president should get 3 appointments. You can either use your appointment to give somebody who's on the court a second 10-year term and limit everybody's terms to 10 years, or you can include somebody else. Would that expand the court? Sure. But there's nothing in the Constitution that says that there have to be 9 justices. And like the things that I actually look at on Instagram, right? Of course, we get served that on your For You page. But then like every third video that scrolls on its own is going to be some OnlyFans model. I think the foundational issue here.
I'm going to be honest. I much prefer people attacking me instead of Abdul like this. I think it's more beneficial for Abdul if they were just like, oh, Hasan is a dangerous radical. He can just like fucking cast aside. Because once they put the crosshairs on him, it's going to be more damaging to his credibility, unfortunately.
We need to start taxing billionaire wealth, right? And when you tax billionaire wealth, you disincentivize the accumulation of wealth. If you cannot stand for trans rights, do not be surprised when they come for your rights.
By the way, it's kind of funny because everything he's saying is awesome. And this attack ad literally reads like a promotional, a promo material for the most part.
Forward to pushing forward legislation that would preempt localities from participating with ICE. We've also got to make sure that in this state, we are not discriminating by documentation status. Right now, if you're undocumented, you don't get access to a driver's license, so you're stuck. You don't get access to a lot of the basic things the state offers everybody else. And I think that's ridiculous. And so we've got to stop discriminating that way. There is no reforming. There is no retraining. There is only abolishing ICE. Fuck ICE. That you can't reform ICE. You can't retrain ICE. You have to abolish ICE. It started, it was a bad experiment. It's been weaponized to do the worst things. And I think we need to abolish it and start from scratch. I think he should be impeached. I do not think he should be president of the United States. I think he's done impeachable
beast mode. Everything is so good.
Things. Obviously, as a future senator, I'm not in a position to impeach. But when they make the case about the impeachable things I have seen with my own eyes, I will vote accordingly.
So do you think that the Israeli government should be considered by the U.S. as a foreign terrorist organization?
It's certainly a rogue state.
You're not going to play the gotcha game, but you're not going to say you think Israel has a right to
the truth of the matter is that these wildfires are happening more often because it's drier and hotter than it has been in the past. It's drier.
Dude, what? This is literally just the scientific consensus on anthropogenic climate change. I'm losing my mind. God damn it. People are so fucking stupid. What the fuck? Literally, they're just putting scary music over correct things he's saying. Like the other stuff, You could say, oh, the policy is scary, right? Oh, tax the billionaires. Woo, scary policy, scary music. I've yet to see something that's even misconstrued here. And this part is exceptionally dumb because he's just saying an objective fact. This is where we're at in American political discourse, chat. This is where we have arrived in American politics, where they will literally turn around and say, look at this correct thing that he's saying with evil music in the background. And people will be like, yep, that's a bridge too far. Like, what is the fucking audience that you have cultivated if you're a Republican that you think this attack ad is going to be successful? And perhaps it might be. But it blows my fucking mind.
Hotter because we continue to rely on fossil fuels for our energy. We need to get to 100% renewable energy. Number one, put as much sand in the gears into what Donald Trump and his acolytes are doing. And number two, build the conversation with the American public that gets us to the after Trump foundation.
What do you tell those people about whether or not this is a pie in the sky dream that you're going around Michigan talking about?
Well, clearly I'm a different kind of Democrat.
By the way, that was from the White House. A clear-cut violation of the Hatch Act. Like, you cannot utilize the office to land attack ads on the opposing party's candidates and shit like that. Doesn't even fucking matter. The attack ad looked like a highlight reel anyway, but it's still fucking bullshit, man. Meanwhile, to go back to the insane double standard. Okay? Liberal outlets are like, oh, what do you think about Hasan? Meanwhile, this is what the Republicans are doing. Every day there's a new instance of corruption, a new instance of a clear-cut legal violation, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Democrats can't even have their own independent media, right? Like, the left flank can't even have its own independent media without everybody fucking freaking out over it, which is not even criminal, for the record. Like, nothing criminal here, nothing even, like, immoral here. Meanwhile, the Republicans, they're running around putting their dicks in everything.
And joining me now is Michigan's Democratic Senate nominee, Abdul El-Sayed. Dr. El-Sayed, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, and congratulations. Let's talk about your victory this week. You narrowly defeated Congresswoman Haley Stevens, and when you actually add up all of the votes, the vote totals that went to Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, a majority of voters actually ended up voting for candidates who are more moderate than you. So how do you win over those voters who voted for someone else?
Well, thank you, Kristen. I really were just grateful for everybody who participated. And the overwhelming recognition of the vote tallies is that 500,000 more Democrats voted than did Republicans in that election. If that happens, we are going to win in a landslide. Now, I know that we had it out with a very tough primary. There were a lot of issues that were discussed and differences that were identified and fixated on. But I will tell you this, that all of us agree that our differences are far smaller than what we agree on. And what we agree on is that Donald Trump has been an existential threat to our democracy. He is costing us jobs. He is costing us more at almost every aspect of our lives, whether it's our gas, our groceries, or our health care. And that Mike Rogers is going to be nothing more than a rubber stamp on Donald Trump's disastrous economic and foreign policies. And so this is the opportunity for us to come together, to mend fences, to build together the coalition that is going to defeat Mike Rogers in November and defeat Trumpism over the next 2 years.
Well, let me ask you about some news that we are learning this morning. Local outlets reporting that you spoke to former President Barack Obama on the phone. I know you're not going to give me every detail of the call, but what was the crux of his message to you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Well, Kristen, you're right. I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really warm and inspiring conversation. I got to be honest with you, I never saw myself ever able to run for public office. I literally told former President Bill Clinton that at my college graduation, in which I was the senior speaker and he was the main speaker. And I then watched the next year Barack Hussein Obama run for and win the presidency. I watched him serve with a level of class, a level of elegance that we could only pine for now. So I really enjoyed the conversation. I was grateful for his advice. It was very warm, very inviting. And I know that he knows the critical role that Michigan is going to play in holding Trump accountable, in winning back the Senate, and in building forward the future that we need.
Is he going to campaign with you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Look, I really hope so. And it was a really good conversation about what we need to do to be able to win. And obviously, this is somebody who knows a lot about winning Michigan.
And just to be clear, do you anticipate he'll show up on the campaign trail with you? Is that one of the broad topics you all discussed?
Look, we talked a lot about what it'll take to win. Obviously, his presence here in Michigan would mean so much to the coalition that helped elect him. So I hope that we get to campaign together.
One of the big issues you ran on, of course, was Medicare for All. So let's talk about that. You served as a public health official in Michigan. You even co-authored a book making the case for Medicare for All. Senator Bernie Sanders also campaigned on it as a presidential candidate back in 2016. 10 years later, this idea still does not have a majority support in Congress. If you were to win in November, Dr. El-Sayed, how do you make Medicare for All a reality when so far it has not had enough support?
Well, Kristen, I've been up and down my state, and everywhere I go, people say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. And one of the big things that they bring up is the fact that they're worried about having to see a doctor if they get sick and what that'll mean for them. The median deductible, meaning the money that you pay to get the health care you already thought you paid for every single month, is about $4,500 for a family of four. That, considering the fact that the median income is about $80,000, means that you're going to lose more than a whole paycheck just to actually pay for the health care you thought you already paid for. Our system has only gotten less and less effective, less efficient over time as we've watched health insurance corporations collude with big hospitals and the pharmaceutical industry to figure out how to pick more and more of our dollars out of our pocket to put into theirs. We don't have to live like this. We have an opportunity to guarantee cradle-to-grave health care from the moment that somebody is born to the moment that they expire, God willing, at 120 years of life after a long, healthy life in their sleep peacefully. And it would guarantee them the health care that they need independent of the circumstances, wherever they needed to go. That is the kind of security we've never had in this country, and it's the kind of security that the healthcare corporations have denied us. So we're watching more people support Medicare for All every day. We're watching more elected officials support Medicare for All every day. And in a lot of ways, this campaign was a referendum on whether or not we want health care here or bomb somewhere else. And I think the Michigan voter chose health care here.
Well, you know, some Americans worry, though, you can only make Medicare free and universal if you increase taxes. So if you are elected and make this push, would you need to increase taxes?
As I've said across this campaign, I am for taxing billionaires their wealth.
What about people who make less than $1 billion and less than $1 million, though, Dr. El-Sayed? What about people making less than $1 million?
So for the average person, and you look at your W-2, if you're an employee who gets paid every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, after you pay your taxes, the next biggest check that comes off the top of your pay stub is to your health insurance company. So imagine instead of paying that to your health insurance company, whose CEO makes $20 million a year, instead you paid a little bit more in taxes for health care that you wouldn't lose if you lost your job or turned 26 or got married or got divorced. I think all of us would be a lot more interested in that kind of a system if we knew that our health care would be free at the point of care and would be free without having to worry about losing it in general. So there's an opportunity here, I think, to trade what we give to a big corporation who gets to decide who we get to see and who we don't for a little bit more paid into FICA. And I think that's a trade that's worth making. I think the broader public understands that that's a trade worth making considering how many people are holding medical debt, a third.
Dude, I mean, he is, God, he's fucking cooking, dude. He is cooking. He is cooking every time. He is so good, so articulate, so smart. The policies are well thought out. It also makes sense because, like, this is his signature thing, right? He ran on Medicare for All. He wrote a book about it. This is his area of expertise. This is what he ran on in 2018. Like, he is obsessed
Of all Michigan.
with this issue, and it's such a great domestic issue to care about. His foreign policy stuff is good too, obviously. Like, if this is what he's bringing to the table and the opposition is like, well, I'll remind you that he's Muslim, it's fucking over, man. That's why I'm so confident. That's why I'm so confident about Abdul al-Sayed's prospects. That's why I'm not too worried. I mean, obviously, we still have to fucking worry about the barrage of money, the money cannon, right?
Households right now.
Just to be very clear, you're describing this trade-off. You are effectively acknowledging that people making less than $1 million could see their taxes go up. I just want to be very clear. Is that a yes?
I'm saying that
the answer to this is also simple. I don't know if he actually hits the lines here, but you pay less. Right now, premiums are completely out of control. You end up paying less. Corporations end up paying less. It's actually a straight up overall tax break for virtually every American. It also readjusts the insurance pool. You know, it readjusts the insurance pool at the end of the day. Like, you're trying to trap me into a soundbite. Now, of course, Kristen Welker knows that, and she's asking that specifically to trap him in a soundbite to be like, your taxes are going to go up, so the Republicans can then turn around and use that.
we'd be paying for healthcare in a different way. Instead of paying a health insurance company whose CEO makes $20 million, I would much rather pay for durable healthcare into a government, which, of course, we all know provides healthcare for seniors who need healthcare the most. So if I'm trading paying a CEO to make more money or paying government to guarantee me healthcare, I'm picking the latter every time.
All right, let's talk about another big issue that dominated the campaign and will undoubtedly be a big topic of conversation in the general election, your criticism of Israel. President Trump had this to say after your win this week. I'm going to play it, get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart.
What's your reaction to that, Dr. Al-Sayed?
I love and revere Judaism and the Jewish people. I believe they're a light unto the world. I grew up in a community that had a large Jewish population. I was so grateful to get to be invited to Seder and to Shul and to Bar and Bat mitzvahs. I'm really honored for what I learned and got to share with my Jewish sisters and brothers. But they are not the same as AIPAC in Israel. AIPAC is an organization that spent, $30 million to beat me so that they could have one more vote in the U.S. Senate to guarantee that our taxpayer dollars would be sent abroad to subsidize a foreign government's military to do the worst things: genocide, apartheid, take us into wars we have no business fighting. And I'm running for Senate here in Michigan. I believe that we have a responsibility here in Michigan. I want our tax dollars spent to provide good schools, to pay for health care, to rebuild our roads here in Michigan, rather than it being sent abroad to subsidize foreign militaries. That's not just Israel, by the way. That is also Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Pakistan. So I believe in international law. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for all people. I believe in a process that allows a free Palestinian people and free Jewish Israeli people to come together around what they believe the ultimate peace should look like. And I believe that our tax dollars should be spent on the things that are needed here in Michigan rather than to subsidize foreign militaries abroad.
Let me follow up with you on that point. You've just reiterated that you would rule out unconditional foreign military aid to Israel. Just to be very clear, is there any scenario where you would approve more aid to Israel, more military aid in any form?
Well, if we were in a scenario where there were equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for the Palestinian people and Jewish Israeli people, and they had come together to achieve that ultimate peace, and there were circumstances in which that was guaranteed, there would be a very, very different circumstance. But for right now, we are in a situation where we are continuously subsidizing the military of a state that has behaved in ways that can only be described as rogue. You think about the genocide in Gaza. You think about the continued attempt to annex southern Lebanon. These are things that we cannot subsidize, considering the fact that we have kids who need better schools and better roads and bridges and better health care here in America.
You're saying you would not support sending aid to Israel, which was attacked by Hamas, but you have also said that you would support sending military aid to Ukraine, which was, of course, attacked and invaded by Russia. Where do you draw the line there?
Well, in Ukraine, you're talking about attacks from a leader of a neighboring sovereign country who clearly violated international law and attacked.
By the way, the only reason why they're asking the Ukraine question is for a gotcha. Okay? It's very simple. The false equivalence is so glaringly obvious. One is a genocide that we're aiding and abetting. The other is defense. Okay? It's obvious. I make this distinction all the fucking time, and I'm not exactly a fan of NATO or American foreign policy broadly. But it's true. It is objectively correct that regardless of the things that we've done in Ukraine previous to the Russian invasion, doesn't matter. Russia fucking invaded Ukraine. Okay? Russia, a sovereign regional power, invaded another sovereign country. So from a moral perspective, it's very fucking clear. One is aiding and abetting a genocide that has illegally occupied territories that it doesn't belong to and illegally bombed, even from the first bomb after October 7th. All of that was illegal. Under international law, Israel has no right to claim self-defense over an occupied territory. Okay? None whatsoever. It has no right to self-defense whatsoever in terms of bombing Gaza. This is another thing that people rarely ever comprehend about international law. Okay? Apartheid is illegal. Occupation is illegal.
Attempting to breach the sovereignty of the Ukrainian public. That is conditional on that circumstance. We have been offering unconditional foreign military aid to Israel, independent of the circumstances, for years and years and years. And
you think Kristen Welker is anti-aiding Ukraine? No, she brought that up literally as a fucking gotcha. It's unbelievable. It is insane to me how fucking hard every random Tom, Dick, and Harry in mainstream news goes for Israel, where they will literally cast aside previous positions in a moment's notice. What the fuck? It blows my mind. Please do a better job, guys. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn. It blows my fucking mind.
Might I say, it's not just Israel, it's also Egypt, it's also Jordan, it's also Saudi Arabia. That's the difference. It's about the conditions. So when we're talking about taking on Putin and his violation of international law, I do believe we have a responsibility to uphold international law and therefore to support Ukraine in its efforts.
You have said, and I want to talk about your political identity now, you have said you're not a democratic socialist. You were backed by Senator Bernie Sanders, who, of course, proudly says he is a democratic socialist.
Yeah, I remember Meet the Press with Kristen Welker and Zohran Mamdani. Look at how she's interviewing Abdul El-Sayed. Look at how she interviewed Zohran Mamdani, and then look at how she interviewed motherfucking Benjamin Netanyahu, dude. It is... the difference is insane. The difference is insane. Zohran Mamdani, not a war criminal. Abdul El-Sayed, not a war criminal. Okay, great guys. Love them. Fantastic people. Zohran, Democratic Socialist. Abdul El-Sayed, not even a Democratic Socialist. Not even a socialist at all. Right? And the way that she fucking interviews Benjamin Netanyahu is immensely more charitable, despite the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking straight up war criminal, a murderer of children. Okay? Can we just look at that double standard for a moment? Can we recognize the night and day difference? Here she is laughing it up with Stephen Miller. Actually, I don't know if I don't know if she's laughing it up from this angle. I can't tell if she's laughing it up with Stephen Miller. I'll be fair. I'll be fair and balanced. I don't know if she's laughing it up with Stephen Miller. The fact that she's yucking it up is annoying as it on its own. But you can't be you can't, but like what matters to me is not that she's laughing it up with Stephen Miller or talking to Stephen Miller there. What matters to me more is how she interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay. Simply a threat to unconditional support. Oh, Denims is here. Nice. All right. Everything Abdul El-Sayed has said so far stays firmly inside the paradigm of the two-state solution, which is the official Democratic and U.S. government position since the 1990s. So why do AIPAC types freak out? Because they think that unlike most U.S. politicians, he actually means it. Yeah. There's a difference, though. He's also on the record of saying that he, like, the point of it is literally because he says he does not care about maintaining a Jewish ethno-state. That is the real problem. Okay? That is the real problem here. That is the major concern. You're not even fucking allowed to say shit like that. That's what it is. All right. Anyway, Denims is here, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna do something crazy, and we are going to move on from. I mean, this part of the broadcast. What's going on? Denims is here, and she brought gifts. Here, this is your seat. Where's your seat?
Your mom took it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Hold on. Here we go. Push some of the stuff back. What have you brought us today?
Okay, well.
You gotta talk into the microphone.
Right. Okay, so I thought it'd be fun to do a hummus tier list.
Uh-huh.
You know, not at all in celebration of a certain different tier list that got a couple creators banned. Just some random creators. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Get
yes,
the board.
thank you, please.
We have a board as well. Did you print out the different hummus types as well? God damn, look at that.
No, she killed it. Wait, let me screw it.
Oh. Do you want me to grab it? Hold on. I got it. Don't know why you chose
I feel
this.
so bad. Why am I? It's
Wait.
beautiful.
Let me see if I can.
I think it looks good.
There it is.
I think it's good. Is the white shot okay?
Yeah, it's fine. You can kind of see. You can kind of see on the white shot.
So yeah, I thought it would be fun to do.
I want to start off by of course, asking you the most expected question of all time. Do you condemn hummus?
I would go further. I would say that I condom hummus.
Okay, so you condemn hummus.
Mhm.
Good. Thank God.
Mhm.
Okay, I was a little bit worried about that. Do you condemn me? Do you disavow Hasan Piker?
No, but I do
You should.
condemn.
That's crazy.
I do condemn Hank Pecker. That guy
Okay.
is a disgusting piece of shit.
Okay, good. All right,
he doesn't
that's a
stand
good
for my
start.
values.
That's a good start.
Just an awful, despicable bitch of a person.
Okay. And so we brought you on today because you are now known as the free speech queen. What does that mean for people who are unfamiliar with why you are the free speech and fair use queen?
So maybe you know of a guy called Ethan Klein.
Mm-hmm.
He sued me for copyright infringement, or he alleged copyright infringement because I watched his content, not puke, nuke
Mm-hmm.
on you.
I call it the context.
The
nuke.
context nuke.
Yeah.
Because it's lacking context.
Yeah. It was just a mishmash of haphazardly put together clips out of context. It's actually really interesting because I've thought about this before we get to the hummus stuff, before we get to the tier list. I've thought about this a lot. Like, I feel like there are probably so many people who watched it at the time and they just, because the media environment and people's attitude about like Israel Palestine was like dramatically different than it is now. And people were just like not knowledgeable about it at all. And they probably were like, yeah, this guy's actually so scary. And as time has gone by, I feel like it's like wine. You know, with time, it ages very well. Like his takes age very poorly, but I think like my takes have aged very well because, you know, people have tried to make a big deal out of some of my positions, some of the things that I've said. Which district is this candidate running for? Okay. People are used to
candidates in this chair.
Yeah, people are used to having candidates and Norm Finkelstein sit on that chair. So
I really don't know how to feel about the cuck chair situation.
Yeah, it's not the cuck chair. Are you kidding me?
It's why I feel like when the chair was next to you, it felt better. And off to the side, it feels like a cuck chair.
Yeah, well, it's not the cuck chair at all. I'm flipping it so you can see it better. It's not a cuck chair at all. It's to the side is better because then we can, have a, normal conversation. Also, it looks better on camera.
Okay, you're right. The side to side. Yeah.
It looks way more professional on camera. Okay. We're moving the camera.
This is a nice backdrop.
Yeah. It's a better backdrop. You got the New York Post, Ram Mamdani, the Hateful Slate, all that good stuff.
But I will say sitting here definitely feels like I feel like I'm observing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, this is a more professional setup. It's not a big deal. We're moving up in the world, and the lighting is better and we're just getting better every day. All right. So, I didn't cuck Norm Finkelstein, but what I was saying is the context nuke, like, I wonder how many people that watched it back then that were like, this guy's a fucking radical. He's a dangerous radical. He's a fucking terrorist. I wonder how many of those people would, if they were to look back at it with today's eyes, how many of them would be like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah, I think a lot. I think also it didn't have like a salient message at the core of it other than like terrorist sympathizer. But then you ask anyone to elaborate and they didn't retain anything from it. So anyone who still holds that opinion, who's too far gone realistically, they can't repeat anything. It's like, he brought a terrorist on his stream. It's like, source?
Yeah.
Source. And then beyond that, I think it's all of it was shit that he had already been talking about for months.
Yeah.
So it was boring as fuck.
So what happened? So let's go back to the beginning. So he made this fucking video. It was just chock full of Hasbara, pro-Israel propaganda, not so subtle. And it was just like a Reddit post that he compiled with other people helping him. And he slammed it into this video that I never really fully watched. To this day, I haven't finished it, which was really funny. I've reacted to it many, many months later, but you, being the content demon that you are, insta-locked your reaction. You were like, we're going to watch it live.
Yeah, I thought that it would be hilarious. And I was totally right. It was fucking hilarious with how bad it was.
Yeah.
So I got sued for that, along with two other people, Casey and Frogan. And I got to say, it is a little bit uncouth, but also a little crazy that the way that I found out was because of his video. So I'm watching his video. I'm like, this is a really bad prank, right? This is the world's worst, cringiest
You're saying
prank.
the video that came after where he was lighting the
I'm
money
suing
on
these
fire.
three creators is the title of the video. And I was like, no, this is not real. This is too ridiculous to be real. And then I find out it's real. I'm like, let's take a look at the reaction. I take a look. I'm like, we're fine.
Yeah.
It's a 2-hour video. I made it 4 hours, fought the case or fought the lawsuit.
Kaya's trying to break in.
Oh, hi, Kaya.
Yeah.
Fought the lawsuit, and my team, great team, they filed a motion. Basically, it's a motion to dismiss. It's a motion on judgment of the pleadings. And we won. Let's go.
Yeah.
And his own precedent was cited against him. Somebody else countered it. I think it was 14 times.
Yeah, no, it was an unbelievable victory for fair use. The same person that had this pivotal court case back in the day that really played a huge moment in his profile being boosted as like the defender of fair use, the guy who established a precedent for DMCAs and fair use in general, was now trying to violate his own precedent. And lucky for us, the courts found it to be totally ridiculous. I think one of the funniest parts about it was from my perspective was not just that they were using his own precedent against him, but they were using his own legal team's words against him as well. Because one of the ideas that he tried to establish was the fact that you were in violation of fair use, and that he ended up saying that he didn't like your reaction. Like he didn't like your takeaway from the content, as in he openly was endorsing the idea that you had transformed it, just not in the way that he liked it.
Yeah, I think like the exact quote is something like, while Denham's use was transformative, and she used it for the exact opposite purpose of Ethan Klein's original video. And he's arguing that his own video was meant to push people against you, that my stream was doing the opposite. He's like, it was infrequently and dishonest. And then obviously fair use doesn't dictate that like your commentary has to be good or that your commentary has to be factually accurate.
Yeah, it just has to be transformational.
Yep.
And it was transformative.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So since then, you still have...
Wait, sorry. Could I get some water?
Yeah.
I'm so... Thank you so much.
Now
Thank
everyone's
you.
going to fucking yell at me and be like, dude, you didn't offer her water.
Why the fuck didn't you offer me?
This is the first time I've had a guest on that we forgot to give water to or any kind of bevs beforehand. And you would be the one who's like, I need some water. Horrible host. I know.
I had some Red
women.
Bull. I had some Red Bull. That's also true. But I had some Red Bull, and then I think like, I don't know, the caffeine dried my mouth out or something.
Right here, Hannah. I don't know why you went all the way over there.
Oh, thanks. Wow, double hate women. Made another woman run around for your entertainment and for what?
Yep, exactly. What the fuck is wrong with you? They're saying. Oh God. Okay, so there's another purpose here because the lawsuit has the initial file to dismiss was cleared by the judge, but there's still an opportunity for Ethan to continue his legal pursuit.
So I'm pretty sure he's on the record. Is this a fine place to put it?
Yeah.
You want me to put it on the floor? Would that be better?
Yeah, probably better for the camera angles.
So even though he said, like, I'm going to respect the judges no matter their decision, he decided he changed his mind. And so now he's appealing it. I think he's begun filing the necessary, like, paperwork to appeal it because he doesn't want to accept the loss for whatever reason, I guess. So we're going to fight it.
Well, I feel like it has nothing to do with the actual... Why isn't it flipping? What's going on? Oh, shit, sorry. I'm paying attention to everything that's going on. I feel like it has nothing to do with the actual outcome of the court case. It has more to do with burning as much money as possible and simultaneously forcing you to spend time on this. And I think for the longest time, part of the reason why he was able to get away with this and it was like beneficial for him is because he could make content out of it. He was dunking on women and, you know, there's definitely a market for that on the internet. It's fucking gross. But also because there were no like, people in the commentary sphere that were just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, I don't think people realize like, hey, dude, the slop that you put out, you only get to put that out because React content is a thing that's defended by the courts. So like siding with like a lawsuit that would hurt your ability to make React content is insane. This is why the same thing with the appeal. Like if the appeal goes through, God forbid I somehow lose the appeal. Like that's not good for the fucking slop tubers that make all this content.
Yeah, I really worry a lot. Like I've lost a lot of sleep over this. People don't realize this, but my favorite content creator, I don't know if you know of him. His name is M. Pegasus.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Yeah, more Pegaslop.
Mm-hmm.
And I really worry that if this new legal standard is set, like I'm afraid I'm going to have to sue the living shit out of him.
Well, it's about the imports and exports.
Yeah. Because
of Singapore.
Exactly. As a businessman, I'm wearing a suit. For those of you who don't know, I'm a businessman. I'm a numbers guy, but I'm also a business guy. And I really want to do business with the beautiful nation state of Singapore, the beautiful city state of Singapore.
I just don't feel safe doing business with Singapore.
You're a businesswoman.
Exactly.
Which I can tell from your outfit.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And as to like we're getting together, it's a meeting of the minds. We're thinking about imports and exports. We're thinking about the Strait of Malacca. We're worried that it might close. But as long as, traffic is unimpeded in the Strait of Malacca, the only other concern that we have is defamation and also fair use protections in the nation, in the city-state of Singapore. City-state of Singapore. Yeah, I said it right. And the ports of Singapore. They're always on my mind.
Yeah. I'm always thinking about it. I'm always thinking about, whether or not we can continue to do business with them.
Yeah. So what are we? So we're gonna do a hummus tier list today, which was one of the lines of attack that many of the pro-Palestinian content creators withstood, and then they turned it into this like insane moment of like mass anti-Semitism that was taking place.
I have no word. Like that was, I think,
like Asmongold received a 14-day ban for saying Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve genocide. Every content creator that was involved in the Sabra Hummus Gate received a 30-day.
Yep. And his ban was it was halved. So he was only banned for a week, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So there's a GoFundMe. If you go to Ethan Klein Lied, okay? I'm going to show. Well, hold on. Well, what are you doing? No, I don't know. What if it like accidentally leaked my address? You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to wait out. But you just immediately went to it. That's crazy. Thank God I wasn't like logged in. Okay, that's fine. It didn't. We're good. Okay, just.
I'm not touching anything.
Okay, I'm just looking to see that there might. Because if I did that with the Act Blue link, you would have literally shown my home address and everything else, and credit card information, because it automatically fills it sometimes.
There are browser extensions that will spoof your address.
What? Okay, I didn't know that. That's
should
the thing.
get
Well,
that.
I should do that.
Yeah.
You gotta tell me what that is.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so good thing that we didn't dox me. I'll put it back on desktop. You can go back to hitting buttons. Okay. But yeah, Denims versus Ethan Klein Fair Use Lawsuit Defense Fund. You're seeking to fundraise up to $100,000. It's currently at $65,000. And you guys can go and donate at ethankleinlie.com. We're going to do another one for Frogan as well. But yeah, so in order to pump those numbers, we wanted to do a hummus taste test.
Oh yeah.
So that's what we're going to do today.
If I may introduce the idea.
Go ahead.
I have prepared 7 randomized hummuses. I don't know what the hummuses are.
Okay, hummus-I.
Hummus-I.
Uh-huh.
Hum-I, if you will.
Uh-huh.
The
okay,
labels.
that's getting dangerously close to Hamas.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's okay because we already condemned it, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. We condemn hummus, we condemn Hamas, we condemn it all.
So we're fine. So I got these, and the label for them is on the very bottom of the containers. So we will know after we try the containers.
Mm-hmm.
One of these is Sabra. One of these is homemade.
You've brought poison.
I have.
Into my household.
Yes. One of them is a mystery flavor meant to
tickle my palate.
Let's go with that.
Yeah, or to kill me.
Yeah,
that's what you're trying to do.
of those.
I see what's
Yeah,
going
sure.
on. You're gonna try to kill me.
And then I obviously brought the required dessert humai.
Oh no, not chocolate.
No. It's brownie batter.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out which one is the most delicious one, which is Sabra hummus. Everybody knows, as Ethan Klein once famously said, it's in the fridge of every Israeli. That's what he said, which was probably, again, another instance where someone who's pro-Israel ends up accidentally doing propaganda against Israel.
Yeah.
Because Sabra hummus is horrible. It tastes
They
terrible.
have terrible taste.
Which is not illegal to say on Twitch. if Jonathan Greenblatt is watching and paying close attention to the broadcast right now, it's fine. We are allowed to say that we do not like Sabra hummus.
Is it?
What?
Is
We're about to
it
find
okay?
out. Unless
Is it
we get
okay?
a fucking ban, we'll see.
Yeah, well, maybe you need to get yourself under control, man.
Okay. All right. Let's get it started now. Asmongold is banned on the platform, so all the cockroaches are probably in here looking for anything that they can to try to get us banned, but we'll see. Yeah, see you in 30 days if we get banned for saying Sabra hummus is ass.
Whoa. Twitch, you should exclude
Yeah, it's just me, not
for-
Denims. I'm saying.
I served my time already, okay? I
Yeah.
already did a 30-day, so
Yeah.
let's not... So I don't know what they are. You can randomize them some more if you want, but I already had them
Okay,
moved
then
around.
that's fine. Let's get it started.
Okay, pick one. Pick a stack.
A stack.
Yeah, and then, well, actually, just take one. Just be careful to not look at the bottom.
Yeah.
Because the bottom has the label. And then
All
I will
right, we
also
got
grab
first
it.
up.
There's
Can I
spoons.
smell it without
yeah.
looking?
Wait, maybe I should move this slightly.
This is terrible smelling.
Here you go. Some bread for you.
This does not smell very good.
No, it's fine. Okay, and then there's also some spoons if you would rather a spoon.
So I'm dipping it first and then you're dipping it after? There's something in it too.
There's something in
There's
it.
like something in it. Okay. So you're going to try the same one?
Yeah, we're going to try the same
All
one
right,
together.
here.
Cheers. No, they're the same.
Oh, what the fuck?
I actually don't know what this one is.
This is sweet. This is terrible. This is fucking terrible. This is awful. Oh my God. F tier.
Oh my God. I can't believe we got it immediately.
Wait,
so
what
this
is-
was, well,
Is this a dessert hummus? It's boar's head.
do you want to guess what the flavor is?
I think it's honey. Like maybe hot honey.
No.
No.
Take another bite. You don't want to take another bite?
Not really, but it's just sweet.
All right. Well, Hannah, could you bring the card over?
Okay. Mine is F tier. What is yours?
Oh, this is like, yeah, this is F tier.
Okay. Mango jalapeno hummus by Boar's Head.
Dude, what the hell are they fucking making at Boar's Head? What fucking diabolical creature created
That is
this?
unacceptable. That's a hate crime.
I had to get that one. Okay, well, I just want you to know that was the only crazy flavor, or was it?
Oh God.
Okay, pick a column, any column.
Okay, up next. Where do we put the discards?
I'll take them.
Here. Okay, this one is our second. Our second one. I'm gonna smell it first. Okay, this smells a little bit more like a normal hummus. Oh, this is good.
It's pretty good.
This is actually good. But I do believe there's olive oil in it.
Are you an olive oil hitter?
I think there's different ways of doing it.
Oh, it's really strong on the olive oil. I see what you mean.
Yeah. I think this might be the homemade one. I like it, but there's definitely olive oil in it.
This is like a B tier, I would say.
Yeah.
Where are you rating this?
I think B is appropriate.
All right. I actually don't know. I don't know what any of
Okay.
these are.
It's Ithaca. Ithaca brand.
Okay, that's not bad. If you like a strong olive oil taste.
Ithaca brand hummus. Olive oil, sea salt.
Oh, yeah. I guess if it's Grecian.
Yeah. B tier.
I can feel Stabby's ghost.
I mean, I'm not ashamed of saying I appreciate Greek food. I don't have any loyalty to, or any.
You don't have any loyalty to your buddies?
Yeah, no
Stabby?
loyalty to the Ottomans like that. I'll take it. Okay, what's next? Pick another one.
Go
This
crazy.
one. Oh, again, there's this scent that I pick up on that is don't be so generous. Tahini and olive oil, gross. Yeah, I mean, there's this scent that I pick up on some of these. Why'd you give me a spoon on this one instead of the bread?
I don't know. I just felt like eating it with a spoon, so I thought maybe I can take the fucking spoon back if you don't want the fucking spoon.
No, it's fine.
All right.
No.
Oh, the tahini's so strong on this one. It's like
No.
90% tahini. It'll be really funny when eventually one of these is mine.
No.
But I'm pretty sure actually I can guess which one this is based on the fact that I know what the labels are called.
Okay, so you have a unique advantage. No, I mean, this is F tier again. I mean, it's like, I'll say D just because, like, I mean, I think it's F tier. Honestly, I think
Put
it's
it in F tier then. Put it in, stand by your
it's
opinion.
F tier. What's yours? It's too. The aftertaste, the texture is fine, but like, it's definitely an F tier hummus because like there is this prepackaged, pre-produced hummus taste that is ever present in this one, just like the previous one, the previous F tier one, which was the boar's head one, where it's like I don't know what they put in it. I don't know if it's like bad. I don't know if it's like too much tahini or the type of tahini, but it just like tastes like shit. And yes, I am gonna go with F tier. So are we
I would
ready?
say this is like D tier, but that's like I also just have you had sesame ice cream before? Like black sesame ice cream?
No.
I think it's a sort of an acquired taste, and when sesame starts to grow on you, you're like, dude, I can go for some more sesame.
Yeah, it's
So-
pre-processed, so I don't like the pre-processed stuff. I mean, the Ithaca one was fine. Maybe it was olive oil masking it and changing the taste of it, the aftertaste of it a little bit. But all right, let's take a look. Let's reveal it. Trader Joe's.
I thought it was going to be a different one. Wow, I'm kind of disappointed.
Okay.
Kind of disappointed by Trader Joe's.
What did you say?
Stop
D?
being lazy. Get up.
All right, I'm gonna put it right here.
Ooh. You're like, can you imagine if like the Wheel of Fortune people, they like wheeled over like you know what the people want, just give it to them. I don't know why you're
trying
being
to
difficult.
Not give it to them.
No.
Okay. Trader Joe's also F tier. All right, up next. Fourth one.
Okay, spoon or bread?
I'm gonna do bread.
I'm gonna go spoon.
It's got a little bit of a armpit smell to it. But that could be good or bad. It could be good or
Why
bad.
the fuck did you say that,
Am I
man?
wrong?
I didn't smell that. Now I smell that.
D tier. Or no, this is F tier too.
I thought this was like, dude, I was like a
This
C
is like a
tier.
little bit better than the other two, but it's still bad.
Okay, what do you not like about it? Because I feel like
it's not as powerful.
like I feel like it's really boring, but there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm judging all of this hummus as like I would eat almost all hummus.
Almost all hummus.
Yeah. But having said that, the reason why I'm saying this is like F tier is because like there's a very specific type of hummus I like, I think, and a lot of the pre-processed stuff is just not very good.
Oh, I guess it does have a really dry aftertaste.
Yeah. So I think that's the reason why. All right, let's take a look. It's time to flip it over. Cedars.
Okay.
What is that?
You know, that's like one that I've seen people suggest a lot. That's supposed to be better than
this is the
Sabra.
Sprouts brand.
Yeah.
I said this was F tier. What did you? I mean, it's better than.
I feel like it's slightly better than because
It's
like
valid to put it in D tier.
I think you should put it in D tier because the Trader Joe's one was all tahini.
Yeah.
It was nothing but tahini.
I'm sitting down again.
Nobody wants to work anymore.
That's true.
All right. There's 3 more. Oh, wait. No, this is the time for the palate cleanser. Here you go.
What is that? Oh, this is the brownie batter one? Oh. It just smells like sludge. Let's see. I mean, that's not even hummus.
I mean, I'm not going to eat it. That was just really... He thought I was going to eat it. No, I'm not going to eat it, dude. I know it's going to be bad. I don't need to try it to know
It
that.
tastes like cake batter.
It's. I know it's horrible.
It doesn't taste like, honestly, controversial opinion, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
That is diabolical. Going for seconds is insane. You're so crazy.
It literally tastes like, you're eating cake batter.
Yeah, that's demonic. That's not what hummus should be.
I mean, it's not hummus. It's just cake batter. It tastes and feels like you're eating cake batter.
Mhm.
And I'm a fat kid with a sweet tooth, so I'll eat cake batter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have no problem with eating cake batter. This is Good and Gather brownie batter desert hummus. I'm going to put this in C tier. Controversial.
Dude, I think you like. I think you're gonna lose subscribers for posting cringe, man.
Nope.
Not
hummus. It's cake batter.
That's
Poo Poo Piker likes doo-doo butter. I
am officially condemning Hasan Piker. I am officially.
What is
All
this?
right.
By the way, Frogan said Boar's Head regular was the best store hummus. I don't like it. I didn't like it at all.
Well, it was
But to
not
be
the
fair-
regular.
To be fair, we didn't get the regular. We got the mango jalapeno one.
Okay, now I don't mean to scare you. One of these is some random fucking brand. One of these, I made it.
Yeah.
And one of these is Sabra.
Yeah.
So no pressure. Or
I'm not
anything.
scared.
No
I think
pressure.
they're all, I mean, for the most part, I think they're all going to be F tier, but we'll see. Except for the
Okay.
brownie batter.
Well, go ahead, try it.
Unless it's like exceptional. All right, let's start here. The closest one to me.
Damn, dude, I want to know what hummus you've gotten that's like S tier.
Restaurant made. Yeah, this is not great.
Oh.
This smells terrible.
Oh, and it looks bad too.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Sabra. I think this is Sabra.
This has to be Sabra.
I don't like it. There is literally an aftertaste that is like motor oil.
It's so dry. It's so dry.
Watch this be the one that she made. It's going to be so
It'll be
funny.
really funny if it's the one that I made. Then I'm fucked, guys. Then I'm fucked. All right.
F tier. Easy. It's Sabra.
It's Sabra. It's Sabra. Guys, it's really hard to not know which one is Sabra.
Yeah.
Like it consistently has like, you're right. It does taste like motor oil. Motor oil. What is happening to the cards? Is that right? Oh, okay. I felt like we lost a card for a second.
Sabra hummus is really, really bad. It's probably the easiest BDS target because like no one, I feel like people.
No one is having it.
Yeah, people are not having it for fun. They're having it because they're suffering. They also fund, I believe they fund the West Bank settlements, right? And yeah, it's dog shit. It tastes like ass, and
But
also
it's still there, dude.
There is this like motor oil aftertaste that just like doesn't go away. Better start firing up that YouTube stream. Yeah, banned from the platform. It's just unbelievably bad. All right.
All right. Well, the worst is out of the way, I think.
All right, let's see. This is most likely the one that you made, but we're about to find out if that's the case. because the consistency of it is like beaten to death. So maybe it is actually, it's like almost the viscosity.
It's so lemony.
Sour.
Why is it so lemony?
I like it.
Oh
I was
my
gonna
God.
say, I thought you, no, I like this probably the most out of all the hummus I've had so far. Yeah.
What the
I think
fuck
this
is
is-
your palate?
I think this is the one that you made. And I like it.
Okay, I'm
You
like
fucked up.
Okay, so the one thing I will say is I did taste my own hummus,
And this is not what it tastes like?
and I don't remember it tasting like this.
Yeah. This is very sour. I like it. It's not as harsh because it doesn't have that like petroleum motor oil aftertaste. Maybe I feel this way right now because I just had Sabra before this.
Yeah, it compared to the
So
Sabra, it is really
juxtaposition
nice.
From something that is like totally inedible to something that is edible made me feel like I like it. Little Sesame. This is the restaurant quality, right?
Well, no, these are all store bought.
Oh, well, I like it. I like Little Sesame.
I think if you like lemon, this one's pretty good.
Little Sesame classic hummus, freshly spun in small batches. So the last one is yours.
Well,
I'm going to put it in B.
now it's not a mystery, man.
Well, that's how it was supposed to be. Oh, because we were supposed to pull your hummus.
Well, now I'm not going to get. Well, no, I think you'll still give me an honest review.
Oh, yeah, 100%. All right, last but not least, the hummus that is handmade.
Okay, after the last one, I feel
by
like
the
I'm
fair
fucked.
use queen.
I'm so fucked, guys.
I'm getting a big fat helping. What kind of lemon did you use in this?
Like a fresh, normal yellow
Oh,
lemon.
it is a fresh lemon?
Yeah.
You put too much garlic in it. For sure.
What's too much garlic?
You put too much garlic in it, absolutely. The consistency is good. The salt content is good. The lemon, I think you might have used a lime instead of a lemon.
I think I know the
You use
color of lemons.
Okay. Because there is an interesting aftertaste to the lemon. There's something that you did to this that gave it a little bit of zest that is unique.
Okay, I did add a smidge of cayenne pepper. Just a smidge. So I cheated a little bit. It was just missing kick. And I was like, I can't in good conscience serve this to someone. It's missing kick. But it was like one dash of cayenne pepper.
Okay, everybody needs to suck me from the back. It turns out there is something there. I made this smile. I like it. I would
Yes! Okay.
I'll give this a B tier as well.
So I had to do this because the last time I made hummus, I think it was like you, Ted,
Yeah,
there was
during
someone else.
the fundraiser where you almost killed me.
And let me say,
Where I almost died eating your hummus.
we were given a blender that doesn't work. Okay? We couldn't make good hummus. We were.
Excuses. Here, you know what? A tier. There you go.
Hey, you try mashing chickpea with your hand, all right? And tell me how well that goes.
That's how our grandmothers made it.
Okay. Do I look?
When they didn't have the access to gear and the tools.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either. I just wanted to say that. All right, let's get this out of the way here. I'll give it to you, the whole thing.
All right.
All right, what have we raised so far since we started? It was at 65,000. We're at 68,000.
Oh, yeah.
3,000 raised. Get those numbers up, chat.
Wait, you're missing one.
Oh, I was going to keep that for
Oh,
later.
okay.
No, I'm kidding. Put it on there. All right. Here you go. Okay. That was a good and exciting experience. I didn't realize there's not that many hummus.
Yeah.
So we don't have really we don't have more hummus to take.
There was one more that I got. It was called Habiza. I don't know if it's good or not, but I opened the package and I didn't realize it until I got here, but the package was like already open.
What the fuck?
So we didn't get to try that one. So I don't know if that one is good or not. Maybe people who've tried it
Okay.
can confirm or deny.
Well, while you're here, we can do more drama.
Oh, fuck yeah.
If we get to 70,000, we'll cover the Asmongold band, chat. We're at 68,000 right now. If we get to 70,000 raised, we will cover the Asmongold band together. Look, you're doing it again. I would just not flip to desktop. It's fine. Because you never know what's on there, right?
I saw it though. I can see it.
It's still. Yeah, EthanKleinLied.com. Here, put it on Denims first, and you can make a pitch to them because I got to go pee.
Oh, okay.
Talk to them. You know how to do it.
We gotta wait for him to leave. Dude, I cannot believe that he thought the brownie batter one was good. Dude. But I did get his ass. He did think I was gonna have it too. He did think I was gonna have that shit. Oh man. I didn't know he likes lemon. I didn't know. I guess it makes sense. He's lemon, bro. Anyways, hi. Yeah, I do content and stuff. I do stuff on the internet. Sometimes. Sometimes, maybe. Occasionally. Us fatties like sweets. Okay, but I'm like a fat ass too. And I like sweets as much as the next person, but that's taking it too far, you know? That's taking it just a little too far. How lucky am I, though, that the homemade one was last? Pretty lucky. Anyways, guys, yeah. Remember that time Ethan Klein sued me? Why did he decide to, like... You know the meme where people say, like, oh, I didn't... Your Honor, I didn't stab him. He fell into my sword. He fell into my knife. And then he actually did that. He was like, here you go. All of the love that I have on the internet. You can have it. You can take the fair use crown. Why? Anyways, yeah. I don't know. I assume everyone in here knows about Ethan Klein because, you know, they had a podcast together that crash and burn. Another thing I don't understand is why he didn't choose to step away from the podcast and just say like, yeah, this issue is just a little too personal for me. And instead he decided to like double, triple, quadruple down, sue me, and then lose.
I have a gift.
Oh boy.
I have...
Is it water for your guests?
No. I have brought... Because it's my mom's birthday, and we have some people here whipping up food. And I asked them, in anticipation of this hummus taste test, for homemade hummus.
Oh, that looks so good.
It's roasted beet hummus, though. So I actually don't know if it's going to be good or not, but...
I did forget to bring olive oil with me, but then I was like, whatever. We were too far gone. Thank you. What do you think about these dippers?
They're good. I don't
pretty
mind
good,
them.
right?
Yeah. I'll go first. There's like flowers on it too. Very fancy. I should have told them not to put that much hummus. Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
The chef is here, so you can't. Esther.
You don't want anything bad to happen.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty good.
I'd say A tier. I'm normally not a big fan of like putting other stuff in hummus, but it's definitely good.
I'm a big fan, dude. I feel like as long as the consistency is good and it's like a nice creamy level, that's all that matters. I feel like you can make it out of whatever and it's fine.
Here, if you want more.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, bro's always eating is right. Anyway. Made it to 72K on the GoFundMe. Okay, well, then... Wait, have we? No, we haven't. It still says 60. Oh, no, it is. 72,000 on the GoFundMe. Okay, so Since we made it to 72,000. Okay, that's terrible. Yeah, we'll put it on 8 here. Okay, so yeah, we got 30,000 people in here. If you donate $1, we could literally reach the $100,000 donation right now. You don't have to put $10 or $5. You can just donate $1 for all the, what was it? The negative, what did Vincent say? The negative income girlies? No, negative bank balance girlies.
By adults,
And if you donate 30,000, Hasan will shave his eyebrows off.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but nice
Nah,
try.
I already made him sign the contract. He didn't read the fine print.
Yeah,
it's
nice
over.
try.
No, you definitely signed. Yeah. And then he was like, oh, sure, whatever. Yeah, no, that was the one. I mean, like, I think it'll be an interesting look. It was really brave of you to sign that.
Yeah, I'll do another tank top stream. How about that?
Not good enough.
Anyway, so Asmongold got banned. I'm sure you covered it. Are you familiar with Asmongold? Do you know who that is?
No, who is that?
He's a right-wing content creator, famous.
Why
for
does
never,
he look like that?
Famous for never showering. Well, I think that people judge him as authentic because he looks like that. Where they forget that he's a multi-millionaire owner of not one, not two, not three, but 5 businesses. Owner of media properties, talent agency, and the like. That Asmongold. He doesn't shower. And he doesn't brush his hair. He doesn't do any of that stuff. And that leads people into this false belief that he's a man of the people. So it's almost like marketing. And in this day and age, I say it's strange, but people are demanding that.
Well, I think it's like there's a lot of appeal of like, so he espouses basically like a loser ideology where you don't have to feel bad that your life sucks because it's like the immigrant's fault or whatever. So you can be as much of a loser as you want and you could just give up in life because look, I don't try at all and my life is going great other than like all of my teeth falling out and I look like shit and have no friends or whatever.
So a lot of his commentary in the past was about how like, you know, diversity is bad and representational media is ass. But it's, I think, deeply ironic because he is the perfect depiction of representational media because a lot of other guys who love him also don't shower, also live in these sorts of conditions. They are not multimillionaires like Asman is, but he quite literally is living and breathing representational media. Anyway, Asmongold, he got banned. And a lot of people were wondering why. And of course, immediately after he got banned, Elon Musk was like, oh, there's a double standard on Twitch because they're owned by the wokes. Why is Hasan not banned? But Asmongold got banned because he said immigrants that are going over the border with their children should be murdered. They should be shot and killed. He advocated for Border Patrol to shoot and kill children. Now, of course, since then, he has made a Kaya's in the door. Kaya's at the door again. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, he said immigrant children should be shot and killed by Border Police, Border Patrol. Horrible, monstrous thing to say. But he made a 23-minute YouTube video about it. I don't know. Have you seen this yet?
Dude, I watched like, it was so, I couldn't even finish it. It was so brutal.
Okay, let's take a look.
Have you seen it?
Hey guys, it's me again. And usually at this point, I've already made like 2 or 3 other videos about why I got suspended on Twitch, and I've been farming this a lot. But unfortunately, something that has nothing to do with Twitch at all actually took precedence over this, and that's why I haven't really made any comments or said anything on anywhere about any of this. And so first part of this video is going to be talking about that, and then the second...
The echo is because Denims doesn't have a noise gate. Here, I'll turn on Denims' noise gate, but...
Here, I'll get closer and louder.
Okay, good. All right.
Perfect.
part is going to be talking about the Twitch suspension. I got suspended for 2 weeks. I'll probably try to appeal it, see if I can get it down to a week. We don't really know. If not, maybe I'll stream on Kick or something. Maybe I'll just take a vacation. I'm not really sure. I haven't decided yet. But anyway, that's the TLDR. So about 3 or 4 days ago, you know, like, because the day that I got suspended, I actually didn't even go live. Now, why is that? Well, it's because the day before that, I had a health symptom that was identical to my dad's health symptom before he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. So this, I got really upset. I was freaking out. And so I'm laying in bed. I'm fucking petrified. I am like panicked. I'm looking things up online.
I don't get it. Why is the camera that he uses for his YouTube videos different than his camera that he uses for his Twitch stream? Like, why is he using a webcam? Does he just like put Vaseline on the fucking...
I don't know. I have thought the same thing. Maybe it's that when he's recording himself, he has to look at himself, so he likes that this one is blurry or something. Whereas when he's streaming, he doesn't have to look at himself, so it's fine that it makes him look worse or something. I don't know.
I don't understand it, but maybe it's like deliberately looking unprofessional to give it like a real more homey. Yeah, performative poverty. Performative poverty is right. Austin Ox is correct. That's what he's doing. He just wants to like, I feel like he wants you to be able to smell him or see his stink lines from the other side of the monitor.
This is why I also didn't understand like the girlfriend stunt. Doesn't that make him less appealing to his audience?
No, they loved it because, again, representational politics. They think, oh, he can, have a rent-a-girlfriend and, like, maybe one day I can as well.
But, like
he made it.
But they know that the only difference is... Sorry, I feel like a lot of his appeal is, well, I'm just like you, and I bet if you had a bunch of money, you would also still live like shit, just like me. And you know what? That's okay. So I feel like overcoming that by getting a person that wants, I don't know, like some collaborative effort so that she can boost her socials and that he can pretend to have a girlfriend or something or whatever. I
think he was really distraught with the Stabby baby line when he was like, yo, you get no pussy. And that hit him. That hit him hard, like a brick wall.
Dude, that was rough.
Do something about it.
You're fat. Like,
yeah. Yeah, it's so funny because like Stavros is literally, he's in the Anthony Bourdain movie. Like he was in an Oscar-nominated movie before Begonia, and now he's in Tony, which will probably also get nominated for Oscars. So it's really funny that he was just like, well, you're a fucking loser. You're fat. It's like, yeah, okay. Anyway.
Messaging people. I eventually go to the emergency room and I go through all of this. And
wait, someone said Canadian immigrant girlfriend, by the way. She's Canadian?
Dude, they got to stop exporting people. They got to stop. I think we've gotten enough.
Okay. 0455, if you don't care about the health scare stuff. I mean, what is it? What's the health scare? Like he just went to the emergency room.
He was just stressed. He had the same cancer as his dad or something. And then he was like, and I'm fine. And that was it.
These symptoms have totally gone away. If you want me to be honest, like just completely, like 100%, like just transparent, I'm still worried. I am. I'm 36 years old. I have had really no health problems ever in my entire life other than my teeth. And
That's crazy.
I see all my friends.
All my teeth
like,
fall
now
out.
they have this
no
issue,
health
now
problems.
They have that issue. And it's like, when is it going to be time? My mom used to always say, and this would always upset me, but it's true, something's going to take you home, right? And it does really scare me a lot. And I, like a lot of times I like to think of myself as being above that, right? But whenever you're faced with it, I realized that I was very much below it. I was extremely scared. I was very upset and I was really worried. And so I've been dealing with that for the past about 3 or 4 days. And now that it's at least partially resolved, I'm probably going to get a follow-up appointment and have, like a bit more like testing done about this to make sure that I'm okay. But otherwise, like that's pretty much the reason why I didn't make any comments about it. I was just so preoccupied with that, like I just didn't really even give a fuck about Twitch, right? I mean, it's funny how, you know, you can have something that's like, you know, one of the biggest parts of your life, which is like my stream, and then like something else can happen, and it's like the other thing just doesn't even exist anymore, right? It's a very, very weird paradox of life. But anyway, so that's pretty much what happened with me, you know, a couple of days ago and a few days ago. That's why I'd even taken a day off that day. And so, you know, this happens, and I'm like, oh, wow, I'm such a relief. Now I don't have to feel bad about not going live, right? And so, anyway, I got suspended for 14 days. That's what happened. You know, again, you know, wow, a 36-year-old man has a health scare. This has never happened before in the history of humanity. But yeah, that's pretty much what.
I feel like it was a different time period when this used to happen more frequently. You know, a time period where people also wouldn't brush their teeth or shower or bathe regularly. So
It's also like your teeth, your like gum health is indicative of a lot of other things.
yeah,
How well you take care of your teeth and your gums impact your brain health, impact your cardiovascular health so much more than you would think that they do.
100%.
So you can't just be like, other than my teeth, I have no problems. It's like your teeth are the problem that are feeding into the other problems. Like, it's not something you can just other than.
yeah, it's pretty consequential. But anyway,
So anyway, the second part is going to be about why I got suspended. So I got suspended because and just to add some context, because it's been very editorialized on the on.
he was being sarcastic. He's saying it's not that crazy that happened. No, I understood that, and I'm saying, no, at the age of 36, you shouldn't have like a fatal health scare. It's not, unless there's something like, you know, truly devastating going on, like a unforeseeable random happenstance. Like 36 in 2026 is not supposed to be like, oh, I'm out.
Twitter and everything like this. But basically what I said was that, you know, so Ceuta, which is, and a little bit of geography here. So Spain is like on the top of the Mediterranean Sea.
I love when he describes geopolitical incidents, because it's so clear that he had no idea what any of this shit was. And he just like read a Twitter thread on it from like Tommy Robinson or something. And he's just like repeating what Tommy Robinson put down, or Nick Fuentes.
It's kind of giving like, I call them Democrats. I took out the B. A lot of people don't know.
Yeah.
Dumb has a B in it. It's like,
Yeah. All right, let's see what he has to say.
Here, Spain, right? And so underneath that is Morocco. And in the very, very tip of Morocco, there's a city that's owned by Spain. And it's been owned by Spain for hundreds of years. This isn't like something that's new. This isn't like a recent occupation. This has been going on for like, you know, since before like the, you know, it's like the Ottoman Empire time days, right? I don't know. I remember reading that.
It's the 1400s, and it's Spanish administered territory. And yes, it actually predates the Moroccan kingdom.
The date that it happened, but it was like literally hundreds of years ago. So they've had this city, it's called Ceuta, for a long time. City has a population of about 80,000 people. And 40 to 60,000, obviously just by the nature of this, it's not really verified how many. Random migrants just all came over in about basically 1 day's time into this small city. Now, this has, in my opinion, like in any other point in history, this would be viewed as a military invasion because, of course, the overwhelming majority of these people are military-aged men.
No, I mean, it was a deliberate. See, this is the problem that I have with this argument, because it's like, this was a deliberate attempt by the Moroccan government to disrupt the affairs of Spain. There's a lot of other factors at play. They've done similar things before, never to this degree, right? Morocco occupies Western Sahara, so there's also an additional complexity in this conversation as well. They've done similar things before where they've like sent Moroccans into Spanish administered territory. Never to this number, never to this degree. Having said that, however, the reality of the matter is that that's not a military invasion.
No.
The United States also approved of this action because they wanted to create chaos for the Spanish government. They wanted to create chaos for the Spanish government because the Spanish government has been very outspoken against Israel and also very outspoken against America's actions in Iran, which is, of course, at the direction of Israel once again. So, 50,000 to 60,000 people were sent in. There's video footage of them like getting off of trucks.
And it's clear that the Moroccan government was doing this directly to disrupt the Spanish administered territory and its activities. I mean, the total number of people there is not that big. Having said that, I think the idea of like murdering these people with a gun, shooting and killing them with a gun is psychotic because these are innocent people. This is not a military invasion.
Yeah, I don't know. The level of like the jumps that he takes, like the conclusions that he comes to off of this information are insane. Like that both A, you should just fire wildly into the crowd, and that B, kill the children if you have to. It's like,
yeah, that's the problem. I think that I mean he's trying his very best to avoid, I guess, saying it, but from what I understand, he doubles down here as well. Like he's trying to create like a reasonable ground to say that it's appropriate to shoot and kill innocent people, which I think is ridiculous. Or even if you don't find them to be innocent because they're playing a role in this scheme, they're still not guilty of such a crime that is so heinous, that is so damaging, that's so dangerous to the regular citizens there that there's justification for shooting and killing people. Anyway, let's continue.
And so what I said is that I think that if you have that many people pouring over your border and you just can't deal with it all, like you can look at the footage of this and it literally looks like it's World War Z.
Okay, they literally did deal with it, by the way. They did. They apprehended virtually every single person that crossed into Spanish administered territory, and many of them just went back voluntarily because there was a lot of confusion in the process where some people were like, wait, we don't understand. Our outlets, our media, and our government told us that like Spain was welcoming Moroccan refugees. Not all of them were Moroccan as well. Some of them are from Sudan. Like these are double refugees at that point. And they were duped into believing that they could easily just like walk in or swim into this territory, and then they could apply for safe harbor in the European Union. Again, it's insane. All right, let's continue.
It looks like a battlefield, right? It's like a hell on earth type situation. There's trash everywhere and everything. I think I'm straight upset. I think you should shoot these people, right? I mean, like, I believe that. I do. I mean, this is a violent military invasion into a city, and after they got into the city, obviously these people were smashing out windows. They were obviously, breaking into stores, stealing things out of stores. I saw like one video. It's always hard to know like what's real and what's not.
Stop.
Oh. Yeah, they were just like, they were saying this is our land now, and all the white women were saying we love you, we welcome you, because they're all so lip-tarded
and then everyone clapped.
Yeah, and then everyone was clapping, and then I saw a video of Pedro Sanchez who was like, yeah, I am woke and I love this. Please, more please. Yeah, terrible way to introduce new evidence is right.
You have no way of knowing.
Yeah, it's like, well, I certainly am not going to see if it's actually real or not, this evidence that I'm presenting. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
But I saw a video, and it's like, if you ever watch Troy, like whenever like a fucking Brad Pitt as Achilles like stabbed the dude in the neck at the beginning of the movie, that's like what happened. Like one of these like migrants seemingly stabbed the random citizen in the neck with this knife, right? And they killed this person, I'm assuming, right? Or at least they're in critical condition. So basically the city is being...
Well, I have to fact check this.
He hasn't streamed in like how many days? How hard could it be to look this up before you make this video?
I mean, people did die. It was the refugees that died. I believe that, 100 estimated 100 migrants died with the mass border rush into Spain's North African enclave that began on July 30th. Most victims drowned or suffered cardiorespiratory arrest while attempting to swim around coastal barriers or climb breakwaters during an influx of tens of thousands of people. So
I don't know what he's talking about as far as like, as far as a guy.
The guy that showed up with a spear.
Yeah. Also, here's another problem. These guys are not a monolith. Some of them are not even Moroccan. Many of them are from Sudan, right? And what's frustrating about this is like, even if there was one criminal that actually penetrated the border, okay, and they did a crime, that still doesn't justify like murdering all of these people. You have to, that's not how the law works. You don't just do a dragnet across the board and decide like, well, all these migrants have to die now.
Yeah.
Like that's not how this works. Like here, I'll give you an example. A white man by the age of 36, okay, engages in an act of pedophilia and is caught with child pornography in their computer. That doesn't mean that all white men at the age of 36 are now responsible for the crime of this one individual white man. That's not how we do this. That's not how anything works. So I just wanted to bring up this random example so that Asmongold understands that this is not, that's not how you do anything. Mm-hmm. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Terrorized by a mass invasion of military-aged migrants that have come over for, various different reasons. And people are saying that you couldn't do that because, well, there might be kids in the crowd. And my response to that is that you should shoot them anyway. You should do this anyway.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way to like run your country. So just ignore all international law forever.
Oh. Sorry. That was fine. Yeah, I don't even know how to say it. Is it Sueda? Is it Queta? Cuta? I don't even know how to say it. Leader says 100 died in border rush as up to 5,000 still in the enclave. After migrant search for Morocco, EU says Spain. Ceuta. Anyway, Spain assured Schengen is safe, but warns Europe's borders are vulnerable. At least 100 people died in the mass migrant crossing from Morocco into Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta. The city's leader says as thousands of undocumented people remain in the enclave. Juan Jesus Vivas, the head of Ceuta's local government, gave the death toll while testifying on Thursday before the European Parliament's Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice, and Home Affairs in Brussels. He said that between 3,000 and 5,000 migrants remain in Ceuta, which he described as still reeling from the crossings last week. European Union Migration Commissioner Magnus Brunner told the same hearing that Spain had assured Brussels the crisis would not affect Schengen, the EU passport-free travel zone, but he warned that Ceuta had exposed a deeper weakness. Europe's border security depends too heavily on the cooperation of a single neighboring country. As long as control depends on the goodwill of one neighboring state, we remain vulnerable, he said. About 72,000 migrants swam or crossed on foot from Morocco into Ceuta last Thursday and Friday, according to Spanish authorities, in one of the largest movements in the EU territory in recent years. I think the real prosecution should come down on Morocco for doing this.
Yep.
Very deliberately. We saw a version of this. Yeah, I don't see that there's any Spanish citizens that were murdered, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
You sure there was none that were speared in the neck?
Yeah, like
I'm assuming.
Troy,
I'm
like
assuming.
Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only could find an Italian newspaper covering it. Tense night in Ceuta, where a Moroccan migrant was injured by a stab wound to the side inflicted by a compatriot at the height of an argument near the Andres Manjon school. Oh, okay. In any case, this is something that actually took place in the United States of America, something similar to this. A deliberate attempt to engage in the act of human trafficking by his Asmongold's very own governor, Greg Abbott. He went unpunished. Very deliberately, they took a lot of these refugees that were legally seeking asylum on U.S. soil and tricked them into flying to places like Rhode Island, New York City, many other places without even informing the authorities on the other side. And that was an act of human trafficking. It was a big mistake that Joe Biden did not prosecute these people that were responsible for it. But yeah, it's
It's something that Belarus, I believe, has done as well. It's something that Turkey has threatened to do to the European Union with the Syrian migrants that are on Turkish soil. Once again, in those circumstances, we lay the blame on the actual governments and not the people that are in, desperate circumstances, so desperate that they would, try to rush over a border. And ultimately, it is a humanitarian emergency of enormous proportions, Vivas told MEPs, renewing calls for the immediate deportation of migrants who entered irregularly. He said unaccompanied minors could only be returned with their consent, and that local authorities had no information on whether any previously expelled extremists were among the arrivals.
And it doesn't matter really what the collateral damage is. You should defend your borders, especially when you're being invaded by such a massive force of people. So this never really was a conversation about baseline immigration enforcement. It was never about using kids or anything like that. But the reality.
Okay, so he's lying about that because he did say that specifically. He literally did say that.
Do you really think he would lie like that?
And then he also compared it to Hamas, where he said they're using. I don't know why he does so much Israel propaganda lately. I don't know what fucking happened.
The checks are clearing, bro.
Yeah, but
this is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people. They have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever.
I like that there's white supremacists in his audience. So they're like, okay, man.
Whoa. Listen.
You mean shoot the adults, not the kids,
We're
right?
not going to shoot the kids, though,
and
right?
he just goes, no,
I'd shoot the fucking kids, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them. They're going to stop coming over. Because if you don't do that, they'll use children and women as shields to get themselves over. And then they'll put more women and children at risk because they know that they can use them as collateral so they can get more of themselves over. That's the way it works.
Dude, the kickback from a gun would shatter his body into dust. I don't know what guns he thinks he's going to use to shoot these people.
Well, he's not going to do any of that. He can't leave his house.
I mean, he said, I'm going to shoot them. I would shoot them.
Yeah, he's not doing any of that, of course, because that would require him to leave his house. That's why it's so funny that he's like, yeah, these immigrants are ruining the country. It's like, bro, you literally don't leave your home. You don't even encounter an undocumented or documented migrant or a natural born American citizen throughout your fucking day-to-day existence.
Excuse you. He encounters undocumented citizens every day.
Well, there's one Canadian migrant apparently that he opened his home to. So he's more woke than people give him credit.
That's the way an animal thinks, and these people are animals.
Guy who says he'd shoot anyone.
Yeah, guy who said you must kill children. Very quickly turns around and says, they're animals. I don't think that they're the animals here, man. I think you're the animal.
It's just the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Savages. Absolute fucking savages.
Yeah, no, they're the savages.
Hamas tactics, terrorists. Of course you don't want to do that. Doesn't mean you want to do it. But you have to do what you need to do in order to enforce your borders, man. That's the way it is.
Yeah, Hamas tactics.
That's the way it is, man.
It's unbelievable.
People are too emotional to see that. Yeah, I mean, it's you can't make decisions that way. And I understand the way that I talk about this might be a little bit extreme. It might be a little
just a little bit, just a tad bit, dude. Just maybe a little emotional,
a smidge,
maybe
just
a smidge. This is why AIPAC Mold is defending Israel. Yeah, one of Israel's biggest mouthpieces here, Eyal Yacobi. But Hasan Piker could say 3,000 Americans deserve to be killed on 9/11 and receive no ban. First of all, I did get banned in 2019. What do you want me to do? Get banned again?
Yes, you need to get banned again and again.
And also, I didn't say 3,000 Americans deserve to be killed. That's not what I said. But
you mean to tell me that blowback is not the exact same thing as saying that certain Americans should have died?
Yeah,
you're telling me those are different things.
I got banned anyway. So
unemotional. I wish we had more people like me. I do. I wish we had more because we got too many pussies that are too worried about the optics of something rather than the reality.
Yeah, this is like
people are just too worried about the optics of killing children.
Bro looks at like every precedent of international law, and he's like, "That's optics, man. You're optics cuck."
You're fucking so optics
You know what it
cucked
reminds
right
me
now,
of? 'Cause,
man.
like, this is the exact type of stupidity that we're dialed into at the Department of War. It's like when Pete Higgs is like, "Nah, we're taking all the standards off. No more woke military." Like as though the previous military campaigns were too woke when we were fucking deploying Agent Orange on Vietnamese villages and causing like horrifying generational trauma, generational issues for the Vietnamese population. That was when we were optics maxing.
Yeah.
As opposed to now with our, hard dicks, our TRT infused military is actually going to really pummel Iran without care.
Maybe when he said woke, he meant like people being able to actually fully bench press. Maybe that's what he meant.
Well, he's not a pussy. He can't bench press, but he's not a pussy, just so you know. Why is he not a pussy? Because he says it like it is.
True.
Sometimes you got to murder children,
dude.
Yeah, thank God for the not pussy take.
The reality is that with a lot of these third world countries and a lot of their cultures in the world, if you use a Western frame of reference to look at the values and the morality of the third world people like this, you're going to render yourself...
Buddy, I don't know how to explain this to you, but your morality is what you suspect the third world savage morality actually is. Okay? Like that's what's so crazy about I always say like white supremacy is just like low IQ cope.
Yep.
This is a perfect representation of that because he's like, they're savages, they're animals. Like, what's the worst thing a savage animal, third world morality could do? Murder children.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're doing that. You're advocating to murder children.
Yep.
So, like, the fuck do you mean? At most, you're the same, but the reality is they don't have that ambition. You do, so you're worse.
It's also like insane because like historically the Western world has seen other cultures as not having the same morality. And I think on the left side, it's, okay, let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya despite our differences. And on the right side, it's, okay, we need to convert all of these heathens and savages, send missionaries immediately. So I don't even know what Western values he's taught. Like what
He's saying, like the Western value is murdering children. And that is the least barbaric position you can take. Whereas these I guess barbarian hordes don't want to murder children, and therefore they're they're morally inferior.
Blind.
Well, yeah, I mean, what do you expect exactly? Calling people from the third world dirty while he lives in literal mountains of dirt.
Will not understand their theory of mind. They don't look at things the way that you do. That's why Joseph Kony has his child army, and there was Kony 2012 and everything. That never really went away, by the way. It's still happening. It might not be necessarily him, but there's other ones that are just as bad, if not worse. So the problem...
What the fuck does Joseph Kony have to do with Moroccan refugees and Moroccan migrants? He just, again, literally, Kony 2012 mention, which is wild. Like, the only connective tissue here is that they are of the same continent. Like, they're coming from the same continent.
Yeah, just like, every single...
Like, even their racial background is not the same. They're just from the African continent. That's it.
They're not white, which is everything I needed to know.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that a lot of Westerners' morality is built off of the concept that everybody else thinks the way that we do, and unfortunately that's not the reality. And so what these people will do is that they will bring kids with them, and they will use these kids as effectively human shields in order to invade the country and then take advantage of the people in the country. I view this a lot like a trolley problem.
He's comparing people using children as shields. I know what he's trying to make a comparison of, dumbass. The difference is they're not doing that. And also, this is not a military invasion. And also, there's no similarity. The only reason why he's using that as an example is because he wants to say, like, well, they're not white. Stop being so fucking dense. It's very obvious what kind of argument he's presenting here. That's so funny that you're like, no, actually, this is a valid comparison.
And so the reason, what I mean by that is that basically you're choosing to stop the invaders here rather than creating a reward structure and an incentive structure around using kids, trafficking children, and effectively using them as political capital.
It is very funny to you know, face my mortality and immediately do a YouTube video with a Vaseline camera where I'm justifying and doubling down on the murder of children because these barbaric savages are using them as human shields.
And they have no proper morality, unlike me.
I mean, this is the most Israeli video I've ever seen. It's crazy. He literally is just like, he is advocating the murdered children for sport. And I guess like he's defended Israel so much that at this point he's just become... He's become the most, like, he's become a Likudnik. He's become Otzma Yehudit, you know, Jewish Power Party, Itamar Ben-Gvir, where he's just like, yeah, no, it's awesome. He's just like, anywhere where there is an opportunity to murder children, I am there. I am for it. I like it.
To fulfill an invasion's goal, which is...
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever watched a YouTube video where it felt like hitting translate on a Hebrew tweet. You know what I mean? Like we just hit click translate and all of a sudden we're like, people think like this? People think like this? They live amongst us? What the hell?
Dude.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it'll get better. Haha.
Yeah,
to effectively take over this country. We're not take it over, right? But like, you know, invade the city and then use the city as a way to get into mainland Spain and then disperse themselves all over Europe. This is, I think, a very bad thing, and I think it should be stopped by any means necessary. I think this is a horrible problem. A lot of the people that are coming over there, many of them could be criminals. We have no idea. People said Morocco emptied their prisons and let those people come over. I have no idea if they did that or not. I would assume many cases they did. That's what Russia's done apparently with Ukraine, and so I don't really think this is the first time this has ever happened.
I am Moroccan and I have to listen to one calling us animals and you justifying Spanish occupation of my land. Moroccan didn't exist before Spain, which is false, by the way. I never said that I justify it. I was just giving you factually accurate information.
Me when I hallucinate.
Also, you seem to be more mad about me just telling you when Spain, you know, administered, like decided it was a Spanish administered territory, which blows my fucking mind for some reason. Then like this guy literally being like, your animals and your children should be shot dead. You just skip past that point and just wrote a paragraph.
That's not important.
Like, what do you think? Lock in, man. Lock in. What the fuck are you talking about? But who cares? Morocco's evil because I love Spain for stopping to send bombs to Israel 2 years after they were using a genocide. Like, the Spanish government has not done anything all that exceptional. I've been very open about that. I mean, it's probably better overall. Their dynamic with Israel is better, unfortunately. You're Moroccan, I'm not blaming you for this, but you know, the Moroccan government is not exactly blameless in its relationship with Israel. Let's be real, right? But in any case, that has no bearing on this calculation at all.
And there's many precedents for this. A lot of people look at this from the perspective of human rights or something like this, and I find this to be one of the most malignant and pernicious abuses and inversions of morality that we have nowadays, and I'll explain why. Never once have I ever heard about the human rights or the privileges or, you know, what's the right thing to do for all of the people in this city who are now having to be terrified in their homes, boarding their houses up. You have these migrants banging on their doors, smashing their windows, destroying their businesses, you know, potentially violating them, attacking them, and doing whatever they can to these people.
Potentially.
Like, it
Possibly.
didn't happen, but what if it did?
I'm assuming.
Yeah, here's what happened instead. They went back. Like, the overwhelming majority went back. Okay?
Also, I don't even know what this position is. Never once have I heard about people trying to defend themselves.
Yeah, like there's one stabbing incident that took place, and it was between two refugees. That's it. They got into an argument, and one of them stabbed the other one. There's no attacking the natives. Okay, there's no attacking the inhabitants of the land. None of that. He's just like hallucinating, it seems, but. Maybe he's seeing something that I didn't see.
You never, not once in my entire
By
life.
the way, it is crazy because he just like rides for Israel, and that's, you know, that's the settler colonial story. What do you think? The early Zionists came in and they were just like delivering hugs and kisses?
Mm-hmm.
No, like there was, you know, rape and pillage.
Are you saying it wasn't hugs and kisses?
No, it wasn't hugs and kisses.
Then
no.
why did my book that I got from Israel say that?
Yeah, well, Asmongold doesn't read books. Let's be real. Come on. I don't know if
Well,
he
it was a
knows how
picture
to-
book, man.
I
It was a
don't know if
picture
he
book. It
knows
was a
how to
picture book.
read. I thought Asmongold was anti-Israel. You thought wrong, my friend. That's funny that you think that. Maybe because he is a big fan of Nick Fuentes, but he is definitely very pro-Israel. I mean, he did the pro-Israel argument here.
Never heard about the concept
We're
of their
85K.
human rights. I never
Let's
hear about the people who have
go.
been the victims of these policies and this lax enforcement, whose lives have been effectively destroyed. And then for some reason, we never think about them. We don't care about them. The only people that we care about are these invaders that are going around trying to take advantage of the country. And I think this is a profound inversion of morality. I don't think that any country has an obligation to take in migrants. I don't think any country has an obligation to let people invade their borders. And I think that at the capacity that was happening with Cuba, I do think that you should use lethal military force to repel a literal fucking invasion. Keep in mind, this is a city of 80,000 people, and 40 to 60,000 additional people tried to come in one day. That's an invasion, and I think they should use guns to stop it. And I'm not sorry for saying that. And it doesn't matter
triple,
what you try
quadruple,
to use
quintupling
as,
down?
emotional blackmail or something like that. Fundamentally, all of these different tools that these people use will never actually be applied in a universal way. These are the same people whose ideology leads them to thinking that 6-year-olds can transition to another gender. They're the ones that lead themselves to, defending Hamas and terrorist propaganda, because terrorists like to use kids as human shields as well, because they like to shoot rockets from schools. The reason why they do that is because there is a reward structure inside of our society that puts the damaging and the harm to children and women at a higher standard than the harm to like a military-aged man. Now,
I don't even
in a
understand
general
the
sense,
point
I
of
would agree
this.
with that in a peacetime reality, but whenever these people are launching rockets and large-scale invasions, I think that you need to look at this as a wartime event. And I would ask yourself, how many people got killed in World War II? How many people get killed in every single war? Civilian casualties and killing anybody who's not a combatant is a tragedy. It's a horrible thing to have happen. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to have borders. And it doesn't mean that you can't make decisions to protect your own people, even if it comes at the expense of other people that are trying to do this in bad faith and use this. And by the way, the usage of people like this as human shields is a war crime in itself. And that's, I think, the biggest issue that I have with a lot of these people that are criticizing this is that I don't think that they really care about these kids. They don't give a shit about them. Like, these are the people, they'll bring kids to an ICE protest. Why would you bring a kid to a protest where there's rioting and there's flashbang grenades and tear gas being set off? And the truth is, and there is a reason for it, the reason why they do that is because they want to use these kids and the harm that these kids will inevitably go through because of collateral damage, and they want to use this as a political tool so they can advance their agenda. These people they're sick. They're sick, evil people. And I also referred to the people that use the human shields as animals. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think they're fucking animals. If you use children as human shields in order for you to invade a
It's pretty wild that I feel like this is a test, right? Like he's basically testing the boundaries of Twitch to be like, listen, like, what are you gonna do? I'm not apologetic. I don't care. I said what I said. Go ahead, keep me banned if you can. What's wild about it is I feel like this is also testing the boundaries of YouTube terms of service too. Because I feel like YouTube back in the day would quite literally ban someone for like this. And now for statements like this one, I don't know if they would actually even apply terms of service. I feel like they don't do that anymore at all. You know what I mean?
I don't think that they want to be involved anymore the way that they used to be.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this is like the unfortunate reality of like post Trump second term, where most of these companies don't give a shit at all. They don't like abide by any terms of service or anything like that.
I don't understand the point of saying like these people don't care about the children. It's like you just said you were going to kill the children. I don't know if you have any room to talk about how other people don't care about the children.
He cares about the children. That's why he wants to kill them.
Yeah, because he cares about them so much.
Yeah, biblically accurate depiction of Asimov. It's funny.
That's too generous.
You say that, except like there are people on Twitter I saw that were saying he's just like Jesus Christ. He's being Christ-like here.
Country, or in order for you to do terrorist attacks, I think that you're a fucking animal, and I'm not sorry for it. And I honestly think that most people agree with me. I think that almost everybody does. But unfortunately, we've had this inversion.
No, definitely not. That's alarming that you think that, but absolutely not. That is insane.
Of morality, where these truly evil, malignant, pernicious people have been allowed to use this fake moral authority that they have to dictate that we have to allow terrorism, violence, and complete societal collapse, and if we don't allow this, somehow we're the ones that are evil. I reject this completely. And I understand that in doing so, there might be some people, this isn't a very comfortable thing to say. It's not a very polite thing to say. This isn't something that you'd read on a bumper sticker. But I think this is the nature of the world, and it's the nature of the reality that we live in. And I don't want to use a bunch of euphemisms and other types of vague and pacified language to discuss this in a way that is not authentic to its true harm and its true existence, which is what I think that's what it is. And I think that there are definitely criticisms people have of me that are valid, where like I probably do dial it up a little bit too much, and maybe I could use different rhetoric, etc. But I want to let you know,
it's crazy because he's doing the thing that I've said before about like the Rick Scott incident, where it's like very clear that I was talking about like the Republican hypocrisy of not caring about like actual health care and like lying about caring about Medicare fraud. And like in that instance, I feel like it's valid. There's a valid instance where I'm like, I should have just said punish, right?
Yeah.
He still
holds the position.
Even if you, it's not like, even if you were to be like, yeah, we should actually like harm the children. You're still advocating to harm random children.
I should have said that the children should die.
Yeah.
Instead of I would shoot the children. It's like,
yeah, it's crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Someone donated 8K. God damn. Look at that.
Let's go. Thanks, guys.
We're at 86K. They really out here comparing Jesus to the dude that used soda as a chaser to water. Yeah, it's like the fandom is in tatters here.
Yeah.
They hated him because he told the truth.
Well, I think that there's just like there's a lot more purity on the left, where I think you have to prove to all the other people on the left that you're worth supporting.
Yeah.
Before you get even like a bit of support, and the smallest things will like make people upset. And then on the right, it's like you can just be the worst person ever, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And nobody cares. Like, I'm sure you've seen all the Max Miller stuff.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's the double standard is insane. Republicans never hold their own to account. It's just like, and even like that false standard is so annoying. I mean, I'm literally experiencing it right now, where like Donald Trump is the president. He says heinous shit all the time. Randy Fine says heinous shit all the time. Many Republican electeds not only say heinous shit, but do heinous shit all the time. And the media is hyper focused on like something I said 7 years ago that I apologized for 2 days after for the language I used. And that is the only standard that they're applying, where they're like, this is the most consequential story. This is what we have to talk about.
Well, I think it's because they have nothing else, right? So they have to say, do you condemn Hasan?
Yeah,
so that they can target the people that they don't like. And that's the only thing that they can use.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any fucking sense ultimately, because I understand why Fox News would do that, right? but I hate that liberals also lean into it, because if you're a liberal media outlet, like, I mean, please weigh this stuff evenly. You know what I mean? Weigh this stuff with what like Laura Loomer has said. You know what I mean? Like they wrote about Laura Loomer getting on Donald Trump's airplane one time. It was like a week's worth of coverage, and then they actually have written positively about her.
In their defense, I think everyone's a little scared of Jigsaw. So
okay, well, I'm not. But
I think, I mean, I will bravely admit that would jump scare me.
Yeah.
If I ever had to see that.
She is heinous.
Yeah. I apologize for nothing. I meant exactly what I said, and I think that these borders should be defended with lethal force whenever it's being invaded by 40 to 60,000 people at the same time. That's an incredibly dangerous thing for all the people that live in that country, and I don't think that a government has an obligation to allow a bunch of invaders to pour over and potentially kill their own citizens. I find this to just be horrible, and ultimately it should be stopped. Also, there are a lot of other patterns, like I'll give another parallel to this as well, is that in a lot of gang culture, what they do, and this is, of course, nothing...
He's a guy, gang anthropologist.
No, you don't understand. He knows a lot about the street.
Yeah. Let me tell you about gang culture, guys. Gang culture. Everybody knows in gang culture, this is how it goes.
Like this is a monolith, but many of people like this, what they do is they'll use children to commit crimes because they know the children will not be sentenced in the same way that an adult will do. And what my biggest argument for all of this is that
you killed those children too. Like he's just like, guys, you don't understand. I have a very consistent position on this. Like, I think most of the children should be shot and killed. Is a crazy.
Like, what even is his position? We need to shoot or imprison all the children.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, in gang culture, you guys don't understand. They use children to do crimes because they get less penalties, less punishment. So we should actually up the penalties for the children as well.
Generally, and I know people might not believe this. I think most people do believe this, but the people that don't like me don't believe this, or they don't want to. Is that I think that I really do have the most moral and ethical position on this.
Oh my
because
God!
The moment that you create an incentive, you also drive a behavior. And in my opinion, if you don't capitulate to this emotional blackmail, you also don't allow these people to...
Wait, the incentive is not the lack of a more severe penalty. The incentive should be on the front end, which is to solve the socioeconomic factors that cause children to go into a life of crime early on. That's not... What an insane way! What an insane solution to every problem. Where it's just like, well, the government
kill the people you don't like.
Yeah, the government should just murder children. Like that's awesome. I love that he said my most moral position. I'm
killing children. Obviously,
I'm just like Jesus Christ, who would have also advocated to do child genocide.
Target and victimize these children by using them as.
But you're advocating to kill them. Like, what do you mean? You've given up on saving any of these fucking kids. You want to kill them. What a psychotic
You don't understand. You just don't understand how moral he is, okay?
Yeah, I forgot. He wants to morally murder children.
I feel like this is the equivalent of like playing Undertale and then like picking the genocide route and then being like, you guys don't understand. This is actually the most moral route.
This is the type of shit that you see in like movies. Like, this is villain shit. Like, this is what, if I saw a villain in a movie say things like this, I'll be like, oh, come on, no one is like this. Like, you are too far-fetched with your writing. This is ridiculous, too on the nose. He's like guy whose most moral position is murdering as many children as possible. Incredible.
Baggage and effectively shock troopers in order to accomplish a goal. So, for example, if these kids are being charged as adults, the entire tool that these people were using...
Yeah, it's the trolley problem, but there's children on both sides of the rails, and Asma's like, how do I hit both of these rails at the same time?
I want to get multi-track drifting. Let's kill as many as I can.
Yeah, let's just...
You know, these gangs were using of having having children commit crimes on their behalf, this tool would affect.
Like, I love that in his, like, why I got banned unjustifiably video, he just created a new hypothetical where there's more children to be murdered.
He's like, I forgot to mention, I also think that the kids of gang members, they should also be killed. I forgot to mention that the first time around.
That's dope. Like,
it's so sad that, like, it's all vice signaling. Like, his position is straight up just, well, I'm the only one that can think clearly around here and recognize that we need to solve this problem.
Yeah,
and it's like, no, the problem is that killing the children isn't going to actually do anything. It's not going to solve the problem that is kids in gangs.
Sounds like a woke to me. Yeah, you're that typical libtard chat.
Sorry.
Doesn't want children to be murdered. Some children, they're like, come on. What about children with bad vibes? Like, yeah.
All right, you got me on that one. All right, fine.
Effectively be rendered ineffective, but we don't want to do that because it makes people sad to put kids in jail.
Yeah, that's what the problem.
From my perspective, the way that I see it is that it makes me sad to see kids that were abused, that are trafficked, and that are put into these situations.
Dude, what are you saying? Your solution is murdering them, though. So, like, what? Like, is that the most moral position?
It makes me so sad to see them alive.
Yeah, it makes me sad. It's much better to just kill them. It's so funny, dude. He's like, and I love that his perspective, which is awesome, and he has not thought this through at all, and I know for a fact he hasn't, is that the only reason why we give lesser sentencing to children is not because, like, their prefrontal cortex hasn't developed yet, not because they don't have, like, a firmly established sense of morality yet, because they haven't, like, they're not, like, they can't consent for the same reason as well. Like, none of those reasons are pertinent in this decision. It was just a bunch of people who were being woke. Like, when people were like, when Magna Carta, when they were writing Magna Carta, there was like, oh, I would love to be woke. I love wokeness. Oh, due process, sir. The peak of wokeness.
It just makes me so sad to see people in prison.
Like, I want to look up, like, when lesser sentencing for minors was invented. You know what I mean? Lesser sentencing for minors invented when? Let's see.
It's also not a good way to build a society to just throw a bunch of people in prison immediately on their very first offense.
Yeah, it's the 1980. So ancient and medieval law, for centuries, children were tried and punished under the exact same harsh legal standard as adults, facing branding, flogging, or execution for minor infractions. I love that Asmongold's attitude on this is literally HasanAbi level. Like, he's like, we got to go back to medieval times where no one bathes. Okay, where you know, a tooth infection can take you out at the age of 36 if you're lucky, if you make it that
Listen,
far.
that was back when everyone was just like him. You don't understand, all right? He wants to return.
Yeah. The 1899 shift to Cook County Juvenile Court in Chicago opened up in 1899, marking the formal separation of youth. That was woke. In 1899, that's when woke came in, okay? When fucking woke came in and ruined everything, we could just murder children back then. Even then, they probably would have been like murdering. Let's just
I don't
brand
know.
them.
That seems like...
Let's just flog them.
Let's get a couple floggings.
That's
all
too woke.
right.
See? It's woke. You want to just flog them? You have to kill them. That's awesome. That's dope, man. Thank you.
Because the people that are truly and profoundly evil, the people that know this, know that they can use these children because they can co-opt and use your morality.
Again, I cannot stress this enough. You don't care about the safety, security of these children because your argument revolves around murdering them, or at the very least trying them as adults in a court of law, and usually just murdering them. So obviously, you can't make the argument that you care about the children's welfare. This doesn't make any fucking sense.
Against you so they can push their own evil designs. And I think that you do have to reject this in its entirety in order to have a society that isn't ruled by evil, inversion, and other types of just complete...
Yeah, society should be ruled by non-evil people who are advocating for the murder of children.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that we can make sure the society is not evil is if we just kill children is again, no, that's the evil position. If society was ruled by you, this would be an evil society.
horrible people. And ultimately, you do have to sometimes make hard decisions like that. But ultimately, making a hard decision like that should never.
How magnanimous of him to make the hard decision. I cannot stress enough. People might be tuning in recently or something, and you're thinking like, oh, he's like talking about sociology, like he's talking about how to show compassion. No. The thing that hinges this entire conversation around the underlying point is he wants to murder kids.
There's no one that like believes that the reason we don't kill children or try them as an adult is because it makes us feel bad.
No, it's woke. That's what it is.
Like that's the dumbest thing
because
ever.
woke. It made us feel bad in 1899. It's awesome. This is so sick. I can't believe this guy's
he's lost it,
the
man.
intellectual gladiator of the right. I love it.
That's my alarm. I was supposed to get up. It's 2:46.
He's reapplying the grease.
And so, excuse me on that. So you do have to make these hard decisions. You do have to do things that are obviously, sometimes not the nicest things in the world. But I think that in order to do that, you do that in the goal to preserve a culture that is the best place that you want to live in the world as well. So
no, I don't think that's a good culture. I don't think like these are the guys who will also say this about like the Mayans, you know what I mean? Like ancient, like indigenous civilizations, like they would murder their young, like how barbaric. And now he's literally he's advocating for that in 2026.
You don't understand. It's to protect his culture. And by culture, I mean his bacterial cultures that exist inside of his house.
His culture of, wanting to murder more children. We got to murder children so we preserve this culture of justifying the murder of children.
Problem that I have, I don't think that I said anything wrong. I think that a lot of people actually would agree with me, and I think that the way that we've taken military action in the past, things like, for example, World War II, would indicate that actually this is not as...
When he says we, he means the Nazis. He's like, yeah, remember when we took action against Jewish children and so the children of socialists and communists and the Roma people and the disabled children,
and the queer people.
Yeah, queer people. Military actions such as that against people and also their children.
To protect the culture.
Yeah, we should preserve the culture of, Germany. It's just like... What is the World War II military justification for murdering children, man? What the fuck? It's unfucking believable.
As much an objective reality that some people would make it out to be. And again, these are the same people that have no problem using children as props and having them, like groomed by adults, about their gender, taking them to ICE protests, putting them directly in danger because there are rioters and criminals and violence there.
Now he's even found more kids to kill.
He's like,
what is happening?
The kids at protests?
He's
dead.
Like, I don't just want to kill the adults that are doing this stuff. I want to kill the children that are at ICE protests, that are, maybe protesting outside of the reflecting pool. Like, children that have touched the reflecting pool also deserve death. Are there any kids that Asmongold doesn't want to kill? What the fuck is going on? This is the gift that keeps on giving. He just keeps expanding on which children should die.
Dude, I wonder what he's going to pick out next.
Yeah, he was like, Moroccan refugees from Sudan, easy. Like, that's easy buckets, okay? We need to start murdering gang children. And then we also should murder the children exercising their First Amendment rights.
Correct.
Who would ever bring a kid there? And these are the same people that are saying that I'm wrong for saying that creating an incentive for people to human traffic children and use them as human shields is a bad thing. And so I apologize for absolutely nothing. I said it in a very abrasive way, and I'm going to continue
Do you think he would say anything about Elon Musk using his kid as a human shield?
No, but he would be like, "Oh, you're fucking doing a death threat to Elon Musk's kid or something like that." That's what he would say.
I don't know if you remember after the healthcare CEO shooting.
Uncommon angle of Roachman's room. Yeah.
No, it's still too clean. It's still
way too well kept.
My dad I was driving my dad to the hospital. He was like getting one of his cancer treatments. And he said, well, what's funny about this? And I said, what? And he says, well, now they can say you killed me too, just like they say you killed your mom. That's the way I grew up. That's the way I communicate, and that's the way I think. And I'm not sorry. And I understand that sometimes I use abrasive language.
They're like, wow, he's so sick, dude. Can he say that?
Like,
that's literally like when you're just like a fucking dweeb who never leaves their home. Like the most like beast mode you can get is when you say like edgy things, I guess. So that's what it is.
I feel like for everyone else, it's like this turned into like a weird therapy session.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
if we look at the comments, you will lose faith in humanity. Fuck Twitch. Asman addressed the nation. Enjoy your break, man. Hope everything IRL goes okay. Oh shit, potato cam. It's serious. I apologize for nothing, and I meant exactly what I said. I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. Which again, you know, Conor McGregor, another interesting character. Yeah, we are all skipping over the fact that his logic of not taking your child to a political demonstration is, well, the police might murder people in the streets for no reason, and that's your fault. Yeah, no, the police are never at fault unless they refuse to murder the children.
Then I'm pissed.
Then they are at fault, at which point they're protecting the children, and they shouldn't. Asmongold's position is very clear on this. Many kids must die is his position.
Sometimes I communicate in a way that's a little bit, harsh. And, people can say I'm mean, they can say I'm evil, they can say everything, but they're not saying I'm wrong. And I think
no, they are.
Yes,
no,
they
a lot of
are.
people are saying that. No, many. As a matter of fact, I think they say you're wrong first, and then they follow through with, also, that was the most evil shit I've ever heard. No, you're definitely wrong. What? Who's...
I think this is supposed to be one of those like gotchas where they're like,
it's the thing that I say all the time. They call me a terrorist. They call me an anti-Semite. But you know what they don't call me? A liar. Like he tried to like revamp that to his own, pro-child murder position somehow. But no, I think people are saying you're wrong. Like a lot of people are saying that actually. Also, it doesn't even make sense. Are you saying that like being evil is not wrong? I don't know. I don't want to even think about it.
We should look at a lot of these uncomfortable truths with a lot more of...
Like, is Asmongold single-handedly responsible for the European male loneliness epidemic? Like, because there are people who watch this man late into the night. IT specialist in the Netherlands. Like his big chunks of his audience are all European MAGA LARPers. Every single time there's an Asmongold cockroach in the chat, they will literally be LARPing as an American MAGA guy, and they're almost always European.
It's sad.
It's fascinating. I don't know. If Twitch perma-bans him, he's going to go on a media tour with Elon boosting him, and he's going to try to make him a victim of cancel culture. If Twitch unbans him, he may calls the violence and the murder of kids acceptable on Twitch. Yeah, and doubling down on the murder of kids acceptable on Twitch.
Of a clear mind, rather than allowing it to be polluted by people that I think want to hurt us, people that want to put us in a position that...
Dog, I think you... are doing that. I think you want to hurt us.
No, we're safe. We're adults.
You want to hurt the more. Well, I think he's also called for my punishment many times by the federal government. But I find it fascinating that he has this mentality where he's like, of course I'm right. Of course we got to murder some children, and it's actually those who oppose the murdering of children that are wrong.
Is not advantageous. And that's the reason why I communicate the way that I do. It is hopefully to normalize this type of language and for people to see things for what they are rather than what they are.
Oh, he's trying to hopefully normalize the language of child murder justification. Oh, thank God. He's a real activist. He's a real warrior. He's a
yeah, stick it to power, man.
Yeah.
Those kids... Finally, someone is speaking up against them.
Yeah, he's like, I'm here to normalize ISIS. Like, what are you doing, man? What the fuck? Oh my God. It does say a lot about how bad things have gotten as far as like corporate culture in general, that this will probably be a slap on the wrist by Twitch. Because they're fucking terrified of disrupting or angering the right-wing masses that spend a good deal of time like doxing people that work
for the trust and safety team at Twitch. It's like really fucked up. This would be a insta perma. Like there's no shot. I would say pre-Trump 2.0. Pre-Trump 2.0, this is a perma. Like Destiny got banned for less, which is crazy to say. Like he got permit for less, and he definitely deserved it. So I don't even know where we're at now, you know?
Want them to be. And I think that's for better and for worse. So that's the reason why I talk the way
feel
that
like
I do.
this would be a ban on fucking YouTube as well, like, or at least a demonetization on YouTube
It's
as well.
crazy that it's not.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry.
Well,
It's probably
2.1 million views in one day, 2.2 million views in one
not
day.
going to have to. It's probably not going to stop. I might try to. I'm going to try to obviously tone it down a little bit because I don't want to get suspended all the time, right? Contrary to popular belief, it's great to have a vacation, but I don't want to have them all the time. And so, that's pretty much where things stand. That's the way that I feel. That's my reasoning for it. I view it as a trolley problem, and I think it enables human trafficking the moment that you capitulate to that type of emotional blackmail.
If you don't murder children, it enables human trafficking. That's crazy.
So that's really...
He did do the trolley problem. Yeah, that's a great trolley problem, man. What a moral conundrum this has been for you.
He's playing Subway Surfers in his head, but like instead of getting coins, he's like killing the children on the way over.
Yeah.
Like, how do I get? If only I could just be on all of the tracks at the same time.
Yeah.
The way that I feel, and I know this might be a harsh opinion, it might not be something that everybody agrees with, but I think it is the ethically correct thing to do, given the the implications of doing otherwise. So anyway, that's the way that I feel. Now, what's going to happen now? I'll probably file an appeal in a day or so. Hopefully, I can get unsuspended earlier. I don't really know. I'll probably I can try to I wish I could just talk to them. It's really funny. So Twitch emails me and they say you had an accidental content violation because you accidentally showed something on your stream you shouldn't have showed. And they sent me an email for this. So I said, I respond back. I'm like, oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. And so then I get suspended for 2 weeks. No email. I don't have any email. So this is the funniest thing, by the way. I actually don't even know this is why I got banned. Twitch has never communicated to me what the thing is that I did wrong that got me banned. I'm just guessing it's probably...
Look, he's been around the block long enough.
Yeah.
You know how it goes. You say heinous shit, and if it actually reaches peak virality because it's so fucking heinous, that either it's base boosted by, ironically, Asmongold and the orbit of Asmongold, because my bans have always been oh, we misconstrued what he was saying, but it's actually, we're gonna act as though he was actually saying to assassinate a sitting senator. And then it'll make its way to mainstream news, and then boom, Twitch will be like, okay, we have to take action here.
Yep.
But in this circumstance, very clear. The reason why he knows what happened is because that clip was so insane. And it's ironic because it was initially posted by one of his fans. One of his
They were I'm based? Look at this.
No, one of his Kick aggregator accounts actually posted the fucking clip and was like, Asmongold has base response or some shit. And then people were like, what the fuck?
Base
No.
response.
Yeah. And then it went viral because everyone was like, this is disgusting. This is one of the most heinous things I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah.
And that's why he got banned.
Probably the thing that everybody was mad about, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's actually some other random clip that had nothing to do with this. But that's generally what my thinking on it is. Will I be back? Yeah, sure, I'll be back. It's been nice to have a little bit of a vacation. I've been stressed out about other life stuff. I feel like I'm in kind of a position in my life now where it's what am I doing with my life? Where do I want to be in 5 or 10 years, right? It's kind of midlife crisis type stuff I'm dealing with. I don't talk about this a lot on stream because it's stupid, boring, and it's also it's indulgent, and I don't want to treat my viewers like my own personal diary. But I have been going through my own personal issues as well, especially right after losing both my parents, and I'm living here by myself, and it gives you a lot of questions for what to do in life. And I don't want to get too into that, but just know that that's the backdrop for a lot of the ways that I'm dealing with things personally off stream. And so yeah, and then all these things happen. I have this health scare, and it's oh my god, this is am I dying, right? Is this happening? And so that's really kind of what why I haven't immediately responded. It had nothing to do really with Twitch at all. I was worried about something that was a lot more important. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. I'll be back really soon.
Yeah, I'm washing off my midlife crisis with a healthy dose of fantasizing about murdering children and then justifying it. You know, I'm doing great overall. How about you guys? Is his attitude? Great stuff. I don't know what to say. I mean, look, if this is what floats your boat, you're kind of a bad person. I don't know how else to describe it other than, you know, yeah, this is nasty.
I haven't really decided. Maybe I'll just come back and stream on Kick. I can just wait out the suspension. I don't really know. I'll probably get a few other like real life weekly and monthly quests done, and you know just try to relax a little bit, which has been great. I slept for like 10 hours yesterday. So
yeah, this guy can still travel to the UK if he wants to. By the way, I can't, but you know,
it's okay if it makes you feel better. He won't.
Well, true, but to be fair, it is a consistent position from the British government because you know. People who have killed children in the IDF can also travel freely to the UK. So I guess the UK position is like, yeah, child murder is good. Advocacy for child murder is good. Advocacy against child murder, very bad.
We don't like
Unacceptable.
that. We don't
like it. That's what Shabana Mahmood said.
Kind of good mood right now. And so, yeah, anyway, that's pretty much what the plan is. And yeah, that's about all I've got. I'll be back and yeah. See you next time. But anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching and sticking around this long. Sorry it's such a long video. There's a lot to talk about. And
no, not really. Like, no, most of it was just after you did the KFC double down. Most of it was just like talking about other children that you want to murder.
Of groups of children that are okay to murder. That was amazing. That was 10 out of 10. I do think that the majority of people who watch, because like, you know, like most viewers are lurkers. I feel like the majority of people just put him on as background noise and they're like, he's reasonable, but they're not like processing any of the things that he's saying.
I think it's cope. I think there's just a lot of shitty people on the planet.
I think that there are. I just think the majority of them aren't.
I don't know. Because like there have been so many instances where I've just like kind of given up. Basically, maybe it's because like I'm my sample size and my pool is different because I've been in multiple Discords with friends that don't know that I stream or whatever, and one of them will randomly be like, "Oh, I love Asmongold," or like, "I watch Asmongold," and everyone else in the call is like, "Oh, dude, that's cringe," and he's like, "No, he's like pretty reasonable," and they're like, "What did you think when he said this?" He's like, "I didn't know that he said that." "What did you think when he said that?" "Oh, I didn't know when he said that." I think the majority of the people are like, "Oh, I didn't know that he was like a loser. My bad. I thought he was just like he doesn't shower." Yeah. Yeah, they don't hate you because you're abrasive. They hate you because you are right and they hate the truth. When you're healthy, you have 1,000 problems. When you're facing a health issue, you have one. Glad you're okay, buddy. I do find it very strange that there's so many like divorced dads that have a parasocial relationship with him. And I just don't understand how like you're a whole ass adult and you're like, well, this guy who's like advocating to murder children is really speaking to me.
Well, it's because they're not liked in their personal lives, and everyone around them says that they're like morally reprehensible people, and they're like, this guy gets it. He always gets called like morally reprehensible, and the stuff he says isn't even that extreme. If I just ignore all the stuff he says, that's extreme.
Yeah.
So it's like comforting. I think they're like finding each other, even though this guy is like way more insane.
Look, a classic. Asmongold has a hot take. We should take a hard decision to stop invaders from using kids as shields so they can get away with it. Otherwise, more people would be at risk in the future. Twitch ban. Hasan, terrorism is based. Twitch sleeps.
I can't believe you literally said that. I can't believe you actually said that.
I was like, terrorism is based. And then Twitch was like, I'm sleeping. I love it. No, but that's like the classic meta, of course. Elon and everyone else has immediately started, like the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk, who was a trillionaire a couple weeks ago, is running around complaining about how Twitch has a double standard. Twitch has a fucking double standard. That's what the argument is here, because they haven't banned me enough times for totally ridiculous things too, you know. And sometimes valid ones.
Just a couple of times valid ones.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, Elon had this to say. Because Rape Tone found like someone probably sent Rape Tone an old clip of mine from like 2018 where I'm making fun of the Great Replacement theory.
being like, yeah, immigrants are coming to fuck your daughters and your mothers. Like we have salsa hips, buddy. Like white genocide is real. And it's really funny that they were like, he's admitting it. And it's like, no, you fucking idiot. It was fake in 2018 and it's still fake. It's not a real thing.
Satire is really difficult for them. Okay.
Yeah. He said, why does Twitch have this double standard? I said, because I'm making fun of dumbasses like you who think the white genocide is real here and it's not a real concept. Whereas Asmongold demanded border police shoot and kill children.
I mean, I do think that like...
He said Twitch is ideologically captured by left-wing terrorism supporters who don't want me to murder children or demand the murder of children. Whether it's Islamic terrorism, BLM, or Tesla bombings, these leftists will always enable and promote it. They do this because it works, and also because the government refuses to hold them accountable. Works in what way? I don't even understand that.
It works, dude. You don't get it? What are you, slow? It works.
Yeah, they do this because it works. Asmongold also is saying, Asmongold comes out pro-terrorism. You know? Anyway, but on that note, everybody, how much money did we raise? Let's take a look. Hold on. Let's wait. It says $86,780 raised. Denims, thank you so much for coming on. This was a wonderful experience, wonderful treat, even though you poisoned me with horrible hummus for the most part, including Sabra hummus. But yeah, that was what a treat.
I just needed you to condemn. Okay, it was actually for your own good. All right, I hope you understand.
It was great. Now I've learned many lessons, like cake batter hummus is not as bad. It's just not hummus. If you call it cake batter, it's like edible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you close your eyes and pretend like it's something else, then it's fine.
Yeah. All right. Well,
thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Your water. Don't forget your water, ma'am. All right. And on that note, I'm going to end the broadcast here as well. And I will be back tomorrow with more news as always. You already know I'm going to go hang out with my family and spend some time with them and celebrate my mom's birthday. Love you guys. And I will see you. Oops, wait, hold on. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody.
Stunning
Bye-bye.
Introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun lock to the stun lock to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.